to be. Because DEI has, I won't say very little deliberations about understanding all cultures and art, if you want to name with company. The automotive companies, one thing that we've learned about in DEI is the neurodivergent, different cultures like Indian customs, Asian customs, because a lot of us work in globally. And then there is about people of different income levels and backgrounds and how to do those things. And so it's about learning about all sorts of different things and even sometimes regional conflicts.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about, TC or Anthony. Yes, Andy knows what he's talking about. He has to.
Maybe just too advanced for you. Maybe he's just too advanced.
He believes in aliens. We're talking to the man that believes in aliens.
Yeah,
I don't credit much of the time.
Don't bring up illegal aliens no more. You said illegal aliens.
It's so odd.
I don't think Trent even knows what he's talking about. I think Trent just has to interject himself because he wants to put forth
guess
that
what? That's
validation.
how I feel about y'all when y'all be talking.
But I actually have a point. Like, Anthony actually makes a point. Amari makes a point.
You took your time to have the conversation with CEO, maybe because he's a man and I'm a woman, and you think I'm
CEO called me out, Patty. Stop it.
disability when it comes to us women, right?
Patty, I called you out. CEO called me out. It's a difference.
No, you take your time and have the conversation with CEO, but I have to interrupt you and use supremacy on your ass to explain to you what I was saying, and you change the whole subject to something else. You bring up illegal aliens as if they're a protected class legally. Like this.
He's talking about aliens in space. He's not
You
talking
men are
about
weird. You men are weird.
Yeah, hold on.
Who said? Wait. Hold on. Let me deal with this, Patty. Patty,
talking
let me
about
ask you a
aliens in
question.
space.
Why do you think? What authoritative doctrine do you have that says that DEI pertains to only protected classes? Where is that found?
Also, with
No, I didn't say only, silly ass motherfucker. Now I'm about to
But you just said I can't use immigrants because they're not a protected class.
Shut up. You're gonna stay on mute and shut up. Somebody brought up illegal aliens, whatever the fuck, illegal immigrants.
Patty, they were talking about extraterrestrials.
Okay, no, this was before you. This was before you even came in here. And I thought he said it again, so no. But earlier, about 15, 20 minutes ago, you, TC, said something about protecting illegals. Why does it not protect illegals? And I said they're not a protected class, period, under civil rights. They're not. They're not. You find it in the goddamn, you find that.
in the Constitution.
I put it at the top, and you show me what the protected classes are when it comes to civil rights. Yeah. What you guys like to do is play with motherfuckers because you think I'm a woman and I don't know how to fucking read.
Dude, we love the shit out of you. What are you talking
about? You guys want to have a nice conversation. But then I gotta act like a fool and pull my dick out so I can act like a man.
They don't know.
You think I can be masculine with you motherfuckers? You guys don't hear shit unless I fucking raise my voice.
That's a fact.
That's a fact for sure.
No, you too royal.
And wrong is wrong. You
Shut
know
up.
that it's right. And you don't want to
See,
respect.
now you about to get dropped, Jamal.
I don't know who brought him back.
Playing with me, Jamal.
If I could just finish.
No, you two, Trent. You men, when we speak, you're gonna listen. You're gonna fucking go with the program. We're practicing supremacy in this room.
That's
You're
a
not
fact.
gonna change the subject until we're ready.
I'm not
You
thinking.
understand? Because when men come in here and have a conversation, y'all want to have a conversation. But when a woman says something, you come up with all kinds of other fucking situations or scenarios. They ain't got shit to do with the subject and then want to change the subject.
I'm not changing. I'm talking about the.
Stay on mute, Trent. So that when we have these, just like Lady had to tell you earlier, we are not going to go there.
Feedback, man. Please.
Guess what? You kept going back, fucking TC. So either you don't respect women, number one, or you just think we're just stupid and disabled and don't know how to do a motherfucking thing. And you want to put us in a certain area where we're able to fucking navigate. And is that area to just sit up here and stay on mute? So you can fucking spread a bunch of bullshit and lies because you don't know shit at this point. And you got the nerve to fucking come after Trent? Bro, you are the dumbest articulate motherfucker in this room. The only reason why these fucking MAGAs follow you around is because you learned a couple words out of the fucking dictionary. You're dumb. I listen to you. You're stupid.
Did you get it out? Do you feel better now?
I jumped into it on this one.
Like, have you purified yourself of? Hold on, Jamal, hold on 1 second.
That's not the
Hold on a second, Jamal.
I agree with her. You are
Jamal, it sounds like you're talking into one of those tires. I can't hear you.
I'm talking to you directly. I think you're a dumb motherfucker on this one.
How many people think I'm dumb? Raise your hand if you think TC's dumb. Great. Guess how much TC cares about what you think about me.
So hey, TC.
It doesn't change the fact. It doesn't change the definition of DEI. It doesn't change the fact that DEI is inherently unfair in practice. I actually pulled the Immigration Reform and Control Act, which actually prohibits employers from discriminating based on citizenship or immigration status. That's a fact.
Okay,
You don't have to take my word for it. You can literally pull it up. Immigration Reform and Control Act prohibits employers from discriminating based on citizenship or immigration status. Now, I can be dumb, but I'm certainly not illiterate, okay, and I can read. And this is right here in front of my face.
Okay.
So what I'm asking you is in practice, 1 second, sir, there's a difference between a prohibition and an affirmative action. A prohibition is what you have in the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Okay, that's a prohibition. You cannot discriminate.
We went to college for
An
this.
affirmative action. Jane, clutch your pearls and hold on for a second, okay?
Pearls, bitch. I got no pearls, and I said bitch on purpose.
Hold that choker down.
That's fine. That is
Clutch your
constitutional.
pearls. You clutch your pearls, girl.
That's constitutional.
Clutch your pearls and tighten your panties.
I 100% can get with prohibition. We're not having a problem with prohibitions on discrimination. I agree with you on that. Where we have a problem is when a policy that's not centralized, coded, or any otherwise have a definitive definition for application purposes says you now take affirmative actions to ensure that X, Y, and Z is executed in your organization. Oh, and by the way, those affirmative actions are not tethered to any type of federal law, statutory, or otherwise. That's where the problem, that's where the inherent unfairness comes in, Patty. I'm not over here caping for white people
So let me
taking
ask you a
advantage of
question.
their
So they make up
privilege
a
for
handbook
decades.
they make up a handbook and just break the law. That's what you're saying? Because I'm kind of
No, what I'm saying is
we
have the Civil Rights Act.
I was mentally, I'm not even there. You know, like right now, my ADHD is acting up, so I'm just hearing a lot of fucking Charlie Brown noise in the background.
You can't blame your ADHD for your intellectual captivity, Patty. You're not going to get away with that.
And I just dropped you to the ground. That was my ADHD acting up again.
That's me, Cloud. Man, that was fun.
You got the nerve to talk about him. And he's held captive by white supremacists. That's the fucking nerve.
You know, so to answer your
You know what? I'm the biracial here. And you a black man from Detroit. What's going on?
Hey, if I could be
That's
honest,
crazy.
I'm sure I can speak for a lot of men, but when a woman goes ham and just start cussing and stuff like that, I think it turned, like, not in a sexual way, but I think most men be like, damn, that shit is kind of sexy. Anthony, Jay.
Don't do that. Daryl, man, don't do that, Daryl. Beg you. I implore you, Daryl. Please don't do that. Nah, yo, Daryl, come on. I'm becoming to you, Daryl. That's beneath you. That's beneath you, bro. It's better than that, Daryl. You ain't got to pander like that, Daryl. You don't have to pander. You ain't got to be in here pandering like that, Daryl. You're better than that, man. Come on, Daryl. Daryl, don't do that, man. Don't do that.
All right. First of all, that man is not paying
pandering. He's a married man. That's number one. And number two, we're just going to keep on moving.
Pandering doesn't mean kicking the first lady. I never accused him of kicking it. I said he's pandering. Completely different concept.
I don't get it. Okay, I think, you know what? I think I need to get my dictionary synced up with you all a little later, because some of your definitions of how y'all, think of things is different. Like that man he's not booty clapping. If that's what he likes, then that's what he likes. But anyway, let's keep it moving. What's the conversation?
Yeah, so what I was going to say, because to answer the question I was asked about the gentleman who just got thrown down to the groove, he suffers possibly from Dunning-Kruger effect. This is a situation where you think you know shit, you think you're an expert at a topic, you don't know really shit about it. And that's what I see constantly. I try personally not to do that, and I know a lot of people do try not to do that. Try not to suffer from this effect. It's fucking hard. Trust me, it's hard. But then there's some people who just don't give a fuck. And they just ramble out the mouth, which is why when he tried to describe what diversity, equity, and inclusion is, and I was saying no, because from the first three words that came out of his mouth, he was already wrong. Okay? Which is why when CEO brought up the whole thing about people who are, let's say, handicapped, for instance, like, how does that work? Okay, because these people, they might need special help, to be able to do their job. They might need a ramp. They might need a special desk. That's all a part of DEI initiatives. You're gonna say that's not warranted neither? This is the bullshit that continues. And it's like, bruh, just fucking learn. Fucking learn a little bit better, because you don't know what the fuck you're saying. And if I can tell from the first three words coming out of your mouth that you don't understand what the fuck you're saying, and I'm not a genius, then I'm pretty sure the people who are actually intelligent in this room, they're looking at you like an asshole.
So Royal, when you say that like ramps and stuff has to do with DEI, you become a victim of the very same thing you accuse TC of doing. All right, that's literally the ADA. That has jack doopy squat to do with DEI. And for you to say that in the midst of how you were trying to assail TC, it's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to say that things like ramps and how they might adjust to desks, might have special chairs for people of certain sizes, various things like that. So you don't have anything to do with DEI.
You on double
Royal, may I just say something to you real quick? I'm trying to be helpful. So you mixed things together. The ramp part is not a part of DEI, that's ADA, but the desk part would be. So you're mostly right, but the ramp specifically would be ADA, it would not be DEA.
I responded to the ramp. I responded to the ramp as he's ripping TC to shreds. And he's talking about ramps being a part of DEI.
These are just examples.
Of course.
These are just examples.
To CEO's point, I think Royal was trying to say that if you hire folks who need those accommodations, if you don't hire them, then you don't have to make the ADA accommodation. But if you do, then it's cart before the horse. But yeah, essentially, they're separate. But if there's companies that are not hiring anybody in wheelchairs, then they don't have to worry about being federally compliant with ADA.
But what if you don't hire a black woman?
We got another contortionist.
Now you got a black woman that's in a wheelchair.
Jamal, what the fuck?
Jamal, stop.
Is that your girl?
Stop
No, let him talk.
It's on your side,
All
Jamal.
right.
It's on your side. This is y'all's
Go ahead, Jamal. Go ahead, Jamal.
Go ahead, make your stupid ass submission.
He's in the Matrix.
Look at that.
Do we accept as a fundamental right in America that everybody should be able to apply for a job and they not be disqualified on the basis of their race?
Sure. It's talking like anything, like race, religion,
Sure. Okay.
creed, sexual, none of that.
And so that applies to both black people and white people equally, yes.
Sure.
And that was around, that law has been around for years, right?
That's the Civil Rights Act, yes, since 1964.
Okay.
Right.
So
let me
it's
ask
been
you a
around for
question.
years, right?
Yes. So by creating an arbitrary requirement for employers to make sure a certain percentage of their workforce are of a specific race, let's just use the example black.
Wait.
And
There's a requirement. Wait.
Yes.
Where is that?
It used to be the case when you had affirmative action.
Okay, so where is it in the affirmative action? Show me. Show me what law, what.
No. I talk about practice, and I spoke about practice a minute ago.
Okay, so
because
why
in practice
there
were lawsuits. There were lawsuits.
See, this is where you disable minority or these protected.
I can give you the case law.
No. So this is where you disable protected classes, right? So what you're saying, this is what you're saying. You're saying that they hire certain people to meet. You're not saying quota. What did you say? This is second
requirements, like certain requirement,
right?
The government
So they're not hiring them based off of,
as you know, utilization.
So they're not hiring them. So you're saying that some of us that are in our positions are only hired based off of a requirement, right?
An internal requirement that's arbitrary and not tethered to any type of. That's not tethered to any type of law. And that's why I mentioned affirmative action. Because what affirmative action allowed colleges to do in practice is to disqualify admissions from students on the basis of their race because they haven't met those requirements for other students.
It doesn't.
That wasn't what the whole Supreme Court case was about.
It's proportional, sir. And just because something is presented as a case doesn't mean that it's factual. You are really stupid. You really are. Like, you come up here and embarrass yourself daily, bro.
Let's just
you
get
got
past
to stop.
all this name calling again.
I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck.
Let's just concede.
So, and DI does not work.
Not the
you don't make the rules for me.
I get it.
I make my own rules.
He literally came on the stage.
That's me. That's how I give it up. Yeah. So yeah, because you're wrong. So that's not how DI. That's not how DI works.
Intellectual conversation.
You're not intellectual. So how can I do that?
I'm not talking to you culturally.
Okay,
I'm talking to Betty.
So you're not gonna talk over me.
Yeah,
you talked a lot. You talked a lot, and it's my turn. So now with my obnoxious ass, that's what I'm about to do. DEI is not what you're saying. It doesn't. There's no arbitrary requirements that people should be hired. That DEI just requires people to have the job available to them. So in places that the job would not be sent out or things like or advertised, that's what DEI. And it's about inclusion. Do you understand what including means? Representation. That's what DEI is. Affirmative action seeks to address past historical injustices. Also does not have any arbitrary requirements of quotas and things like that. You are dumb. And I'm done. And I'm going to keep calling you names. Stop being dumb and I'll stop calling you that.
Stop making up stuff, man. You sound like these people. This is why they're trying to get rid of these programs. Because of these talking points that you have that are not factual at all.
You're not.
You've got to stop it. Because
nothing that was just said
when you're brown like you are, people take. When you're brown and you're articulate, people believe the bullshit. You got black people believing this shit.
I hope so, because that'll get them to think critically, Patty, about
some of the stuff that they're being fed. You're not a critical thinker, though. Not at all.
It's not critical thinking. When I don't accept the narrative and I question this.
Listen to what your talking points and do Google searches on them.
I'm happy to do so. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to accept
white supremacy shit. Because you be on some other shit. And guess what, bro? Nobody's taking you with them. Nobody. And if anybody that's black that's around you and you talk like that, they're not taking you with them either.
I don't know what you're talking about, Patty.
I'm talking about if there ever becomes a time that people have to separate, you would not be taken with the community. And you definitely, and white folks definitely ain't taking you.
Here's the problem with that, though. I'm not going to be the one looking for being the taking.
No,
I'm going to be the one doing the taking.
When it comes to protection, you don't have to be looking because nobody's.
I'm going to be the one doing the taking.
Nobody's going to be looking for you.
In my community, they look for me on a regular basis.
Nobody's taking you with them. What
I don't need to be
that?
taken with anybody because I'm the one doing the taking.
Nobody's
That's the difference.
taking you
The
with them.
purpose.
What are you
I'm
taking?
the one doing the
Your
taking.
fishing poles, your panties,
I'm the one that's taking
and
people
your
with
pearls.
me.
Is that what you're taking?
It's not about me being taken with anybody.
You're
the perspective is different.
You're a wedding planner.
The difference
you hold that much weight in your community.
We don't need.
Nobody needs
to
a nigga to bake a 3-layer cake.
Validation.
Nobody needs that. When the shit go down, we're not going to need you. We'll go to the courthouse.
Community.
You just try to.
I don't need the validation.
You are a big, large black man from a black city.
Whatever you guys want to call me.
It's not calling. It's a description at this point. Yes, a wedding planner. And you think you're important? You think your community is going to look to the local wedding planner for leadership? No, they're not. They're not. Nobody's going to look to the local wedding planner for leadership. What should we do? Let's call the guy who makes cakes and gets reservations in order. They're not going to do that. You do not represent a role of leadership, of manliness in the community. You don't.
Is that lucrative? That's lucrative, isn't it, TC? That's got to be lucrative. If TC.
Did you just learn the word lucrative? Because you said it.
It's funny to me that this guy thinks he knows what I do for a living. He doesn't know that I'm a tech entrepreneur, a successful one.
You're not. Well, okay, what type of tech? What type of tech? And what search do you have? What search do you have? Quickly, what search do you have? What search?
To validate
what search? You just did though.
Like that.
You can't fully validate it because you didn't know that I knew that you needed search. So what search do you have? Tech entrepreneur. What search do you have? Quickly. No, I don't need to look shit up. What search do you have? That'll tell me everything I need to know. None? No certifications as a tech entrepreneur? You're lying, bitch. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying, my girl. You're lying.
Entrepreneur.
You are a Liberty University graduate, and that's it.
Liberty University, is that a real university, bro?
Yeah.
Yes.
Have no college education that are tech entrepreneurs, you dumbass. But you know that
neither.
because you're not in business.
Okay,
and you're not talking about that. You know what you are in? You're in name calling. You're in degradation.
Yes,
that's why nobody respects you.
I am.
You stay in the gutter. That's why you
belong. Degrade your dumb ass. Someone does. There's nobody else to stand up to your bitch ass, and I will. I'm always gonna be here to chop you off, baby. Always, boo. Always. I'm always gonna be here to clip
That's where you belong.
When it's time to get the knees chopped off, it's gonna be me with the guillotine.
Your opinions are not validated by anybody.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
matter. I came here to cook. I came here to cook.
Because
I
you're
came
not
here with a ladle, a fork, and a motherfucking pot, bitch. So I came here to cook you. I don't give a fuck about your opinions. You graduated from Liberty University.
You show up to get
your school is
your contribution to society.
Your school is a sergeant, and you're the biggest clown to your motherfucking speech at the end of the day. You are a clown. You went to an online school, you are a busted bitch, in my opinion. That's what you are.
I want to be a tech entrepreneur when I grow up.
So does the TC.
Like I said, I'm going to say it for one more time. That must be lucrative. He must be making a good sum of money doing that.
He probably
Hey, what's up, Jamal?
I'm just saying, man. I heard weddings are expensive these days.
They probably are, but if day after tomorrow come, you gonna go looking for the nigga who did your wedding?
I'm not
I don't think so.
might be looking for CEO though, because you got
Jamal, one sec. Jamal, one sec, bro. Hold on. I'll patch my fam. Culturally, bro, all I know is, bro, if I was ever considering going to Liberty University, I'm not going now after you just smash that dude. I'm not going.
Liberty. I mean, get your education however you need to get it, but don't come up here being fancy after you get it. Like acting all intellectual and shit. Look.
I'm throwing my application in the trash can. I ain't going to Liberty University. I need to be a real school down. Damn. Man. That's funny. Jamal, you got the mic, bro.
The thing about it is,
she was a lawyer. I've been in many rooms with him, and I always thought he was.
No, he went to school where that Jerry Falwell guy. Jerry Falwell, y'all know who he is.
Mind-boggling.
so Jamal, if you had a case, if you had 10 to 20, would you call TC to get you off?
I couldn't do it.
All right.
That's
all right. So y'all don't even trust each other.
You know why he talked like that though to you culturally, like that? Because you know he went to Liberty University. That's wasn't that the school that got sued, or they've been by the LGBTQ student because they felt like
I don't know.
Yeah, that is.
I thought it was an online school. I know Trump did the eulogy.
Why you guys send me down to the goo and then turn the hand raising off to run away from the fade?
No, I actually invited
you back up.
Let's have a conversation. Let's not do this.
Let's talk over everybody, TC.
We gotta move on, okay?
Let's establish some facts. I did go to Liberty.
Let's let it calm down, TC. If you're gonna stay up here, you're gonna stay on mute.
Well,
we're gonna let somebody else speak, and we're gonna.
You literally allowed everybody to malign my name on the stage while I was in the audience, and I couldn't come up, and that's fairness.
Nigga, who cares?
Like, I did go to Liberty University. I graduated from Liberty University. I'm not a wedding planner. I've never been a wedding planner.
We don't care, TC.
I have wedding planners.
Nobody's trying to date you here.
But I'm not a wedding planner. Okay, I am a venue owner, multiple venues, and I'm a tech entrepreneur. Anybody can look me up.
What did you create? What technical did you create?
I donate regularly to.
We don't care. Why did you sell your philanthropic activities?
And
you should just do that.
I've hosted governors.
I know you don't do it.
I've
hosted governors.
As a matter of fact, one of my venues was actually.
Oh my God! Big Gretch. You hosted Big Gretch.
Stop! Come on! Can we have a stage? Without you?
But when you guys were maligning my name, though, I had to be quiet.
We're done.
And now I'm coming back to defend my name, and now I got to
We're
mute
going to
up.
talk about the subject, okay? What were we just talking about until... I was talking about your university.
Yeah, Liberty University. I graduated. Yeah. Trump spoke at my graduation. I know he did. And they've been like, they've had some... They had some shit.
Cake for that one? Did you do the cake on that one too, TC?
Did I do the cake on that one? No, I didn't do the cake. Do you guys think this is? You guys think this like gets to me? It's funny.
The school has been sued by the LGBT.
You guys understand that this validates the efficacy of my positions in this room, right? You guys understand that?
Okay, so obviously I was talking about your university. I wasn't talking about you. You talking about my school? I don't give a damn. But your school created a culture of fear for LGBTQ students. They had to sue. Y'all got rid of some darn. Found out the guy was gay. Got rid of him. Yeah, they sued.
Oh, God damn.
Then y'all had Jerry Falwell. Everybody know what happened with Jerry Falwell and that photo on that damn boat. He outside.
Sounds like a prestigious university.
Yeah, the discrimination that runs a marathon there.
Rapid. I just went to.
That's probably why he panders. He's been taught well. He's been taught well. Now I'm talking about you, bro.
Was an attorney. I always thought he was an attorney. Now that I know that he is just a wedding planner, that adjusts the level of respect that I have. I had a lot of respect for TC as an attorney at law. I thought he was an at law.
So I joke about the wedding planning thing. He has done well for himself. So, but the thing is, he's not gonna sit up here as a wedding planner trying to fucking make laws that don't exist. Or make up shit. I don't know what he be doing. Sometimes he be talking, I just be listening. I be like, what the fuck is going on with this dude?
He's got a hell of a gift of gab for a wedding planner.
Yes, he does. He could be a scammer. So he probably
I don't know.
I hear him coming. TC sounds scammy. Like when he said this is in effect like this is just. I mean, you sound like a used car salesman. Anybody with any type of information would not be scammed by TC.
Well, he can get some money out of your ass on a wedding.
Not from me.
Not from me. Not with these talking points, because then now I'm gonna have to read everything that he charges me.
Into a dance hall.
But I mean, I could see TC being paid for his antics, because I'm honestly starting to think that all of these black magas are paid. Y'all have the same script, the same cadence, same tone, and y'all say the same things. Like, it's just that I'm effective at it. With who, bro? Like, you arguing against people that's never going to change, and I guess you're not going to change. So I just don't really understand how you feel like you're effective, and if your investors, are happy with the work. Like, have you brought people back to them? Because this isn't working, dog. Omari, why you ain't help your friend?
I can hold my head a little higher now that I know he's a wedding planner. I can thrust my shoulders back a little more. I think.
Ms. Jane, did you want to go back to what you were trying to say earlier, babe, about DEI?
No, I'm good. It's just so many mistakes, so you got them. And I know as a white person, it bothers people that I know a lot about it. It doesn't mean I think I know what it's like to be a minority. For Matt, cool. So I'm good, Patty.
It keeps being brought up in the chat about Quentin. Yes, he did pass last night. So rest in peace to him, and prayers for his family. So, yeah. Everybody remember Quentin. He used to be a DTN. He was battling sickle cell for a while, but I don't know if that's the cause of it. But someone did bring up it had something to do with kidney failure. So I guess they'll find out later on. Somebody's supposed to be doing something on the app for him, and we'll let y'all know when they do decide to do it. So,
Do you know how old he was, Patty?
No, I don't.
TC had a space last night for him.
Who, TC?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's nice. I know last night DTN did a prayer for him.
Right.
On Chatter, yeah.
Alex came in and at least announced that. Mm-hmm. But TC came in here last night and told us that he had passed on around about 9 something. So.
But yeah, maybe I shouldn't have brought that up because everybody wanted to mute. But yeah, I just seen it going on in the chat. Like, did he? Yeah, but I just wanted to address it. So, no questions. Let's see what's going on with breaking news.
Working in the field, unfortunately, you see a lot, right? You see, people who are stricken with fatal conditions, and you know what's going to happen, or you assume what's going to happen, and there's some people, people who say, okay, it's like another day, right? And for me, being in this industry for 13 years, I still have yet, 15 years, excuse me, I still have yet to get used to it. Like, you just can't. It's like, especially when you speak with patients, And when you're getting them set up to go to MSK, which is a cancer hospital, y'all. And it's like, damn, hopefully, most people, they get past it, but the ones who don't, it's like, you know how far they are, and when they go to MSK, it's one of those shake your head moments, like, damn, bruh. You just, it's so hard to fucking get used to, I'm telling you, because speaking with people, again, you don't know everything about them. You haven't seen them most of your life. I might have seen them like 1 or 2 days, or spoke with them for 1 or 2 days. But that 1 or 2 days is like everything, because you know that this person might be next. It's just a fucked up feeling to always feel. So when I hear people who pass away from conditions like Quentin, it's like, goddamn, bruh.
Well, we don't know. I just said he was battling sickle cell, so. And then someone brought up it was so I don't know. We'll find out more later.
Oh, I know. I think that the government should invest in, some type of research into things like cancers and, cell therapy, things like that. I think we should do that.
They do.
Oh, they do? Oh, okay.
That's the money. Remember when they were talking about
I'm kidding.
they were talking about suspending federal funds from Harvard and.
No, I'm kidding, Patty. I'm talking about the fact that it was pulled away.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I know, bad joke.
Okay, so in the news, Trump threatens to cut off aid to Nigeria, possible military action over claims of killing Christians. So it says President Trump said he has instructed the Pentagon to prepare for possible action in Nigeria, saying the U.S. could go into a guns-a-blazing halt aid if the government there continues to allow the killing of Christians. And this is a quote, if the Nigerian government continues to allow killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns a-blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I'm going to go ahead and play this clip. It's only 1 minute and 42 seconds. Make sure I'm on music mode still, because it's a new run.
1 second, they're a neighbor you like. The next, they're a neighbor you trust. 1 second, you're worried about your home. And then, thanks to ADT, there's a lot less to worry about. Feel secure enough to let others in with Trusted Neighbor from ADT.
Hi there, welcome in. Thank you so much for streaming with us this weekend. I'm Morgan Warwood, and welcome to ABC News Live Weekend. Let's take a look at your top headlines. Authorities in Pennsylvania say they've identified the killer of a 9-year-old girl after more than 60 years. The Bucks County District Attorney says Carol Ann Doherty was on her way to the library when she was raped and murdered in a church. A grand jury investigation has now identified Carol Ann's killer as William Schrader. Schrader died in 2002, but he is now definitively linked to the murder through the combination of decades-old evidence and recent investigative developments, that's according to authorities. Scientists have found dozens of new species at the bottom of the Southern Ocean. The Nippon Foundation Necton Ocean Census says a team of marine biologists collected nearly 2,000 species across 14 animal groups, discovering 30 new species. Among the never-before-seen marine life they found is a carnivorous death ball sponge and a new species of armored and iridescent scale worms. And they wrote the letter more than 100 years ago. Now we can read the message in a bottle from 2 Australian soldiers during World War I. The men were a few days into their voyage to France when they dropped the bottle off a ship on August 15, 1916. A family says they found it this month while they were cleaning up their local beach in Australia. They say it reads a part, may the finder be as well as we are at present. The granddaughter of one of the soldiers says it feels like her grandfather is reaching out from the grave.
Yeah. That was not the Trump.
The healthcare wreckage that the Republicans caused, and then deal with the honor by Congress and the White House.
Okay, sorry, y'all. Yeah, he's talking about going into Nigeria and cutting off aid and then going into Nigeria.
Did he talk about going into China when they were killing Muslims? No. I asked the question last night, and Patty, you're the best person to answer this. How much support are we going to get from other foreign nations for this military action?
In Nigeria?
Yeah, Nigeria.
Probably not much because Europe is trying to work with Nigeria on their oil dependency from Russia. So I don't know. Yeah. I mean, UK always jumps in and helps. I mean, these countries be helping. I don't know how much. I don't know what it's gonna look like.
You talking about the Nigeria situation, Patty?
Yeah.
They're trying to get that oil.
And what he said they killing Christians.
Oh man, come on. Since when we give a damn about anything that didn't actually financially enrich us?
Yeah.
They're killing Christians all over the damn world. But he chose Nigeria of all places. Come on now.
I mean, it's an African shithole country, according to Trump.
He's going after places who do not have any nuclear weapons. And apparently, like the Wagner Group but they be pillaging off of Nigeria themselves, like the mercenary group. So yeah. I mean, I don't know where the Wagner Group, are they based out of Russia? I don't know where they come from. I don't know.
They're from Russia. It's Wagner.
Okay.
But Wagner dead, so they're just a terrorist group now.
That's the guy that got killed by Putin. Had the guy shot, his plane shot down, right? That dude?
He went into hiding, yeah.
Okay,
he went into hiding with a group out.
Okay, we're talking about the same group. Yeah. So I know, I think he goes out, I mean, like, even with Venezuela, I mean, people who can't really defend themselves, I mean, that's what he's going to go after, right? I mean, it makes sense. What can Venezuela do but appeal to the international community that ain't going to do shit? Huh?
Venezuela can defend themselves.
Come on, Patty. They're going to get their ass mopped.
Check this out. People be talking about how small Iraq is, Afghanistan is. We can never stabilize that country. We may have won the war, but we couldn't stabilize it.
I mean, I think
it's so small.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I guess
all those people in Russia.
I'm off the fact that on how Maduro was just trying to appeal to the American people, telling them, "Hey, please, this is fake. This is not what's going on." And then the Colombian president tried to jump in and say this is about the 36, however many billions of oil reserves that Venezuela has. So it was really more along those lines. I don't think Venezuela really want that smoke.
I hope they don't.
With their million-plus militia, with a bunch of old people with pitchforks. No.
Yeah, but you know what? There was an old man that shot a famous pilot in Russia out the sky. An old farmer.
What's good, G.A.?
y'all want to talk about the title, Project 2025, White Identity?
What's good, Daryl?
Of course. We can talk about that.
Hey, I was just about to tell you guys, have you guys seen, there's a Belchi over this weekend made, showed, it's actually the Project 2025 shutdown, and he lists everything from Project 2025 that's in this particular bill, especially the cutting and the revamping of SNAP, and that was everything, it took everything out of Project 2025. So we're living in a Project 2025 world right now.
But then you got these people that was on stage, like Anthony and Omari and TC, that was trying to say no. That's not it.
Well, we don't listen to those people. Them
We don't listen to you either, ML, so don't worry.
We know them folks what they're about. We know them folks what they're about.
Well, that's
you
cool.
know, the cool documentaries.
What's your point?
Omari.
What's your point? You don't listen to me, I'm listening to you. What's your point?
Omari, it's not about I don't listen to you. It's the fact that you guys always feel, you guys try to double down on stupid shit. And you guys know, you guys are playing a game where your black ass will lose in the end. But anyway, go ahead, play that game.
How about the game is, how about you tell me what page of Project 25, what you said is, what page that on? And we can look it up.
I gave you examples.
It's a PDF.
Civil rights.
Omari,
Getting rid
it's
of
a
the
PDF.
Civil Rights Office and Board of Education, Department of Education.
No, I'm trying to address what ML came on the stage.
Omari,
Yeah,
it's a
I'm trying to get on
PDF.
with that.
You could simply go into it and not Google, but search SNAP benefits. You could simply go and search welfare programs, whatnot.
Okay, let me do that real quick. I'll be right back, okay?
You don't even have to do that. So if you go to the actual website, right? There is something over there that has a PDF where you can actually click that PDF. That PDF is actually broken down into each specific area. Like it has transportation, you can actually go into that PDF.
I've never read it a party.
That's how you know these people really. There's the mandates are there.
There's no anything about it.
It actually on the right hand side if it's been achieved or if they put it on. Shit, like what's going on here?
I don't think he's ever read it, man.
You can't talk 2025 if you don't know the simple basics. Just because I can say I can understand where you didn't read it, right? Or didn't even listen to it on YouTube because they got it on YouTube, and all you gotta do is play it in your car every now and then. That's what I did the whole time. It took me about 40 days, about 2 months to listen to it. But I listened to it when I was in my car. I listened to it when I was taking a shower. There's a whole readout on YouTube of Project 2025. I know a lot of people that
also got the original, but so when it first came out, Project 2025, there was the original version. I don't know what version y'all talking about, so I just want to take a look at what Krishanda, because I know ML, I don't know if you remember Krishanda Torres. She had sent the Project 20 a long time ago last year, so let me just take a look at it. Y'all finish our conversation.
So what changes have been made to Project?
So Matt Cool, can you tell me what page that on? With the SNAP benefits that we're going to shut the government down purposely and then take away SNAPs. Can you tell me what page that on, Matt Cool?
It didn't say they were going to shut it down purposely. It said they were taking away SNAP benefits.
You said Matt Cool. You talking about MC Mari?
Yeah, so
why are you asking Matt Cool? Because he a man?
No, because he said he's reading
okay,
it now.
so why don't you ask one of us on the table to talk? Because Matt ain't bringing his ass up here.
So I asked you.
Why you don't ask somebody on stage so we can find it for you? Since you don't know how to research, because it's obvious you don't know how to.
I did ask ML, but
hey, Omar, you know what I'm doing? I'm going on a nice leisurely stroll around the park right now. You think I got time?
I got at 6 a.m. I was up at 6 a.m. every day.
You know what? I already worked out at 5 a.m. in the morning, and this is my afternoon walk, enjoying the weather. Bro, come on now.
That's beautiful.
So thank you, Janetta. Pages 299, 300 mandate for which you discuss proposal to restrict access food assessing via SNAP by imposing additional work requirements and reevaluating the Thrifty Food Plan, which is underlying the benefit amount. We know that already. Like, so taking it away, and the way that it's being stated is dangerous and could be construed as like he's trying to hurt.
So let me break it down for you. Because we already broke it down before. If you look at the requirements, right, on how they're allowing you to maintain SNAP, they're going to take away the subsidies for childcare if you make over $9.83 an hour. This is just one woman and one child. Add another child, that's an additional $5,000 a year. So when we broke it down, it was $9.83 an hour. If you make over $9.83 an hour, that additional subsidy that helps you with daycare so that you can fucking work and feed your goddamn family is gonna be taken away. So what the fuck is somebody gonna do with $9.83 an hour for daycare if they ain't got nobody to watch their child? Or the after-school programs?
Remember, they're not about solutions.
Right. You know what? Even on a cheap end, I pay $5 a freaking week. That's on the cheap end. For my daughter to go to freaking the youth center. $60. $60 goddamn dollars. What? How much is $9.83 an hour for $9.83 an hour working?
It's about $10,000 a year.
Yeah, and this is 40 hours a month. You can't make over $9.83 an hour for 40 hours a month. I ain't talking about a week. I'm struggling making $9.83 a week. Imagine you only can make $9.83 an hour for 40 hours a month.
Yeah, Omar and them, they live their lives and they think that everybody out there. And the thing about, I could see you being this against white people because white people have a golden fucking ticket in this country. But going back in the history of what has happened to black people, and the fact that they continue to marginalize us, can continue to over-police us, over-prosecute us, and do all this shit. And then the way you guys come out, black people, is like, no, the playing field, America has equity, and you guys have the same means and same everything, like Anthony said, to make it in this country. And you guys know that is not true. Because you all need to read J.D. Vance's book. And J.D. Vance's book, Hillbilly Eulogy, he talked the plight of poor, white, trash, and how the cyclical nature of their survival, why decade after decade, the family stays in poverty. And that's why he hates that side of his family now. That's why he changed his name a couple of times, separate from his dad, which was a deadbeat. But the point here being is that you guys treat black people like that. You guys really do hate yourselves. And you all hate black people, saying that black people are in this because of their own making. And there's no external factors contributing to the black people. That's how you guys think. And it's wild.
Sounds like you switched the subject. You were just talking about people in general, but now you went to black people, and now was that what we call it?
That's how you view black people, Omari.
I haven't used the word black in this whole conversation.
Omari, we're not talking about
that's within our community. You and you MAGA adjacent black people. Does he need to say that?
I don't think there's.
Are these self-hating black people?
That's not
y'all self-hating niggas.
But y'all can say it. It doesn't make it true. Say, bro, you have the right to say anything.
Okay, black people. We do know that your rhetoric is around the hate of your skin.
He hate black people. I'm already made that conclusion. I've known Amari for years. Amari will tolerate us because, there's some uppity Negroes like me. They've actually made something of themselves. But all black people, he look at them with disdain.
I'd rather hang out with poor black people than uppity black neighborhood. But you're an uppity neighborhood,
Omari. You're an uppity neighborhood. Omari, every picture you posted on the site is with you with a bunch of white people. I've never seen you post a picture of you and another black person. And tell me I'm lying.
I got pictures of black people in my phone.
No.
You want me to
tell me I'm lying. Every picture you posted is you and a bunch of white people. Omari, I've known you for what, 5 years now? Not known you, but
so this is where you're wrong. This is where touching a lot. So there's a picture that took of me. There's a picture that I had for a long time where they put like a white face on me. They said my ears look funny. Guess what? I was around a bunch of black people. I was at the front.
They put a white face on you because of what you speak.
Exactly. Why are you up in there for those black people? You know?
Time out. So I just proved them wrong. You didn't have to defend them.
No, you didn't prove it wrong. You said one picture. And Omari,
that was my picture forever.
Every picture Omari used to post. Say, okay, you know what Omari is really excited? Hold on. Do you know when Omari gets really excited? Start talking about white women, and Omari tell you how many white women he's dated, and he starts posting pictures of all the white women he's dated. This guy is so hilarious. I'm saying this guy was so gleeful.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Yes, Omari, I'm lying.
I never have.
Omari, how do I know that? You posted it. You posted the pictures.
Those are people from events of so what you're doing
exactly. You were showing us how fine they are. You know what you said? You said these are the honeys that are swarming all over me, and you kept on posting pictures of you and white women. Oh, why you gotta lie, bro? Come on, it's Sunday.
So if the conversation,
it's freaking Sunday. It's the day of the Lord, and you're lying like that. That is wild.
So there you go. I believe in the Sabbath.
Hey, Omari, you like to snowboard? Okay, he likes snowboarding, bro.
Come on, Omari. No,
listen.
He doesn't like snowboarding. He actually had some good-looking women in there, but he was bragging on the fact that these are all the honeys that swarm all over here.
Wait. So can I defend myself? So what you see is.
Can you lie? Yes, go.
No, what you have is
No, can you lie? Yes, go ahead.
People will say, oh, you know what? All white people that are Republican backers don't rock with you. They hate you. They discuss you. And then I will show I can show where we're just having a bunch of black people chilling. Like I'm with, all kind of black people. We're chilling with white people who are Trump supporters. They're not even caring about our race. What we're talking about is mainly, regular topics about how you think Trump is doing. Can he do better? How can we support the administration better? Like, do they have enough people who are America first in their cabinet? You guys are doing this, not us. And I try to prove that. Like I told you, there was a time where they said, "Hey, if you're gonna come into town, you can stay on my couch. You don't have. You can stay in my extra bedroom." Like they treat us with respect and kindness.
So why do you sit, Omari? Why do you sit in Lisa's room or in this room?
Because the Trump era is over now. We did what we had to do.
So why do you sit in our? So why don't you fill their room up? Because their room usually has like 20 people.
I don't think Clubhouse has any more rooms.
All of them should. Yeah, they do have rooms.
I mean, every time like I said, Matt Cool can speak to that. When I go into they're not talking about politics. It seems to be talking. While this is in the stage, I don't hear conversations about really politics anymore.
They still have rooms. So why don't you go to the room?
Because this is the only
goes over there. He literally goes over there and kumbaya with them, and then he comes over here and then he talks.
See, even Matt Cool's like, what y'all talking about?
Because listen, literally, ETC and Anthony literally have rooms so they can strategize, or literally.
No, we don't. I have not met with
you guys were in a room there a couple of weeks ago, and you guys were in a room together, and your room was private. Why you gotta lie like that, bro? God dang,
bro! I put that on my life. I've never been in a room alone with TC and Anthony, Mike P. or Notorious. We don't have.
No, don't add Mike P. and I was very specific. UTC and Anthony. So don't ask other people to justify your lie.
I don't know where they're at right now. You don't have to say anything, but someone can just.
But you guys will not. All of them will Neither the fruit or the knife. They're gonna be like, no, we're never in a room together. Strategizing.
We were never in a private room together, and I don't have a reason to lie.
Yeah.
You
lie all the time, Omari. What are you talking about?
I got an idea for you, Omari, and we'll make the space for you. Why don't you open your room and you give us the time that you open your room, and we'll close our room so you can have your room.
That's fair.
And that way you and your homeboys can freaking have a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I mean, we like I said, I haven't yet had a chance to ML's point.
You did this for the Black Men's Wellness. Why don't y'all have a room anywhere on Sundays between 3 and 5 o'clock? Because when Lisa opened her room, obviously it's going to open. So why don't you have a room starting next Sunday between, what's a good time so we can rest, lady? And,
that's the thing. I have to, the one thing is very hard.
What's going on? That we can close the room next week, Sunday, so he can open his room. I ain't going in there, but just so he can freaking have his room, and there's no politics left on, because he said this only room really with politics going on, even though I see it all over the freaking waiting room still open, 40 acres in a mule. They sound like you.
But those are like clickbait titles.
Necessary.
Those are clickbait titles. They're not really talking.
Our title is clickbait. What's going on?
Yeah, but the conversation. See, the thing is what Patty at first. Like, the thing is the conversations are not fruitful. And so, why would I go in a room where if I go in there, sit in there, and listen, and the conversations
I don't like hanging around with those.
Okay, well then that's why I said create a fruitful conversation, room that's full of fruitful conversation with you and your MAGA buddies, and have it led by Black MAGA. You, freaking TC, and Anthony. You three have your room.
Forget Manfinity.
Yeah, Manfinity.
Mike called me a lame broad in my back channel.
Oh yeah, Mike too. All of those MAGAs that's supposed to be so intelligent, and what we'll do is you give us that time that you got. What's a good time that we can rest and we can go like take care of business without having to be on mute and depending on other minds? What do you think, lady?
You just said you're not going to go in there, but so why would I do that if you don't plan to participate?
Because I'm trying to rest when y'all do that. Because we be this lady, you know, we sleeping half the time in this room, or we be outside. She be at the mall. She be doing shit at work. I be freaking with my friends, and they be laughing at y'all. I be freaking working half the time. Have to come off mute, come on mute, like. Why don't you go ahead and do that so we can rest on Sunday? You think 3 o'clock is a good time? That's what time the men had their room that just fell apart.
I'll see what I can do.
Damn, you throwing out. Girl, you is carrying the palm tree around the day. The shade is real. I'm loving it. Yeah, you know.
That's something I understand. I understand where Patty's coming from.
But they won't be able to do that until after football season, Patty. So, because Sundays is men football day. So.
Yeah, but if they serious about their politics.
They are. They serious about it enough to come in, argue with us, go on mute for a couple hours, come back, fight again, go eat, come back, fight again. Where's the lie? Gemini, where's the lie?
They even have shifts.
Yeah, y'all can have shifts. That's what we do. Well, we don't really have shifts. We just wait, and then sometimes we might hear y'all yelling when we're doing something, and then we'll come off mic. So go ahead, play in that room. Y'all can have shifts. Y'all can talk about football for all I care. 3 to 5. Have your MAGA, Black MAGA. Make a whole house called Black MAGA and see how and get Matt Cool and all them to support y'all. Because they damn sure come up in here to be trying to support.
Phone a friend and the go.
Can I ask you a question, Patty? Is it annoying that do you feel like we're annoying? I mean, is there something that?
No, I just want to see. I want to see y'all do something successful.
Well, for me, I would say I don't think it's productive if you're constantly coming in to argue a point. you've already determined that what you believe is facts. So whatever I say, you're going to see it as alternative facts. Just like when you speak, I hear alternative facts. I hear you taking the truth and finding a way to twist it. So you won't allow for the piercing to pierce. I have planted enough seeds, and it doesn't seem to be growing. Well, I won't say that. I won't say that because I've definitely seen changes, and I appreciate it. I've seen changes from you as well as from Anthony, and sometimes when TC, but not all the time.
TC got to be right.
TC got to be what?
He got to be right. Just like when we were talking about white supremacy, not white supremacy, white nationalism versus black nationalism. Mm. And then him and freaking Omari turned it into black supremacy, which has
that was Anthony. That was Anthony turned it into
See, y'all can put me in everything. See?
And then TC started talking about DEI, and then you bring up quotas and just all kinds of shit that was like, it's like y'all just go into this, like you're going straight, then you make a left. You're talking points this way, and then as soon as somebody freaking try to debunk your talking points, you make a left. And then when somebody debunks that talking point, when you made that left, you go straight up again with a new talking point. Then you go right. It's like a whole zigzag where you could just go straight. Just understand what's being said, and if you want a new talking point, then we go to the next talking point. But
and it's never a yes or no first. It's, well, let me explain. No. Yeah. How do you gotta explain? It's yes or no. And a lot of these questions, you can't do that on, if you were in court and the lawyer asks you a yes or no question, you have to answer yes or no. They have to propose it in a certain way that would allow you to expand. And a lot of times we purposely ask you questions so that it can be a yes or no, and you refuse to do that, which causes frustration because you're not being honest with the conversation.
That part.
Because if you can't say yes to it when you know it's a yes, but you just want to explain, it's because of the fact that you've done some kind of crazy math to get your answer.
I would just love to see this segregation. I would love to see it. Black MAGA rooms. I would love to see that because it gives me the autonomy to only hear them when I choose to, like television stations. When I want to watch football, I turn on. When I want to watch college football, I turn on the College Football Network. On soccer, I turn on soccer. I would love to see the segregation. They would have their own space. So when I want to hear them, I could go to their space, hear them, and turn them off. But it's almost like a cancer. They've infected every space. It's like we need a vaccine to put them in one segment so they could stay there. I really would love that.
A vaccine?
I'm here a professional, but
Omari, the reason I have a problem with black
talk about segregation.
I have more of a problem with black MAGA than I do with white MAGA. And you know why? Because I don't understand, but I know with white folks, I know, and this is just, like I keep telling y'all, read Psychology Today, read these psychology magazines. When it comes to white people, a lot of them feel like they may have lost their place in America, right? So I kind of get it where they're like, shit, bring back.
They're snowflakes. They're crying.
Right, it's like there's 3 black people that work with me now in a sea of 50. This ain't right. Ain't nobody hosing them. Ain't nobody sicking dogs on them. They can get jobs now.
Why are they still mad? Why are they still so mad?
Right.
You know, there's no more DEI. There's no more DEI. There's no more affirmative action. You know, why are they still so mad? I don't get it. It's not like the percentage has increased so much. Like you said, Patty, my whole career, my whole life working in a predominantly white world, it was always like, man, how can we bring in more black people? Because if I could get in there, why can't more black people get in here? And you realize they have a quota system. They don't tell you about it, but there's only so few many Negroes they could let in. So they always had a quota system, and that's what they're gonna reinstitute a more severe quota system.
No,
you know the white folks have a quota system.
He's not talking in positivity. He's talking in negativity. What he's saying is,
it's like we could only afford one black
person work here because there's too many Negroes that's actually educated. Too many Negroes that's educated. There's too many that know how to read books outside of the fucking Bible. There's too many of y'all that know how to comment. There's too many of y'all off the plantation and freaking getting your children are educated. Not only the parent, the child is educated. It's just too many of y'all Negroes. That's why he's with quotas, Omari.
I get that.
Hold on, you were an officer in the military, right?
Yeah, I was in the Air Force.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I'm gonna brag every time.
Man,
every time. But he earned that.
He did. I love it.
The bragging where he said he does every time.
Nah,
he has it.
All respect. No. I mean it like that. I know what he's talking about.
I've been listening to y'all for a while. Even when I'm not in the room, I'll pull a burner up sometime and just listen to whatever the fuck I'm doing. And I think what I'm hearing is MAGA fatigue, right? Like when you're on the stage, you don't hear it the same way as when you're just listening to the overall conversation because you're involved, so you can't be objective, right?
Right.
I do think that they come in. There's a self-imposed coon quota that they're fulfilling on their own behalf because MAGA don't give a fuck about them, right? And while they're doing that, they like to come in here and try to spread the rhetoric. But what I think is what I know honestly is they don't come here to have a legitimate conversation and build on any level, right? They come in here to devalue whatever movement that you're pushing or whatever intelligence you're disseminating, right? So when you see that happen, right, that's the portion that I have a problem with. Like if they were legitimately coming in and having conversations that were rooted in truth, okay, shit, that makes sense. You know, if you ever heard a MAGA say that, give me $1 motherfucking $1 million and I'll be on my way. But they're not doing that, right? They're coming in, even if you corner them with facts, they'll spin, redirect, and then ask a question about Biden or some stupid shit. And then off we go to a whole nother la-la land down a rabbit hole. So I think that's what the frustration is with y'all, because I know the intelligence of the mods in this room and overall audience that involves themselves in both rooms, honestly, which is why I like to be here. But I think they're playing on your top, to put it simply, and they don't give a fuck, to put it simply. And that's why you can't have a true conversation, and that's why you have the fatigue.
Right now, I agree with you.
Derail, deflect, and that's all. Add nuance where they feel like every response they have to add an exception or they have to explain it away. But the manner in which they're explaining it away, all the yes or no answer is to say that, hey, I know this is saying it, but it's not really what it is because this is that. It's like, and then you're like, you're actually making no fucking sense, but you're trying to explain away something that shouldn't be explained away. It should just be a yes or no. And Omari, that's what you guys do, especially TC. TC is the boss of TC and Anthony is the boss of this. And lately, Omari, I don't know if you guys go to the same school, but you guys, all you guys use the same debate tactics. That doesn't work in a real formalized debate environment, but it's like the debate, you guys on a debate bro stage. And you guys try to put all those fallacies out your asses and thinking that people on the stage are fucking idiots. And that's one that really begrudges me all the time, is that you guys really think you guys are the smartest world, and you guys are fucking not. It just blows my fucking mind. I realize all of them like, how could they be that fucking idiotic? Or they think that we're that stupid. Try to play in our face like that. And that's what you guys do all the fucking time.
But Emil, my point to that is this. Wouldn't it be conducive if they if they are convinced that they're the smartest people in the room, would it make sense that they all go into a room by themselves? See, I believe that if they believe that they have it all right and Democrats have it all wrong, or people that aren't Black MAGA have it all wrong across the board, wouldn't you think that they would all go into a think tank and enjoy the spoils of all of their collective mental genius together? But my point, Gemini's laughing, because this is what I think it would prove. And I would love that to be the case. So we can have intelligent conversations about things that we care about without that interruption. But here's what I believe wholeheartedly, and I'll say this really quietly because I don't want them to hear. I don't think they even like each other. I don't even think they like each other. Truth be told, I don't think Black MAGA exist without liberals, Democrats, centrists, independents. They don't even exist because they would have zero to do because they don't like each other enough to spend time with each other. I think they would have nothing to do. Zero to do.
It was just that. You felt better?
But I would love, Amari, I didn't interrupt you the whole time, bro.
I just wanted to feel better.
No one is talking to you, bro.
Let me pull out my notebook so you
No one is talking to you.
Omari, what you doing now is disrupting.
Can you show some impulsive control, bro? Okay, go on mute.
Take notes in silent, Omari. Thanks.
I really would absolutely love. I would even facilitate them having their own space and room in the house just to prove that theory. I would love it because I would think if I think that me and my people are all right, that's what think tanks are. Think tanks are people that believe that they have an upper hand on everything and they go off to themselves and develop strategies among that thought process. That's what think tanks are. You would think that they would do that, but that's not what I see. Am I the only person that's missing that?
I'll wait to respond to later. I want to hear from Omari, please, not the other.
Yeah, GA, Gemini, ML, I get it, right? You may have fatigue. Why? Because we had beaten you to a pulp, literally. You have been destroyed. Your lives have been crushed, as they should be, and therefore you want that 100% propaganda. When they say, the news, when they say your daily programming, that's what you want. You want to program everyone. And we come and we deprogram people. So I get why you're angry. I get why you're crying. And you're doing your little body and whisper. I'm saying, yeah, everybody, I'd love to see this happening. Well, that's fine. I also want to, be a millionaire like you. I want to do all these great things that all you guys are. I want to be the smartest. I come here to learn. Actually, I don't come here to argue. I come here to learn.
Omari? Okay.
Hold on. I didn't cut you off. I come here to learn.
I'm just interjecting right quick. I'm just making sure you say what you.
Yeah, I come here to learn, and then I try. If I hear something, it could just be a little thing. It could be just a mustard seed of some incorrect information. But what I hear is that y'all want to go ahead and spread even your own leftist misinformation, even if it's wrong. You don't want to be corrected, and when you get corrected, you get in your little feelings. All right,
I hear that, Amari. I think you have.
Let him land this record playing, please. Listen, let him do this bullshit uninterrupted.
He's more.
I'm in my guitar playing 400 million worth, right? And I just landed on your little Burbank Airport.
Okay, you landed there. That's all I need to know tonight. Because one thing I've noticed is when I'm a factual person, right? And if I'm inaccurate on the facts, I don't have a problem with saying that, right? But for the most part, I don't speak and I don't know. I'll wait and research and then speak. with that being said, I don't hear that on your side of the fence. You guys are the key components to spreading misinformation in this room. And when that misinformation is highlighted and we give you the facts and we read you the facts, you say they're out of context or whatever, then you spin, but you never ever acknowledge that everything you just said and provided substantial facts that you can easily have found yourself and chose not to because it goes against the rhetoric that you like to spread. And that is the MAGA foundation, right? Just being a Black MAGA by itself, right, is already, it's a contradiction, right? Like if you really read or listened, however you digested Project 2025, and you went to the DEI portion and you seen that they have the whole awakening. Are you familiar? Let me ask you this before I even start down this path. Are you familiar with the awakening inside of the Project 2025? Because it's a key theme that they keep going back over and alluding to. Are you familiar with that, Omar?
Talking about it, sir.
Then you're not familiar with 2025 at all. That's a key component. It's the Great Awakening. Then there's different segments of that awakening, right? The woke culture warrior portion is what relates to the DEI portion, right? But there's other awakenings inside of 2025. That's why I can have the conversation with you. Like, you're not even well versed on your subject matter, and then you have an opinion on it. And then you make moves based on that opinion that's already ill-fated because it's not founded in truth, right? So when they talked about the DEI portion, they talked about being woke, right? Woke culture warriors, meaning they want to reinstate white culture. Like what Patty was alluding to earlier was 1,000% accurate. They feel, for whatever reason, displaced, disenfranchised. The minorities are taking over. We need to get them out. We need to reinstate white systemic power, right? That's what systemic racism is based on, right? It's them controlling the overall structure, right? So as a Black man, Black MAGA at that, if you were to have read, which obviously you didn't, but if you were to have read Project 2025, you started understanding what the awakening is, how could you align yourself with somebody that is trying to be culturally awoke, a culture warrior, and it's not your culture? It ain't for you, nigga. How the fuck could you align with that? That just shows the hypocrisy and the idiots that, and unfortunately the articulate idiots, because that's the dangerous portion, right? That's where TC got me initially. You know, he's so articulate that you think he's intelligent till you listen and realize he's an idiot. I've never met an articulate idiot before him. I didn't even know that term existed, but now it does because I've met one, right? And that's where it gets dangerous. It's not rooted in fucking truth. And I don't want to grandstand, so I'll go on.
So I never once came on here and talked about Project 2025, but I'm more than welcome to learn, like I mentioned.
Nobody never said you did.
Well, he said he can't have a conversation with me about Project 2025 when I never actually tried to have a conversation with him.
No, he said
you have the book. You said you bought the whole book. You said you bought the book. I listened.
I have the book, but look.
So then when you meet, dude, how can you say you have the book and say you don't know about it? What the fuck?
Because you must have a different version that talks about this replacement of minorities.
You saw that? I'm trying to figure out that you have a different version, and we all know there's only one version, but he's telling you yours can't be the same as mine. So what you're saying, it's not in mine. The fact that he's never read his, but he's going to tell you.
I posted all the chapters in the 420 chat. I mean, so I want to know, can you show me on your version where you have that replacement theory? What chapter is it? That's what you're talking about facts, right? You have a chance to prove that you're right now to everybody in this room, Gemini. So do it.
I was talking to somebody. Say that last point again. I was talking to somebody.
So you have a chance right now to point to this awakening theory and to the fact that they're going to replace people, white people, in Project 2025. Show us exactly where that's at. I want to learn.
Okay, this is where it gets really interesting, right? If you have the book, why do you want me to read it for you? If you go to the DEI section, you can see them start to reference the woke culture warriors. And if you don't want to, yeah, hold on. Let me get there. Hold on. Let me finish. And if you want to take it a step further, you can just Google the woke culture warrior portion of the Project 2025, and it'll pull it up for you. I mean, like,
okay, hold on.
I'm not going to spoon feed you and wipe your mouth, though, bro. Like, what we doing?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't need to do all that. I just said you know the information since you are the subject matter expert of Project 2025. I thought you.
See, I don't misrepresent myself. Did anybody hear me say I was a subject matter expert? Did y'all hear me say that?
Maybe. Well, clearly you're not now. But let me find out some more information and get back to you. Like a proud boy, stand back and stand by.
See, the fact that
you just
align
want to
yourself
win.
with
You want to win, and you want to win for the wrong team. You just want to win an argument. A proud boy.
Keyword boy.
My God.
If I was to start a space and start a foundation to pay Black MAGA to mod their own room, I wonder could I get them to go? If I was to put money into it. Would y'all do that?
If it's about winning, then they'll be there.
I'm just saying, just a space for them. Just a space for them.
That's what I'm saying. If it's about winning, then they'll be there. They'll be there for about 5 or 10 minutes. They'll go. They might go up to 30, but after 45 minutes to an hour, they're done.
But they
talk about everything they need to talk about.
It'll just be them. I'm actually considering constructing something where I can pay the Anthonys and the TCs and my good friend Mike P to go, and Matt Cool and some of the others for your own space to discuss all of your own topics and pay you just to stay there and have that conversation and build out that space. I'm sure there's other people, Clubhouse, that would appreciate that conversation. I wonder would they do it for money?
They won't do it.
Because it's the bleed over. They feel they could come into our spaces and convince liberals.
And we don't need your money.
Black folks. Hold on, because you get paid. Okay, shut up, Omar. And they're trying to convince people that they should vote against their own interests. Get off the Democratic plantation, so you could be as successful as I am. When majority of successful Black people I know, a majority, like 90-something% are freaking Democrats. I don't know, and I live in a place where there's a lot of successful Black people. I live around a lot of successful Black people. And their mofos are all Democrat. It's like a cesspit. When we talk, it's all Democrat. Not one of them are conservative.
So what you say?
But apparently, Omari thinks that the smart, successful Black people are all conservative, and I don't know where they get that talking point from.
So what you're saying, Jim, man?
I never said that. You made another lie. We just caught you on another lie. This is the third
lie. That's what you said, Billy.
We said something about projects that we know everything about Project 2025, and then now you just got caught in the lie saying that Omari said all conservatives are successful. I've never said those.
You
things.
said that.
So you just got caught in the lie. This is what you don't like.
You said.
Then you said me, Anthony.
Hold on, Omari. Omari, you said one time it was you said. No, hold on. Hold on, Omari, you were in a room where you had SAG, and I can't remember who the Black guy was on stage with y'all. And you guys says that, look at you guys are independent, you guys don't have reach for a handout, that all successful conservatives on your side are successful people. All of a sudden, I know in my neighborhood.
2021, 2022?
Yes, that's
what are you talking about?
I remember that shit.
3 years back.
I remember exactly. It's still you saying
that. I don't remember.
It's you saying that.
For 3 years.
Because why do you think I would forget?
You know I'm not going to remember. You know I'm not going to remember.
Why do you think I would forget?
You call me propaganda?
Like, this is you bring up something. Omari, we go back that far.
Hold on, this is what Omari talked about.
Omari, you like TC.
You can bring up a point that no one can ever dispute. Omari,
you could go. Omari, you like TC. You were like, if you don't have a tape of me saying it, I never said it. Bro, you did.
Okay, so you know what, ML? We can play this game. ML, I remember when you said you were once conservative in a room. And that you would support, and I remember you said you would support more Trump supporters.
No, I never said Trump supporters. I said when I was
you would support Trump supporters if they weren't as racist. So you would do that. So there you go. You know, Moose used to come in our rooms too. River, all of them, they used to all be. And when we call them out,
you see how easy I claim that?
You see how easy I claim that? What they say is they're studying us. They're studying us. When we start
the difference between me and you,
we're just
I can acquiesce.
Omari, you were trying to be one of us.
Who, me?
All y'all were trying to be one of us. So stop the game. Y'all were trying to be MAGA.
Omari,
we didn't accept you.
I said I left the Republican Party. Hold on, Omari. I said I left the Republican Party a long time ago.
No.
And I've never voted Republican after. I used to be a registered Republican.
Clap with us. All y'all. Including Moose.
And you know that.
Yes.
And I remember Moose.
I never booty clap for Trump
including
my life.
When he was Aaron. All y'all did booty clap. So now out of the blue, y'all want to because y'all got because
I know it's Sunday. We're drinking a little too much, Omari, but
now you have a space for you.
Omari, who's lying now? Omari, who's lying now?
Yeah. So now you guys are to the far left.
You used to hang out with Brad, Monica.
See, ML wasn't no one ever do that. We can do the same thing.
We did know ML CEO. There's a lot of conservative people in here.
Only people that's
there's a whole bunch of people in here that are conservative. They just don't talk about it because that doesn't matter.
Hold on. The only people that stood on 10 was a person that's no longer with us and Thugger, right? They were the only ones that stood on 10. Shit, I remember Gemini went in the room. He got called out because he felt that his taxes were too high and immigration was a situation. And then he got
He just
they called him out after a 420 room. So you know what I'm saying? Like when you got called out, then that's what I'm saying. We stand on 10. Y'all buck to the pressure. That's the difference.
Oh, Myra, you lying so much on this thing.
Why are you lying right now, bro?
I know. You just been making sure.
Buck, if we got a thought, we'll say it. If people don't agree, they don't agree. That's the way that shit roll. Like, ain't nobody scared to say what they think.
We know that's a lie, Gemini.
Omari,
that's not a lie.
You know I've been going at MAGA.
GA used to come in the room. So let's talk about GA. You used to go to PA room. You used to sound conservative too. Now they're blow. Now you just far left.
The funniest part to me is that you keep talking about how people are flipping. Hold up, GA, don't respond. GA, don't respond yet. GA, hold up for 1 second. Your chief leader, your chief wedding planner that heads your little section, right? He used to be Democratic. He flipped. How can you talk to anybody about flipping when you're over here sucking him off 24/7? He completely flipped. That used to be a Democratic dick in your mouth. Like, what are we doing?
I'm trying to go back to the 1960s. You want white fountains and
hold on for a minute. Omari, hold on for a minute. Omari, act like it's still Republican. Like, I know Omari. I've never once, and I don't remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've never come for you, even in this conversation. I've never come for you. So why you feel the need to actually even bring up my stances in your bloviation and in your...
Because they fight to win.
Why bring me up? No, hold up. Wait a minute. Let me talk to Omari for a minute. Omari, I don't come for you, man. I never have. My stances have never changed. I've never challenged yours. I may disagree with you, but I've never come for you. So why you're in this buffet of smacking people in the neck and accusing people of things, you need to leave me out of it, bro. Because I've never done anything to you or come for you. I disagree with you wholeheartedly, but I've never attacked you in any way, shape, or form that I can recall. And let me say emphatically, if I have attacked you personally, I apologize. That's not how I move.
You haven't.
No. Hear me clearly. If I've ever attacked you personally, I'm going to apologize because that's who I am. I disagree with your philosophy, and I disagree with how you're going. But if I have, I apologize. Now, I would appreciate if you don't come for me the way I haven't come for you.
individual. But what you're not hearing and what you forgot is for the last 40 minutes, you've been advocating to basically do the whole Dark Knight thing, which is you want us to walk onto the ice, and then you want us to either fall or drown, or what type of punishment do you want? And that's, you're including me in that. You don't have to say my name, but you're including me into that type of scenario. And I get it. I get it. You want us gone. That's fine. Look, I hear you loud and clear. I didn't realize we were that much of a problem to y'all. I thought it was all good, but I clearly understand now that you guys feel like we are
disingenuous. Disingenuous.
No, because all we ask is that when we hear something that we disagree with, and I'm not speaking for Anthony, I'm not speaking for TC, I'm gonna speak for Omari. When Omari hears something that I post the facts, I post the articles, I post the things, I'll post them in your chat, and then I'll post them in the 420 chat so that they can actually they can be there, right? So people can see where it's coming from, the publication. That's all. I'm not doing anything that's outside the norm.
Omari, hold up, Emil, hold up for 1 second. Omari, I have a really good memory, right? I don't forget shit. We were in the 420.
That's me.
You and I and others, and we were having a little powwow, and things got a little loose, a little lax. People may have had a sip or two, let their hair down, and y'all started twerking. When y'all started twerking, you started saying some shit that made a lot of sense. And Lisa was clutching her pearls. If she was here, she'd remember. You said, we don't come in here to really have a conversation. We come here to troll y'all. Why do you let us troll y'all? We don't even mean the shit we're saying. You said those words, right? Those were your words. So after you say those words, you cannot retract those words and say, I'm here to learn, right? Because only one of those things can be, let me finish. Only one of those things can be true, right? Nobody's semi-pregnant. She's pregnant or she's not. You're trying to ride both sides of the fence. Oh, I'm here to have a genuine conversation. I'm here to learn. But in the same breath, you're saying, I'm here to troll y'all. I don't understand how you guys let us trigger you. We know what buttons to push to get you guys off the mic. We know how to trigger you guys. We don't mean half the shit we're saying. We just know what to say. That's what you said. So when somebody says that, I think maybe they have some integrity, and I'm going to take that to be factual, because I don't say shit that I don't believe to be factual. I say it because I believe it to be a fact. Now, if I'm wrong, I'll concede, but I still have that element of authenticity attached to what I say, right? And I would assume that you do too, right? So since you said those words, you can't retract them,
Let me find the message to Lisa.
Omari,
because
Omari,
man, you got to give me a chance to respond.
I let Gemini go. So let me go. Right quick. Hold on.
I did cut off Emil.
So, Omari, you know what I find so egregious about you guys, that what you just said.
Can I read?
Hold on. Now, you could go after me. You ain't special. You don't get to pick the priority order here. So you know what I find so egregious? When you guys, Buddy, you said you only care about your opinion, and you attribute everything you say to facts, and you provide sources, which is bullshit. But every time TC or Anthony do something, no matter how egregious something they say, you booty clap right there. You like the head cheerleader, booty clapping motherfucker, like making them chicks smack. That's what you do, bro, every time. So don't say that you're your own man. No, you literally are part of the cohort. That's your people. That's your ilk. And you booty clap for them. You agree everything they say. And they've never been wrong in your eyes. So don't come here and say now you're an individual. No, bro. You're part of a group. And
that's not true. But hold on. So again, on September 27th, Gemini, that was the date, because I knew you always bring this up, and I have to correct you again for the 100th time, because I kept that information and I know the date. Actually, after that, because you and your team wouldn't let me complete my sentence, we come in here to have fun, is what I said. We come here to have fun, right? It's fun, not troll. And so y'all didn't let me finish what I had, so I had to send Lisa a fucking whole novella to explain to her, since I can't get what I have to say, I'm just going to tell you, and I'm going to leave it at that. And so I told her that's not true. We appreciate it.
You mean you cleaned it up?
It wasn't. I didn't have.
Yeah, he tried to do damage control afterwards, so you want to read this as damage control letter after he said it on stage.
15, because you know what? People can't get everything out when you only give them 10 to 15 seconds.
You said a full sentence, and we heard you loud and clear. If Lisa was guaranteed,
I said we come here to have fun
at our expense, and we know what buttons to push.
I've never, and then you said it over and over in each room. Other people have said it, and I've been consistent in saying I don't come here to troll you. Stop saying it.
That's literally what you said that day. You said it that day. Lisa was shocked when she heard it. I wasn't.
That was September 20th. So today's November 2nd, 2025. Omari is saying with 100%, I do not, NOT, bolded, font 18, all red, highlighted yellows, do not come in here to troll nobody. So you can stop saying it. It's not
that's
true.
Like your woman saying that she cheated on you and then retracted it. It don't work, bro. You already said your truth. You can't take it back.
Omari, I was in the room that day also. Omari, I was in the room that day. And you did say you come in here to
you see what I'm saying? Like, this is why we can't
control us.
Because I'm telling them something's on the heart. And so why am I wasting my time? Genuine conversation. Because then I even told you, I put more emphasis on, I cleared it up with Lisa after the fact.
That's because you seen her reaction. Her reaction was, Lisa was clutching her pearls on stage, y'all. So if y'all want to know why he wrote that, Lisa was like, oh my God, really? I thought we were having genuine conversations. I can't believe all this time. She was shocked.
If we come here to joke, we're not going to
ask Lisa. If y'all don't believe me, ask Lisa. You ain't got to believe me. Ask her.
So Mari, my issue is that. And now, I don't need y'all to chat. What the fuck is it?
You said troll. And then you said Chairman, I lied on you, but you literally said troll that day.
I said have fun. Fun.
No, on the cleanup
we come here to have fun.
On the cleanup, but you said troll.
I said we come here to have fun. We come here to have fun. We come here because it's a fun. It's a 420 is a cool spot. What is so hard about that? PC, I mean, political correct is now a cool spot because they cleaned up some things. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like.
They let you speak.
I mean, when y'all, like I'm saying, like when y'all don't have, when it's not an inclusive, talk about DEI, y'all the definition of what the Trump administration has been doing. But now y'all kind of getting back to what the Biden administration is doing. You're allowing more diversity in the conversation. But you just heard GA say he will pay people, like we Argentina or some shit, to fucking be in our own space, like we something.
We have the right to revoke. We have the right to revoke that privilege at any given time. Thank you.
You do, but like if we're talking about,
I'll contribute to your fund. Like I'll match whatever you put up.
Diversity. Then that's fine.
And I'm dead serious, GA. I'll match whatever you put up.
So wait a minute. Either you agree that it is changing on diversity, or it isn't. Which one is it? Because I think you're sitting here proving a point that we've been trying to prove to you, and now all of a sudden you're agreeing that is how the administration is working.
It just sounds like. Well, I'm saying that you sound like the Trump administration, and Trump administration is getting rid of DEI. We know that. That's something that's happening. Like everybody has eyes. Everybody needs to see the paper. We want.
But you're okay with that, right? I'm just saying. But you're okay with it.
No, I never said I was okay with it.
Gemini, you see what I did?
Because you were in the room when we were talking to the blind people, right? So First Lady, you saw the room when we were talking when you had Ramona last night, right? We were saying, no, it's not cool that they're getting rid of programs, especially with the Department of Education. So if you look at the chat, I put a text message
for him again.
So see how he did that, First Lady? That's a DNC shield move. That's what Democrats do. That's what a shield does.
How much shield now? Everybody's a shield. You guys are literally paid. You guys are deflecting now. You
just say we're paid. That's the fourth lie you said in this room within an hour.
You guys are paid because especially TC.
It's the M for much and the L for lies.
That's not
what you guys say. Because just imagine Omar, just imagine you guys are not getting paid.
First you said me, Anthony, and TC had a secret room. Then you just said we're getting paid.
You guys were in a room literally talking about strategy to go back into political correct.
And now
you guys were on stage literally talking about strategy.
Okay, enough. One second.
One mic on First Lady. Come on, y'all.
So, hey, Lisa, happy Sunday. How are you?
Good Sunday, everybody.
Perfect.
Hey, I need to phone a friend.
Hey, what's up, Lisa?
I need to phone a friend because I wasn't there back in September, but I've been informed that there was a conversation when you all were having a good old time, and people had kind of let their hair down, and a specific person happened to mention that they come into a space to troll. That space just so happens to have been 420. And you were taken back because you
wait, what? Now start over again. I just got here. What? Damn, I got to take my jacket off.
Hand me your jacket and have a seat. Hand me your jacket and have a seat.
Here, Gemini, can you take this to me
this
down? And my scarf, can you take my scarf?
I got you,
gloves? Okay, thank you. All
you got your gloves on? It's what you need.
It's 60, girl. I don't be playing around with the code. It's 60.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so what happened?
Gemini, you got her stuff?
I just put up neatly.
Okay. Gemini, take my purse, child. Hide it.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so what happened in September?
There was, a little party at 420, so to speak. Not a party, but, it was late night, you guys were talking. And a specific person mentioned that, I don't know about this part because that sounded a little fabricated, but the person did say that.
Who is the person?
I can't tell you because I want to be honest. I want to be honest.
Don't leave out any part because every part what I said was accurate. You can leave every part in.
Gemini was the person.
Why would you sit there and say what's going on?
Never mind.
Look, you just said don't leave out anything. I want to be. Come on, Gemini. You just gave yourself up. So what happened? What happened, Gemini?
So the person said this. The person said, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I really don't even know why y'all let us in here because we just come in here to troll.
Read the chat first,
lady. Who
lady.
said that, Gemini?
Read the chat first, lady.
Now I got to get my glasses on top of it. This is good. This is real.
Miss Angela heard it too. It's not just me. It was people in that room when this was said.
The funny things is
April was there too.
Am I supposed to read this?
No. Okay, I'll be more direct. And basically, we're referencing the time when Omari said that they come in there to troll.
Wait, hold on for a second, Gemini. I just wanted to be clear that I'm only listening to you. I'm not reading the chat. I'm only because I trust you, so I'm not reading the chat. So go ahead.
Okay, yeah. April Decker was there. I forgot that. It wasn't just a small room. But anyway, we're talking about when Omari came off mic and he said that they come there to troll and to have fun at our expense and that they don't take us seriously and they know what buttons to push to make us mad and why do we take them seriously at all? Do you remember that? You did say something about how to trigger us. You absolutely said that.
First time.
You know what? I'm having this conversation without you, bro. So, Lisa, do you remember that? Yes or no? If you don't, just say no. If you do.
No, okay, so I do remember that because I had a conversation with, he's not in the room, but with Haitian, I can say his name clearly. Not trying to, and we off the app about that particular comment. So
that's why Haitian was there too. I forgot.
Right, I do remember that, and I thought this person was just being a butt. I really didn't take it seriously. You took it seriously?
When somebody tells you that we're coming here to troll you guys and have fun at your expense, I take it seriously because I don't.
Because of who we came from.
Right, and it's going to frame the conversation for me later. It's going to get the conversation when I see someone respond to certain things and the manner that they respond, like irrefutable facts, they'll just laugh, and or something egregious is said on the MAGA man's side, and they'll just laugh instead of actually looking into it as a true incident or looking for the facts of the matter. That gave me context. Like I already thought that, but just like to hear somebody articulate it, it's like okay, well that's what I already thought. Glad it's substantiated.
Right, and same here.
Right.
Wait a minute. I don't know. I'm getting a back channel. But listen, let me tell you something. I don't know if you guys understood me, and I think most of you guys do, the ones who really know me that I communicate with off this app. With these people coming into 420, I don't know about politically correct. I know exactly who is who. Even though I'm not always out waving the red flag, I know who's who. I know whose intentions are pure and whose intentions are not pure, regardless of how they present themselves, regardless of what they say. I know that. I work with people every day. So I just come in here and just let people be people, because this is not my life. This is not people that are important to me. So when they do the stuff like that, when he said it, Gemini, it didn't shock me. It just reinforced what I already thought in the back of my head. So, I mean, what are we talking about? We come in here and talk about politics. These people are not real people to me. They don't pay my rent. If I drop dead today, they would just keep on moving. They'll open up a room and say thoughts and prayers and keep on moving. You know, nobody cares about me. So why would I be in here trying to pretend like whatever is being said by the opposition, that I'm taking it to the point where it is affecting me? Is that what you guys are doing? Is that what's going on?
No. Actually, GA has said, you know, he would offer to pay them to run their own space.
Yeah, you never offered me money. What's going on here?
And so the conversation, you know, kind of derived from that in regards to them not being serious.
Okay.
Earlier today, we had the Kamala book, and, you know, some people had to leave because of some of the stuff that was being written in the chat. You know, and it feels like people, you know, are constantly trolling. So that's how we got to this whole conversation.
I don't think it's trolling. I don't think it's trolling at all. I think the problem is people don't want to hear it.
Mike is getting ready to say people don't want to hear the truth. Is that what you're getting ready to say, Mike?
No, I think people don't want to hear objective conversation as it pertains to their side. You know, like, you know, the same way that MAGA or the Republicans are not right about every single thing is the same way that Democrats are not right about every single thing. The difference is that the way that Democrats have been doing themselves here within this last year, your whole tactic is to deny, you know, Trump, or to be disrespectful, or to say that everything he says.
I'm not doing it today. What's next?
Diamond, I remember yesterday when I said, in regards to, you know, not always right? Sometimes I'm wrong. I can see when I'm wrong. And that was laughed at by the maggots, which is cool. My ego doesn't exist on that.
And where's Mike?
But with that being said, like, for y'all to say that, when I've seen people in this room concede, me being one of them, if we're wrong, but I've very rarely seen the MAGA actually say, you know what, that makes sense. We can't have a real conversation. We can have a superficial conversation.
Sure.
We can have an animated conversation, but nothing with true substance, because you come in with an agenda. You're not open to hearing any facts from the other side, right? And then we end up spiraling out and banging, or having a debate or personal attack, or whatever the fuck it leads to, instead of having a genuine conversation where somebody can get something to take away from it.
Definitely agree. I wanted to chime in real quick, and good afternoon to everyone. Happy Sunday. Hope everybody's doing well. And shout out to Q, RIP. I know we spoke about it last night, but I'm going to definitely keep his name alive. But I will say this. People come in here and tend to treat us as if we are sitting in the House or the Senate, right? And treat us as if we are actual. You can't just throw a blanket over everyone and call everyone in the room a liberal, call everyone in the stage a Democrat. And I think that's where the disconnect happens. And I definitely resonate with Gemini, because we constantly want to hear what the left may be doing wrong. That does not necessarily that we as individuals are doing something wrong. And so, yeah, we have to, one, defend ourselves, and two, defend truth constantly. And deal with people that flip-flop and lie, and say things that are triggering. I say it all the time. People come in and they'll say something to stir up the conversation and go on mute and be laughing like, look what I just did. I sincerely believe that they come in here with ill intentions to get people riled up, get people yelling, divert us from actually having actual discourse about a topic. And sometimes we come in here and we actually have solutions, and we want to help somebody in here. It's just like the devil. right?
To be honest, though, they do it on both sides, though. Because if the room, just say you don't have any MAGAs in the room at all, or anybody. I don't like saying MAGAs because to me they're all the same. If you're a Republican, you're a MAGA. If you're a MAGA, you're a Republican. But you have people when you have rooms, and I do run rooms that have only Democrats in the rooms. We still have sometimes have the same outcomes. There are people on Clubhouse who are not, their intentions are not pure, regardless of what side they're on. So I don't want to just say, just because certain people are on the stage, try having a room with only Dems in it and see what kind of outcomes you have. They're not always 100% positive. You're not always community building. You're not always getting stuff done. So that would be a misnomer to say that. So I felt when having the MAGAs in the room, the discourse of what they're thinking and telling me what I can do better is not important to me. I was basically having the MAGAs in my space because I need to know what I don't like to say enemy. I have to think of a different word. What the other side is thinking. There was just like with any war, you have to have people on the other side. You have to have people to decode and classify information. You just cannot be behind your wall and not know what's going on the other side of your wall. So that's why I do it. It's not for entertainment. It's not to have the room go, even though it does. It does more than not, but I just like to hear what they're thinking every once in a while. And if I take it seriously, yeah, sometimes depending on what the topic is, I do. And other times, most of the times, I do not. It's just in there to say, oh, well, like, for example, Manfinity came in one time. Just recently, he came in the room and he said the most outrageous thing. He said that Donald Trump is going to be president in 2028. And so I was like, how is that possible? And so he said what they were planning to do is have J.D. Vance run and then and I said this before, maybe you guys already heard it. This is what he's saying. J.D. Vance run and then Donald Trump is going to be on the ticket as VP. So that started the conversation. So we dissected it from there. So I thought it was all poppycock bullshit. And lo and behold, 2 days later, what's the unshaven guy, the fat guy, the unshaven guy? Come on, y'all. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Bannon.
Steve Bannon.
Bannon went on two separate programs. And I didn't know this. We were laughing and calling him all kind of names or whatever. And basically said the exact thing as a plan. Because, right? Because
the unshaven fat guy is funny as hell, though.
But it's true. Because I don't listen to Fox, because I'm not on AON, because I don't run in their circles over there on the other side. I hadn't heard that, but it was actually a thing. So I was like, okay, goddamn. So that's one of the reasons, as an example. I have many, many, many more examples, but that is the most recent one that I can give you guys. So I'll end with that. Take it as you will.
Let me ask you this question, and you said something that really struck me. That probably hits at the core of why I said what I said, where I would actually develop a foundation. Hey, how you doing, Lisa?
Great, babe.
It's the core of why I said I would develop a foundation to have MAGA, Black MAGA, have its own spaces. Something. You said even when you have Democratic spaces, just all Dems in spaces, they don't all agree. And the thing that I consistently see that turns in these rooms, we don't really ever have a chance to have a conversation because I think Democrats come in all flavors and shades. I think you have Democrats, you have independents, you have, like I've said a million times, you have liberal Republicans and liberal Democrats. You have conservative Republicans, conservative Democrats. The people that would all be Harris voters, we don't ever have an opportunity to have a conversation amongst us to get on the same page because you have, just like today when Patty actually literally read from the actual book, we couldn't have a conversation to talk about DEI because you had people over here that couldn't. You had the Black MAGAs coming in here disputing what the definition was. And this is the core of what I'm getting to. I fully respect the fact and what you said. Yeah, we need to know what they're thinking, but we can go over to their space to hear what they're thinking. We don't ever get to have a conversation so we can get on the same page and we can agree the messaging should be. We can't even have a conversation about what we think DEI is and what we think affirmative action because we don't all agree. And we can't ever have a constructive conversation amongst us because we always have MAGAs coming into space saying Donald Trump is sent from God and his shit don't stink. We don't even want to have that conversation. Can we just get on the same page to actually have a conversation about the midterms? That's my own.
I have a suggestion.
Could I ask them, do you want to just ban them? I don't know, from my space, I have to think about it, but do you just not want them on stage? They can be in the space, but they don't have to be on stage because we were talking about the midterms in my Facebook group, and I'm afraid, but we're not talking about it on Clubhouse. So moving forward to be able to get where you want us or you feel that we could be most valuable in creating community and talking and getting things done. How do you see the rooms? Or how would you like to see the rooms?
Let me make a suggestion. Can we have building blocks, right? Like, let's say, and it doesn't need to be a long time, maybe an hour, what we call it, which is a damn building block, right? Where we exclusively hear from each other, solution-oriented conversation, right? And the MAGAs can be present, they can be on stage. If they interrupt, then we shoot them. That's it. They can sit in the group. They can talk in the chat if they want. And then outside of that, we just have regular conversation because I think without their input, the room is going to get very dull with us just doing them building blocks. I really believe that. I think we need to hear other voices. I think they contribute to the conversation in the weirdest way, but they do.
But you just said, Gemini, they said they were being disingenuous.
Absolutely. I just disregard it. That's what doesn't impact me.
Yeah, right. You're right. I mean, whatever they say to me, I know the truth. I know the facts. And then somebody will say to me, oh, well, you got people in the room who hear this, and then they will be influenced to maybe go. I said, now, wait a minute now. All the people in the room, we've been talking about politics. This is a political room. If you've been coming in this room for any length of time, and you have any type of age or stability or education or whatever, you are that fragile at this point in the game. When we've been talking about it for 2 years, where have you been?
Right.
Every aspect of this political process and all of it, the 2025 and the what is it? Sorry, the age. I'm sorry, I haven't had food yet. Not the humanitarian. What is the other one? Come on, y'all. Why y'all send me okay, well, anyway, the two organizations that are now running the White House, if you don't understand what's going on right now and you let somebody name Infinity,
the Heritage Foundation.
Thank you, baby. Inflicts you. Then we got a problem. We more fucked up than we thought we were at this point in time. So
if you're that mentally fragile, and I hate to do this, but I'm just gonna be real. Like, if you could be radicalized on Clubhouse, good riddance. Like Darwin theory, you know what I mean? Like, we don't need somebody that's that weak-minded. And if you're able to be somebody on stage can make you go towards MAGA, then please go. Please do that. That means that already resonated with you in a certain way, but you're just that fucking dumb. Like, why would we be concerned with that? It's more about interrupting conversation when we're trying to build and just throwing out bullshit in the conversation. I think that's what GA is referencing.
I'm all for people, believing in being positive and trying to see a different way of life. I'm all for that. But at the same time, I can't ignore history. Because I know that the moment that you take your eyes off of history, it repeats itself. We're saying this right now. There is a regression. There is no progression, but more of regression. And, you know, when we're talking to the opposite side, you guys see progression because there are certain areas that you wanted to see eliminated. But even with looking at it through the vision that you provide, you don't even have the answers to the questions. And you know why you don't have the answers to the questions? Because they're not giving you that. They know the answers, but they can't tell you the full answers right now because it has to be unfolded. Just like how Project 2025 was unfolded for months. Oh, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. That's not happening. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. And now that we have the thing, you still want to make alternative facts about the thing.
Alternative facts.
You know what, Mike? You put in the chat, if we're a Democrat, no problem. I done cussed Democrats out up here. So I don't know what you're talking about. You say something stupid, and you say something stupid. And like, okay, so we're not going to call y'all stupid. If we're having a conversation and you can't add to the conversation and it's a bunch of bullshit, and even if you don't understand and you don't freaking, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, but that's not what it is, because number one, and I don't have any issue with you, Patty, but the thing is that you guys have, because, you know, if you think that we're defending Donald Trump, then you guys already have an inherent or implicit bias. And there are people here, myself and Omari, and many of the other people, that we can actually have an objective conversation. The problem is we never really get to that because you got people that are muting people that are throwing people down.
Then you should go somewhere else and start your own space and get it done. That's what you should do.
And so the thing is that, you know, I mean, for the Democrats, it just baffles me because it doesn't seem as if you guys want to get any sort of understanding of where things are going on.
I'm not doing it today. Don't bring it
the other
back
side. And so, we're fine. You know, there you go. There you go.
There you have it.
For me, it's somehow, I don't know if I'm pre-programmed. Every time I hear MAGA talk that weird shit, I hear like do in the background of it. Like, that's just how I hear it. So it doesn't, there's no way I can take it seriously or it can impact me because I know it's just bullshit. It doesn't faze me.
Now,
I don't know if it impacts others, but
Omari doesn't talk like that. Omari doesn't talk like
no, he doesn't.
how Mike P does.
No, he doesn't.
Mike P comes in with all this language that's just filled with,
He talks about nothing.
Yeah, ready to fight. Like, always looking for a fight. He's always looking to spark something. And it's like, why? Like, if you're so happy, then why doesn't that actually show? You always talking about somebody mistreating you, but instead of taking the mirror to see how we got there and how it progressed, you want to cause the other people for your downfalls, for your ignorance. But you can't take the moment to take a reflection and look at yourself.
Can I just say something? Like,
and don't nobody hate I'm sorry. Let me not say that. Everybody.
Go ahead and mute up, First Lady. Go ahead and mute up.
Not everybody hates Trump or thinks that you are just Trump supporters. It's just the fact that when facts are spoken, instead of you being able to see that, we see that you're constantly drawn to protecting him. So I don't want that to be confused as hate. There are some people that do hate him, but when people are having conversations, not everybody's coming from that mindset. Thank you.
So I just want to say something to Lisa. Again, I apologize if you felt like, hey, at that one time, I don't come in a room to troll. I don't play with Patty. Again, I don't play with you, First Lady. Even Gemini, I thought you were a pretty stand-up guy, but then you made some statements. Maybe that's what you heard.
But hey, that's
never called you out your name. I'm just going off of your words. When you say something, like if I was to say some things, you'd be like, okay, well, Gemini said that. I'll take it seriously. If you say certain things, I'm on the same page. You don't hear me disrespecting you, calling you out your name, belittling you. I don't move that way unless I really got a problem with the person. I don't have
But you also understand that we take a lot of punishment. We take a lot of punishment from you. It doesn't mean that we want to run away from the room. It doesn't mean that. I'm saying, like, hey, I get it. There's people that come in your spaces that are on your side. Their goal is to try so hard to shame us where we don't ever want to step ahead. That's not going to work. And I'm just going to.
When you say your goal, who are you referencing?
I mean,
there's people, not you guys on the stage, but there's people in the chat that will say lies, make up things, call you the worst things that you would think, shit,
Omari, then you have to consider the sources. People that come in here just to belittle you and call you names, that goes on both sides. You just have to consider the source. Okay? Can you call them?
I definitely called him dumb a lot of times. Yeah.
I just want to finish this. If I can just give.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to step on you. Go ahead. Calm down. Omari, you're starting to sound jittery. Relax. It's okay.
No, because this is like the 18th time that I've been accused of just coming here to derail, that I have an agenda, that I get paid by, I don't know, some group, and it's far from the truth. I enjoy these rooms. It's fun, like I said. But, it is what it is, bro. It sounds like people want us out of here, and I think that's, if Patty and Lisa, I don't want us in the room, then just tell us, man, it is what it is at this point.
Hey, Omari, you just gotta take things a certain way because, listen, bro, if you're having a debate, and it's a heavy debate, and it has consequences with what's going on right now, you just gotta, bro, you either gotta just take it or just don't be around, because if this is what hurts you, then I kind of feel sorry for you, brother, to be honest with you. Because I'll tell you a situation. A couple of days ago, there was a statement made on Twitter, X, about Barack Obama, and it was laughable because it was like the statement that was made, right, was about like freedom of speech or whatever, and it kind of like a flip on his head because what they accused Barack Obama of doing and saying exactly what Trump is saying, right? And then so I said that on Twitter, and then of course when they posted the video, exactly what I said is exactly what he said inside the video. But everybody just called me stupid. Even after posting the video, the person who posted the video called me stupid and I'm a libtard and all this other stuff like that. I laugh and I chuckle. I'm just like, okay, you can't take everything serious. If you do, then bro, just have a heart attack. I'm just keeping it real. Just have a heart attack, because you're not going to be able to live if this is going to get you upset. If this is what's going to get you down, maybe take what people are saying, think about it. If you change your mind about what you thought before, then change your mind. If you don't, you don't. That's all. You don't have to cry about it. To be honest with you, you don't.
I cry, bro. That's not a serious conversation. That's all.
Hey, to that point, not to be insensitive, but with Charlie Kirk, man, that dude got popped. Like you said, consequences. I'm agreeing with you. In real life, you gotta have to stand on your word. There are people that kill you on that MAGA shit. You come into the hood with that, man, and I think somebody made a comment earlier that if it went down, man, you ain't coming with us. So you just gotta be willing to stand 10 toes down on what you're talking about. Because it's real out here. People don't be playing that shit. You come in there as a black person talking that Donald Trump shit. When I'm from, you get your ass killed with that stuff. Just like
Daryl, where
Charlie Kirk.
Where you from?
Don't say kill.
Where are you from, Daryl?
Dallas, Texas.
Okay. I'm on that land where I'm at. I'm in LA, right?
Okay, right on.
I can tell you right now, Omari's out here. He know good and well he can't walk around in a MAGA hat. Ask him. Ask him what happened to walk around LA in a MAGA hat. He get his ass knocked clean the fuck out immediately.
All right.
Oh, okay,
Well, let me just put some truth to the matter. So last night, Amari, we were having a conversation about January 6th. We weren't really even having a conversation about January 6th. Deborah made a comment about it, and then we started talking about it. But you tried to compare, one event to the next. Then we had another person that came on stage to try to prove a point. We found out, those facts were alternative, and it was twisted, and it was rooted in something that was completely different. And I'm trying to give you an example or a pointed example as into where the frustration comes from. Do you remember that conversation last night?
Oh, yeah, I remember clearly.
And, you weren't able to receive that. You still want to compare that event to the summer of love?
Yeah.
The year before.
Marshall's that's when Marshall was talking. I remember that. He just popped in once.
Yeah. So, and so today you would still argue the same point. So it doesn't go anywhere. The conversation, because you're not receiving any additional information that actually challenges what you're saying. You still hold to what you believe. So for me, I'm just like, well, what's the use of us having a conversation if we never are going to be able to see eye to eye?
That's very but can I just rewind a little bit? So in that same conversation, I said it was absolutely wrong what happened on January 6th, and everybody deserved what they got, right? The only thing I was trying to point out is there were people that I knew how they framed January 6th for them, and I was just trying to give you that other side of it. And I think that was missed in the conversation. Was you only hear what everybody was saying, but there are people on a completely different planet was saying January 6th to them was different. Their worldview of January 6th. That's all. I wasn't trying to booty clap for anybody, so I hope that helped.
I'm not saying. Did I say anything about clapping the booty?
No. But what I'm saying is, like, I was in agreement with you.
That's the problem.
We were on the same page.
Right, but you bring it up.
Side of it.
Right, but you brought it up to say, hey, listen, I thought that, or like you were making their argument, right? You said, well, I believe that perhaps because nobody really paid attention to what happened over here, they were going to make sure that they got this done, and they're going to kind of look the other way and say it was just a visit to the Capitol. And it's like, huh? Like, why would you even compare that? Why would you even make that an argument? If in fact you really understand how, crazy that was on January 6th. That's what I'm talking about. It's like you argue a point and then people go down that rabbit hole when in fact it's just like, why are you comparing the two in the first place? Other than to just, make it about an argument. And then going back to what GA is saying, nothing comes out of that. It's nothing productive.
That's fair. We can go. That's a good call out. I'll say that's fair. And I did take us down that rabbit hole, and maybe that was a point that was not needed to be stated at that time. So fair enough. I'll take that.
Do we ever need devil advocates? I just wonder that question. Do we ever?
I guess my counter would be, what's wrong with devil? Yeah, what's wrong with a devil advocate when you're in a audio space like Clubhouse?
Yeah, I don't think there's a problem with devil's advocate. Okay. It's just a question. Okay. All right, I got you.
I welcome other opinions. I welcome other perceptions. I mean, I've talked to you all and I've heard some different things, and I'm like, okay. And I can take it. I've agreed. I'm like, okay, you know what? All right, let's say I agree here. And then I come back with another question. But when the other side here is just constant argument, for CEO to get frustrated with TC earlier today when, we were talking about DEI, He's giving him the actual definition. Patty's giving him the definition. And constantly, he's like, well, what about this? And what about this? What about this? What about this? And then CEO said, please, listen, I just want to have a conversation with you as if we were sitting at a table and just having lunch. And it still becomes like this whole debate. Not every conversation has to be a debate. And I think that's where people get frustrated because it's just like, oh my God, we just can't have a conversation without having a debate. Does that make sense? Like you can not agree with me, but we put it into like this debate type of situation. We can have a conversation about what we disagree about.
Sonia, can I ask you a question? Has there been time, or anyone on the stage, this question could be to anyone, has there been a time where you agreed with Anthony or TC where where they had made a statement and you kind of said, you know what, I can see that, and you've actually gave them their flowers?
He and Anthony have agreed on a couple of things in different spaces, not in this room. We've agreed on a couple of things. I get along with Anthony. I talk to Anthony on the phone.
I've agreed with Anthony. I've agreed with you. Maybe I'm not the person you should be asking the question.
I can't say that I've ever agreed with TC about anything. I can't say that honestly.
TC says stupid shit though. Come on, we gotta be real. How much booty clap? He said Erica Kirk is more qualified to be the president than Kamala. He said the vice president isn't elected. He just says random stupid shit.
And then once he get caught and backed into the corner, then he starts pivoting. And then, okay, yeah. I said this. It's like, no, that's not what you said, but okay. Go with it. But then the very next day you can go back to I guess that's the frustrating part.
That's why ML taped him when he said
exactly.
That's the only way to pin him.
That's the awkward silence for me.
I mean, you answered the question. I mean, I would say I've agreed, and I've heard Anthony and TC agree with y'all, but I don't see that as being reciprocal in those situations where maybe not everything they say, not everything they say is they actually have stats and actually provided facts. But I mean, at the same time, people will argue them down, or even myself, and try to back us into a different corner than the corner that we were originally in to try to move it. So we have the same feelings, and it's not, and we're okay with it. It doesn't mean like, hey, we're not going to come in here. It's just like, okay, give us a chance to try to explain this and share our side, maybe take yourself 30,000 feet up and look at it and not have any type of biases. Just be as neutral as you can be. Be Switzerland. And that's all we ask.
Who's that nigga on that nag?
What?
You know what? Everybody can't be still. You wrong for that.
But you know what, Omar? Here's the other part to that. When somebody just gave facts, and then somebody comes off a mic and says, now let me tell you where you're wrong at. See, I got you now. This is where you're wrong. And I'm going to tell you where you're wrong, right here. You see, don't anybody got time for all of it. Like, that body's crazy.
Attack the point, not the person. And you're listening to the wrong people, and you're ill-informed, and like all that is not necessary. Like, but it is what it is. Kind of a stage and going. But I got a bit of breaking news. So I don't know if you guys saw. TMZ has obtained images of Diddy at, I think it's Fort Dix in New Jersey. So,
went to the Dix of Hard Knocks. Go ahead.
Yeah,
you know what? I can't stand that you said that.
He got on his greens, and he got on a gray Scully and a gray sweatsuit with the green jacket they issue you. He's surrounded by some other inmates. He's smiling. So maybe
they're all black. He's with his own.
He's with his he is with his own. Just found it interesting that images leaked of this man actually.
Devon, you left out an important part. He was with the all black community, and he was smiling, like he looked like he was at ease. He didn't look stressed. He had a big, like you can see all his teeth. He was smiling.
Yeah. I feel maybe he might have some protection in there. They may. I don't know. Our community is weird. Some aspects of it, all communities, America in general, this fascination with, guys that did time, and I was in the feds, but he was in the feds for all the wrong reasons. So I'll just land with that.
Let him have his 4 dicks and be happy.
Tim needs to be that, to show him his current situation. That was the only thing that was posted for. Now he's on the prison yard level to, a lot lower status than he was previously.
What up, bro? See, that's why we need the disruptors. It gets mad quiet. Ping them in the room. And let's have the discourse. Let them start. We got Anthony. Anthony, how are you doing, sir? What's going on, brother?
Real quick, Anthony, did we have a private room, you, myself, and TC, to discuss strategy? Recently. This shit is crazy. Nah, we're not gonna let that shit slide.
That nigga said recently. He said recently. Hey, the qualifier is the qualifier. Look.
Well, the
second you add the qualifier, it lets us know it was in existence. Now we don't know how current it is. When the most recent one was, but when you add the recently, like, did I have sex with you recently? Come on, brother. The second you say recently,
myself and TC.
Come on.
Can you repeat the question, Omar? You gotta bring this in.
Hold on. So ML sat on the stage and said, you, myself, and TC had a private room to come up with strategy. Have we ever done that ever? I couldn't believe it. I couldn't tell.
Y'all both are lying now.
I don't believe it.
Hey, look. Hey, JD. Hold on, I want to call to JD real quick. JD, come on, Mike, JD.
These people, stop it.
Check this out. So if your girl told you, I never slept with him, and you're like, okay, call him. And she calls him, and she goes, have I ever had sex with you recently?
That's what they do.
Are you going to believe that shit?
But y'all really think they could strategize? Let's be real. So I believe
with TC and Omar. It's never happened. It's just y'all gotta the room. It's never happened.
Maybe it was more Magas than you three, but yeah, y'all have private meetings.
I mean, hey, look, do y'all?
Not even true.
Look.
It's honestly, it's not true, and I'd be happy to have meetings.
I know y'all not gonna keep talking over that can.
Hey, Omar, in real life, do you go to somebody's house over and over, and then when you go home, you call them? You know what? I don't like what's going on in your house, and then you go back the next time. You know what? I don't like what's going on in your house. That's what y'all do. You guys literally come back every day and complain about what's happening instead of using some common sense. You're in a room that mostly leans left. Of course, you guys are gonna get jumped on more than everyone else because guess what? Like right now, there's literally 2 of you on stage. So of course, everyone wants a piece of that, right? Everyone wants to come off mic and go after you. Then you'll say, "Oh, I'm being talked over. I'm being this. I'm being that." It's just common sense. And then you guys will complain though.
I don't complain.
No, Anthony. See, you weren't in here. You just got here.
Okay.
cool.
You just got here. But like Omari and Mike, they'll literally make it a daily thing on chat and come out here and then Omari will get in his feelings. Well, you guys just don't want me here anymore. Just say it. Like, come on, bro. Like,
that's the whole point. They're taking okay. Never mind. Go ahead.
It's weird, bro. It's weird for me.
I'm not complaining about the space. I never complain about the space. I just don't like to be lied about. I gotta, when there are people lie, I gotta make
Omari, let me know.
Well, I just stated ML tried to make it seem like we had this whole, meet and greet to derail your rooms and shit. Like we over here, like, shit like some meetings. Like that shit ain't true. We're not meeting.
I don't even think y'all could, all three of y'all could get together to come up with something to derail this room. Sorry, bro. I just don't see it.
You got First Lady and Patty in this room. How could we derail the room? They're gonna shut us down every time.
Big facts. I just don't see that.
How are we gonna do this?
They have the beings, man. They control. They got to shut
Like, you see how you can.
Hey, Anthony, tell you I won't even let him win if I ran up in bottle service. So I'm not even worried.
Hey, but you see how Anthony can come in here and just laugh about it? Omari, you and Mike, you guys will literally start a whole conversation about it. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, come on, bro, this is weak.
Anthony has a lot of practice. I've been around Anthony. He likes to play the antagonist in all the rooms, not just this room. That's just what the fuck he does. He goes into different rooms and has the whole room against him, and he's used to that shit. So he's more battle tested, in my opinion, than the others. TC would be the next one in line. Like Anthony and TC neck and neck. TC goes in the larger spaces.
TC's got to be right no matter what. At least Anthony.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
There's no bending.
See, Anthony concede. That's true. I'll give you that.
TC's just not smart. That's really what it is.
The dumbest one to me is, but he's still entertaining, is Manfinity. It's like there's no substance. This like when you ask him, have you looked this up or no? Can you post a link? Like he doesn't have a clue. But
Hey, I will tell you, Manfinity will cry harder than Omari. Manfinity will let you go on Lisa's back channel. Lisa,
you see what they're doing to me right now? He do it on stage. He don't even do it in the back channel sometimes. He just do it live, JD.
No, but I like how
control your mind, sir. Control your mind.
Patty said he's a articulate dummy, something like that nature. Well, I almost fell on
articulate idiot. That's the word for the TC. That's my word I've coined for TC. He is an articulate idiot. Even rhymes. It's weird.
And you can't really have an honest conversation with TC because I still have never met someone who was a diehard, least left-leaning Democrat or whatever the hell he was. And then in an instant, I'm at him.
How can you trust that?
Where does that shit happen? So how you gonna take anything that says at face value?
I'm about to say, how can you trust it? Once you see that, like you're liable to do anything. Like you'll join the next movement in a heartbeat. You just gotta find what it is. You have no substance.
Like how much time you want to say? Well, yesterday you was just on the opposing side. Like what?
Right. Like your core beliefs don't exist because you can swing from one side completely to the other.
That's why I said he's only there to argue the points. I hate to make this analogy, but that's what the devil did. See, the devil knows the Bible. And that's how the devil can get you. Because he knows what is supposed to be right, but he knows how to argue against it. Hello? I ain't calling the man the devil, though. I'm not calling him that. Don't y'all say that. Oh, First Lady called TC the devil.
But there is a strong correlation.
I don't know. It kind of sounds like he was calling him Beelzebub.
Yeah. I got Beelzebub by 5 years.
Yeah. What's going on?
Yeah.
It just sounded like there was a Beelzebub ring.
Beelzebub was there, yeah.
Hey, man, about the pink.
And this is the reason why the Dems lose, because of this right here. Y'all can't stick on my side for nothing.
We on your side. We on your side.
Well, I heard this.
Down the chamber together. Y'all be again agreeing.
We were agreeing. We're like, what's going on? What's going on?
Can we at least agree on Metastopheles? Can we?
Well, I heard you paying people to make their own room. I need some money so I can make my own room.
I told GA, and I said it again, I'm matching GA. Whatever you paying them to do it, I'm matching them. Y'all heard me say it. Y'all can hold me accountable.
I'll give you my Venmo. I'll send you my Venmo.
Okay.
Well, why can I get paid for having them in my room?
Well, because you're not a black MAGA leader, that's why.
Okay, I have a witness. I crossed over 2 days ago, right, JD?
Yes, you was like there's me, JD, and you. We all did it.
Right, so how come I can't get compensated?
No. See, a double agent don't count. And plus, you're not trying to choose. You got to go through. And you gotta cross the line.
Come on, you're not gonna support a damn that's MAGA grifting. You gotta support that.
I can't see. It doesn't accomplish the purpose. I want them to have their own space, so they don't feel like they have to come in Democratic spaces and cry like my friend did.
I'm gonna give them their own space. Just pay me.
But see, GA, this is where you and I disagree. I think they play a role in the conversation. I don't like an echo chamber, right? That's one of the reasons I frequent the spaces I frequent, because I can't hear alternative views, even if they're not listening to mine. That's fine. You know what I mean? But just having I agree with you and you agree with me and we agree together collectively, we all agree now what? That gets old, man.
Here's where I think it's important is I don't think that we all agree. That's the only. We can all agree.
No, but our differences are going to be so much more minute than if it's someone that's from the opposing party. Like there's always going to be nuance inside of the party. I get that. Or even if we're left leaning and not in the party, it's still going to be nuances, right? It's going to be some that are more progressive, some that are more conservative, even though they're all Dems, right? But when you have somebody that's completely on the other side of the spectrum, that's going to add a different aspect to the conversation. It's just that it's getting to be disruptive. I think that's the pushback. I'm not trying to speak for everybody. Y'all can correct me, but that's my viewpoint.
But here's my point. I think the minor differences and the nuances are the reason why we can't get collective, respective messaging. And until we fix that, it doesn't matter how many of them we prove wrong, we are still going to be woefully under-equipped to win any election. And should we have the space to actually talk about those nuanced things? And I think that we need to do that in a constructive space. Now, I'm not saying they can't come in. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying when they want to get off this thing about their rhetoric, they need somewhere productive to do that. I'm not saying Democrats will come into that space so they can have their whoa and their whoop. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is them. And I gotta say it for Sister Soldier because she's been saying it forever. The irony of actually codifying DEI to be included into spaces that aren't theirs is hilarious to me. And I'm saying, hey, go have your own space so you can talk about all the things that are important. And when you want to come back and see what we're thinking, come back and see what we're thinking. But don't let this be in your house when you get your mail out. Just come and visit. Let this be the Airbnb. But you don't have to live here. Let's give you another place to live. That's all I'm saying.
But from what I understand, and Patty, you can correct, this is your room. I'm not trying to say this is the way that the room works, but this is my understanding of the room. I think that different viewpoints are welcome as long as they're not disruptive, and that's the purpose of the space. I don't think it's strictly a democratic space. I think it's open to different viewpoints, and that's what makes it pop. I think if it's strictly just Democrats, that's it. That's all we want to hear. I don't think it would be as successful as it is now, personally.
I agree. Gia, you want to give your money to MAGA when there's all these people about to go hungry?
And they're the ones.
Is that accurate and inaccurate? I'm interested in hearing your viewpoint. It's your room.
All right.
I mean, even Mike Pence says he's a Democratic person. I'm not saying that it's only been Democratic, but I hear your point, Gemini. I just think that it's just like anything.
And I hear yours. I don't want you to think you already know I fuck with you, Jay. I'm not saying I don't hear your point.
Yeah.
That's why I said just it's a dim building block, right? Where it's just space where that's all it is. If that's a concern, then allocate a time period strictly to be a dim building block space. Then build. And then reopen the space to everybody collectively. As far as
I like that idea. I like that a lot. And we had any respectful that we're not trying to tell you what to do with your room. We just spit the idea.
Just let us know when we can join if that's the idea. Patty, First Lady, Lisa. Look, I'm going to respect whatever decision y'all make. One, I have no choice, but two, because I respect y'all. If there's a spot where there's gonna be a room where y'all want us to come in and we're welcome, we'll be here. If there's a spot where y'all just want to talk amongst yourselves,
hey, look at his.
We'll be here to listen. We'll be because we don't want to force our presence on anyone.
Anthony, does he speak for you too? He keeps saying we.
Anthony, I'm sure Anthony probably feels the same. We're not here. We don't get paid.
I'm not here to be disruptive. I'm not here to, I'm not. Yeah. Listen, I'm happy to come in the room and stay in the audience. I'm cool, whatever. I like engaging with you guys. I think you guys, for the most part, are really smart. I don't even mind, the back and forth. Sometimes it goes a little too far. Sometimes it gets real hateful. I'd rather avoid that. But, besides that, if you'd rather, not hear our voices, I'm good with that too.
Because we don't want to force. We ain't trying to force this shit. It's not a relationship we're trying to force on y'all. We like I said, I speak my. I respect y'all. I just don't like when y'all try to just don't drop lies, man. That's all. That's just a pet peeve of mine. That's all.
Weird. Who drops lies? Who dropped a lie?
Doesn't sound weird. What's weird, Lisa?
Dropped a lie, Omari.
No, somebody dropped a lie about his Richard.
It's rich.
Well, no, not that. I'm talking about we have secret meetings and that see, First Lady. What we've had is conversations about, and now saying we're derailing. I hear that so much. It's we don't need to come derail. If it feels like I'm derailing, I apologize.
So that's where the derail came in earlier. We were talking about one subject, and then TC decides he wants to be a mod and tell us what the subject's going to be. Or when we're talking about, black nationalism and white nationalism, and you talking about black supremacy. And that's why everybody in the audience kept saying, hey, how do you define it? Because obviously you don't understand the difference. But instead, you guys wanted to keep going down that rabbit hole. That's it. Just stay on topic. And I get it. We veer off topic too, and then somebody has to bring us back to it. But y'all be straight up lying. Y'all just that shit kind of made me feel some type of way when y'all started talking about federalism. Y'all don't know what the difference is between an ideology and supremacy. That shit was weird. Or liberation and domination. That's really weird, man. And y'all black.
And for the record, the space is shared between Patty, myself, and Reformed. So at the end of the day, if you read the guidelines, they're there. We don't mind having a conversation. But you know me, I'm not gonna allow somebody to redirect me because it's gonna be a problem. And so we're gonna keep the conversation going in Florida. Is there something new going on? Oh, let me tell you, Trump said no negotiation. Okay? He said, get out my face. I'm not negotiating with y'all.
Who was no negotiations with?
Who's that asking me a question?
That was GA. I was just asking you, said no negotiations. Trump said no negotiations with them.
Yeah. With the Dems.
Oh, okay. All right.
It doesn't impact him, so he doesn't care. You know, that's the narcissism, right? It doesn't impact him immediately, so he does not give a damn.
So here's some quick percentages. Who will stoppage hurt the most? Well, 42% adults ages 18 to 59, 28% children ages 5 to 17, 19% adults age 60 and above, and 11% children 5 and younger. This is something else new. I'm not sure if you heard about this, but what is a filibuster? So we know using the Senate to delay or block a vote on a bill. And it requires 60 votes to end the debate and pass legislation. Minority can block a bill with 41 votes. Trump said today, was it today? Was it yesterday? It was November 1st at 5:47 p.m. He says, Republicans, you will rue the day that you didn't terminate the filibuster. Be tough, be smart, and win. Y'all okay with that?
I don't know what to say.
I mean, y'all okay with him, saying, hey, listen, destroy that filibuster, get it out here. Let's veto it out. And then we can get this government back open.
But then that's when it's the Democrats' turn, it's going to be bad because they don't want that. I don't think Republicans are going to do that. That's why they haven't done it yet.
Yeah, that's why I'm laughing, because he acts as if, Republicans will stay in office forever, especially after this. I wonder, I really do wonder, honestly, does he understand the back and forthness of Congress? Like how, when one party is in office, the opposing party usually comes into office in the next midterm election. Does he understand the concept? I don't think he does.
He hasn't been in politics long enough to understand it. Never served in Congress, so he doesn't understand it. None of that. He's never operated in any of those places, so he doesn't conceptualize the organizational intricacies of how that works.
If he did, he wouldn't have suggested removing the filibuster. But he's a whole grown-ass man, and I'm like, I don't know, 30 years younger than him, and if I can understand it, and has never been elected in office, and he has been the president, how can he not understand? There's no excuse for this. This is ridiculous.
Well, what y'all don't understand is the temperament of this group. It's win by any means necessary. That's the reason why they're always talking about winning. That's why they're always talking about we won. Trump is a winner. It's all about winning. Trump said, listen, go do it, because the Democrats, they're going to do it to you anyway. Creating this, fear. They haven't done it all these years. Has it even been brought up before?
First Lady, can I ask you a question, though? Like, do you have a problem with the win by any means necessary mentality, or the fact that we're not applying it as much on our side? Like what's your thoughts on it?
Me personally, I play to win with honesty, integrity, and truth. That's me. So
I respect that, but when you face an opponent that doesn't have the same boundaries that you do, you're fighting with one hand tied behind your back, and you might have a hell of a right, but you still don't get hit with that left. You see what I'm saying?
I hear you, but I think that just requires you to fight harder in a different way and smarter. And not even harder, fight smarter. How do you fight smarter and find doing it the legal way?
That's the thing. One thing I've noticed, right, is there really, like he has loophole lawyers, right, where they're not
going through the traditional paths. They're looking for the outer perimeter of legal, right? Like they're trying to stay legal, adjacent, legal-ish. Well, you know what? It don't really matter because I have immunity anyway. Fuck it.
Is that a real phrase?
We need no. I'm making it up as I go.
That's an awesome phrase, though. That's just fucking awesome. I love that.
But if you follow what my logic, I really think that if we have somebody, we know that we have somebody that's moving in that manner, but we're still trying to stick to the traditional code. Like, I think you have to adjust for your opponent. You have to adapt at some point.
Gemini, there's still only one constitution, though, so they're getting beat. I mean, just Bassett, things came with the 2 federal judges that said they had to pay out the staff benefits, and they're going to have to pay it out because they legally have to. So they can try to do all the rigmarole they want. It's still only one constitution, man. The law is the law. You got to follow the law of the land, and that's what.
You don't follow what I'm saying, then. Like,
there's only a couple of states that are going to get the money right now for SNAP.
For now.
Which ones?
I look it up. That's because they actually sued.
There's the Columbia.
Why wouldn't every state sue then if they see it working for others?
They're probably waiting for their
There are other states that sued. There's more than there's like 19 states that have sued.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, let me get it for you.
Probably every single state sues if they win.
Yeah, that should be like if a couple win, that should be the precedent, right?
Yeah, they filed an emergency.
That's what emergency funds are for. That's why it was kind of weird when that woman came up here and said it's illegal. No, it's not illegal. The contingency funds are there for emergency purposes. All they got to do is go to the OMB. Now, when the funding runs out, then they're going to have to go through Congress. So I get it on the Congress piece, but
you talking about the 64B?
So let me just point out something. Somebody said in the chat. This is why black women can't lead. Well, no, I'm sorry, not black women. This is why women can't lead. None of these black maggots. Oh, no, that's the wrong person. Just talking. I'm not just talking. He asked me a question. I answered it to my honest ability. I'm not running for the United States of America. Let's be clear. I'm not looking to lead you. But clearly you want to be led because you're here and you're listening to my voice. So guess what? I am leading you right now. So either you're going to stay and listen to me lead, or you're going to leave because I done led your ass out. One or the other.
what was that?
No more friends.
I'm leading you either way. Like, that's crazy.
Either way, you have been led.
That's 20. Damn.
I'm loving this. That part right there.
Damn.
I mean, but hold on. But what triggered that, Gemini, was basically what she said, that she believes in just following the law.
I don't need no explanation. I'm glad she did. I don't care.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But then when I say the same thing, somebody
No, I don't think you understand. If she shoot, I'm shooting. I'm just asking questions afterwards. Like, why we shooting them? I don't care. She shoots somebody, I'm shooting them too.
Right, so my thing is, like, bro, to your point, because you said I didn't understand, but I was like, I think I was following because you talked about the loophole lawyers, right? Like, because he had advisors that came back and told him, hey, this is how we go to war with Venezuela, or how we initiate or agitate Venezuela. He had lawyers that told him, hey, this is how we can do this, right? So, but it's still illegal. They're pushing the edges of the law. But
and then there's your lawyer that does trademarks on speed dial right now. You need to get that motherfucker on.
What the hell are y'all talking about?
We're talking about him trademarking loophole lawyers for that next TV show.
I'm not trying to trademark it. I do like the term though. I just think it fits Trump. If you really watch the way he moves and what he's doing, like from the way he's done with his taxes to TCJ Act of 17, which made it legal for him, and then embedding that portion to the Big Beautiful bullshit. Like, he's definitely a loophole person. He looks for the loopholes and exploits.
Bro, he is throwing egg out the wall and see what sticks, man. Like,
that's a fact.
Definitely.
He's shooting. He's like, I'm gonna go hunting for a rabbit with a Uzi. I'm gonna hit something. Like, that's how he's doing it.
Yeah, so, I mean, for those that are still on the stage that of MAGA dissent, I'd just like to know, are you okay with this filibuster removal? They call it the nuclear. That's number one. Number two.
I'm not okay with it. I think it's dumb.
Okay. All right, see?
I think most people think it's stupid. The nuclear, if you get rid of the nuclear option, it's stupid. They know that's stupid. If they do that, it's going to come right back.
I think it would just change things tremendously. But they do it to win. So, Omari, if you're listening, it seems like you're the voice of reasoning. I need you to, even though they might have been joking and maybe never had one, but I think that it would be good if you had a private meeting with the people so that they don't constantly get upset for getting removed. But they need to check their behavior, because I'm not going to put up with it.
That's fair. Yeah, I was watching the game. I was watching the Broncos game. For sure. We can have a discussion. I think it's important. I think it's important to figure out how do we have discourse in a professional way, as we're all adults. Again, it's a matter of just showing that we can be adults. We don't have to agree with y'all, but it's about having an adult conversation. And it seems like that's where we need to focus on. I think it was a divine who said the point, not the person, right? So we can do that.
I like that.
Why don't you start your own room so I can come and visit, and you can say everything you want to say?
Yeah, we asked them that. We said, hey, since the men couldn't maintain a room on Sundays at 3 to 5.
That was nasty, Bert.
At least when Man City started a room, he dropped your ass to the dude.
I'm just saying that if they have their own room, they can say what they want to say, and then if they allow me to interject, then I can interject. But at least they can get their thoughts out uninterrupted. What do you think about that, Omari?
I mean, when we talked about that,
But you can't name it the Coon Room, because I'm not coming in on that.
No, we're not going to call it the Coon Room.
That was Black MAGA.
Not even Black MAGA. Not everybody's MAGA. I think, Anthony, you can speak for yourself. I think, would you call yourself MAGA, Anthony?
Just call it the Republican side.
Yeah, like.
Why don't you put down Black?
Well, you can say Black and MAGA adjacent.
Black
Patty and First Lady, will y'all support our room?
I don't know about all that. I love y'all, man, but I can't be in there with all them people. I'll crash the fuck out. But I'll come for a little while. Then when it's 10 of y'all, I gotta go.
Hey, Man City already tried it. Shit failed miserably.
Oh, he did try it.
Yeah,
a little audience.
And when Lisa came in there, he dropped her ass to kill.
You know what's crazy? Y'all MAGAs in the audience, y'all white MAGAs in the audience didn't even support them. You know, they have more support from freaking people in this room and in Lisa's room than white MAGA. Y'all wasn't even there. Fucking Manfinity be fucking twerking like a motherfucker. He on the pole up and down, no powder. He go right behind each one of these MAGAs. Don't give a fuck what germs on the pole, and he be jumping up and down for y'all. And guess what? Y'all didn't even show up. He be in there talking to himself sometimes. What's going on?
No powder is crazy.
So, listen, y'all.
They ain't really gonna support y'all, Anthony. They not.
I think you're right, Patty. But I'll be honest. I hope you guys do support us. But we take this off of Clubhouse and we form a little
whole situation outside of Clubhouse, you know, I think you guys would be surprised to see how well this thing goes outside of Clubhouse. I think we're actually going to have a really strong alliance off the app that's going to actually generate some money. All right. So we'll you know, I'll let you guys know once we launch it. But yeah, it's going to be interesting.
So y'all going to do something off Clubhouse? That's what
He's talking about making money.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying, you know, launching like a multi-platform pod, you know, shorts, the whole nine, everything. Gonna just hit it up from a bunch of different angles, but the alliance will have been formed on Clubhouse. This will be, you know, based on relationships that got established on Clubhouse.
Look at Matt in the chat.
I would still like to see a Black MAGA room on Clubhouse. But y'all said Man Infinity tried it and he failed.
You were in there. You went and supported him a couple times.
Yeah, I did go in his room a couple times, but to Patty's point, she's correct. I never saw white MAGA people in there. I didn't see Pepe in there. I didn't see none of those people in there ever.
Yeah, you
but
don't see Joe, like Joe. You don't see Matt.
Yeah, I never saw Joe in there.
Nancy Cool.
Nancy Cool, none of them were ever in there that I
Roe didn't come. None of them.
They just expect Black MAGA to show up to their room.
So Matt Cool would go in there. He might not have stayed long, but he would show his face a little bit.
And Anthony?
Mm-hmm. He didn't go on stage and have a conversation. And I don't recall seeing. I don't know if Beaver went in there.
Honestly, I don't remember none of them being in there. I remember us being in there, and then some new MAGAs around him. Remember he had that one retarded dude, freaking Lisa.
You ain't right.
The one that kicked you down to the goo, and then he allowed that motherfucker to.
Oh, that crazy mug. That crazy.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. That's the one I was talking about.
That's the one. He is he was in the service. Dominique, that's his name.
Yeah, white MAGA didn't come around like that.
You know, Dominique crazy as a mug.
But they'd be like, he's having a room, pop up in there. It'd be 4 people. And in the room.
One of us, was it Mel or you? I think it might have been Mel, was like, Man, Finny got a room open. And when nobody in there, and then Lisa went in, and then everybody started coming in. And then he had a nerve to kick her down to the goal. Mm-hmm. She even gave the boy a bean in her spaces. And he treated her, you know, how he said he didn't want to be treated.
I'm crying because Eduardo called Pepe Mix MAGA. I didn't know that was a phrase.
He's not MAGA. He spells MAGA talking points, but I don't know that he's MAGA. I don't know if he voted for Trump either. I don't know. You know what? I don't know what nobody is because I just don't know. So, if I'm not mistaken, there's a field trip happening at 6:00 today.
Wanna know?
6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I think I'm gonna write an op-ed around that time.
Mm-hmm. All right, Newsom pushes measures to
y'all, at 7:00. Did anybody say what time the room's gonna be?
6. What you talking about?
For Quentin, I guess Jonathan and Nelson are gonna have a room for Quentin.
Oh no, that was yesterday.
No, they're gonna have one today.
Oh, one today, right? You were supposed to tell us. I don't know.
Yeah, so his mom's supposed to come on the app at 7:00 today. I guess we're gonna share where the room's at, so y'all can go over there.
Okay. All right. The raising was turned off by mistake. It is back open. Feel free to come on up if you like. I'm looking for you. I can't find you. Marshall, are you there? Oh, I see Matt. Look at this. It's going to snow in California.
Can I share my opinion?
Is there another hurricane? Hey, Matt.
It's going to snow in California. They're going to get 12 inches of snow tonight. Hey, Matt. Happy Sunday. Go ahead. Everyone.
I was just gonna
Hey, wait a minute. Y'all need to cash that ticket in. Y'all been in here long to be having pink tickets.
He turned it in.
I turned it in a couple months ago. I got angry all through a little baby hissy fit like a little child.
I can't join Patty.
You can't?
No, because somebody has been blocked. That's on the list.
Yeah.
On the leader list. Him and TC.
When me and Patty were feuding.
I ain't ban nobody. I don't ban nobody.
When we was feuding now, from then I couldn't join the house. I don't know what happened. But, you know.
Let me unblock Anthony.
What you do about it?
Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Jay, I know you my brother there.
But go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
I hear no evil. I see no evil. I just pay attention, listen, and tell you have a good Sunday, brother.
Matt, say what you was gonna say.
I can't. Well, Anthony's here. He's here to take me back.
Anthony has big fear.
Hey, I got a question. I can't believe I want to ask this question. I'm such an idiot. I thought I learned all this 2 months ago. Hey, Anthony, how many votes right now does the Senate have to open up the government? 55? Is that correct?
55 Democrats.
Yeah, so 55 are voting yes and 45 are voting no, correct?
About right to me.
Okay, got it. Okay, just making sure. All right, thank you. Go.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Mr. Orlando.
Good afternoon, Orlando.
Listen, what's going on? I got on this morning about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I thought I was at the after hour joint.
I don't know what happened. I was asleep to that. Okay. Eddie, what you was talking about?
I'm sorry, First Lady.
Go ahead.
Orlando something. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you, love. Orlando, you here, bro?
Oh, yes, sir. I know.
All right, it's a pleasure to see you, brother. Just for the record, I hope I never offended you. I just want the question is, did I offend you when we were talking the other day, and I didn't know the particulars of your situation, and one of the solutions I said was it would be a consideration of you selling your house. Did you find that offensive?
I found it insensitive, but not offensive.
No, fair enough. I got you. All right. Well, that's what I was curious about. Like brother to brother. I think we're probably similarly aged. Do you find like men of our age category being very sensitive to other men when we communicate with each other? Do you think that's like pretty typical? Do you think like men of a certain age just speak?
I don't know if it's so much men of our age. I think we live in a time where insensitivity toward each other's issues and problems is at a heightened condition, a heightened state. I just think that's the norm for society as a whole, where unless it's dealing with me and mine, we lose our sensitivity toward other people's circumstances and situations.
When I heard more about your story, definitely it kind of changed my outlook. But, it's one of those things where my mind is always on solutions rather than problems. I think we focus too much on the problems, bro.
Like, incessantly talking about problems doesn't really help anything for my playbook. I like to try to, come up with a way of fixing the issue. And, pardon me if that came across as crass or insensitive or whatever. But, I wish you nothing but the best this life has to offer. So.
I appreciate it. No problem. And, at the end of the day, if we all can learn how to be better people, be better individuals, and learn how to be more sensitive to other people and other people's conditions, that's all we can ask of each other. Maybe we'll end up being in a better place, in a better world.
That's fair, man. It's going to sound cynical, but I believe the vast majority of people, they have two emotions towards other people. And one is hate, a lot of haters. And then the second emotion is pity. A lot of times, and that pity doesn't really come from a good place. The pity is really what they're saying, thank God I'm not in that person's shoes. So, I always said if I wrote an autobiography, the title would be I'd rather be hated than pitied. For me, I prefer people to give me, straight up, no chaser. Like, that's me. But I'm not pretending that that's everyone. I don't mind, like, raw, straight up, just, say what you got to say. That doesn't bother me. But I understand, for some people's point of view, it's insensitive. And they have absolutely a right to feel that way. I'm not saying that my way is the only right way. I'm just saying for me, and that's typically how I communicate, but I get where you're coming from.
And I used to be the same way, but life has a way of humbling us. Life has a way of humbling us to the point where we become more sensitive to others because of life circumstances that deal with us. I used to, when you're a leader, you tend to be more aggressive in your stances. But when life humbles you, you realize that you're not in this by yourself, and you need others to survive and to make it.
I understand where you're coming from. I don't know, like, I guess, thank you, I appreciate you. Yeah, I guess what you're saying is that through the, humbling process, you kind of change your perspective in the way you communicate ideas. And that's a fair statement, I don't know, like, I don't want to say anything that's going to get me in trouble, but it's an interesting perspective.
It's an interesting perspective to say, I used to be one way, but then life humbled me, and now I'm able to see things differently. That's interesting.
Yeah, First Lady. Like, I don't, like, I have my core beliefs, and I could go through a difficult circumstance, but what's gonna see me through is my core beliefs. I'm not going to go from being a conservative person because and believing that self-sufficiency is key to life, like and then expecting like people to consider my circumstances. It would be great if people consider my circumstances, but I think the problem is when there's an expectation. Like, I operate from the belief that no one's coming to save you. You have to save yourself.
Well, wait, I thought his answer to your question was in regards to what you originally asked him about whether you thought it was disrespectful or not. And his answer to your question was the fact that he used to be like that. And he was humbled, so he's no longer like that. Now, what you're talking about is something completely different that I don't think that he said. Now, I could be wrong. I could have missed something.
Yeah, my perception of it was that we were talking about the communication style. When he said he used to be like that, we were referring specifically to the communication style.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is that I would not fundamentally change my communication style because of difficult times, because it's like it goes to the heart of my belief system. The self-sufficiency has to do with my communication style. If I, like for me to be more sensitive, right, in my communication style, it would, like I don't think that my feeling sorry for someone is, helps them. Like, I don't think that it improves their circumstances.
Right.
I think me giving them some real game or some options on how they can change their circumstance, that improves their life.
Are you getting a happy ending? What's going on?
No, I'm at a bar.
Oh, okay.
But you know what happens, First Lady, is, and I understand where you're coming from. What happens is that when you live a life where you are self-sufficient, the humbling comes when you end up in a place in life where you are no longer able to be self-sufficient.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
That's where the humbling comes in, and you have to depend on others in their grace, and you have to depend on others and their ability to see you as an individual and to be willing to help you.
Uh-huh.
You are no longer self-sufficient. That's where the humbling comes in.
Right. So, Anthony, before you respond, during the pandemic, I had a lot of time to reflect on who I used to be. And I say 2014, 2015, 2016, I used to be a trainer. And my classroom would start at 8 o'clock. If you didn't make it to my classroom, I had a strict, guideline. At 8:01, I'm closing my door. If you're here, you're here. If you're not, you're not. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. And, I think I was like that because I was the type of person, I had to get my son up. I had to get him ready for school. I had to get my daughter ready for school. I've always had to drop them off to daycare, pick them up from school, and everything had to be on time. I didn't have a chance to make excuses. So if I don't have the excuses, you're not getting the excuses. But during the pandemic, I don't know why God revealed this to me and showed me at this point in time. And I began to start to weep because the grace that God has given me throughout life, for me not to find a way to even be able to find a way to communicate it to the people in regards to just having just some type of kind of grace. You know what I mean? Because with my class, if in fact you missed a day, then you had to wait until the next training class started all over again before you could come back to class. So I was really hard-ass. I'm like, I don't care. I don't want to hear no excuses. Nope, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. And that was so mean. That was so nasty. Yeah, it was a rule, but it wasn't a rule that I couldn't find a way to bend, seriously, 1 minute. But because I was so staunch and saying, listen, if I can do it, then everybody else can do it. But not understanding that, there are things that happen in life sometimes. And maybe they couldn't get there. Maybe it really was traffic. Maybe, their gas ran out. I don't know, whatever it is. But I look back at that and I'm just saying, the older I get, the wiser I become. Because I can actually look back at some of my, how I actually interacted with people and say, I want to do better. I want to change. And I don't think that your advice was necessarily the problem. Part of the problem is that he doesn't know you from Adam and Eve. This man don't know you. You don't even know him. You don't know his full background, right, at the time. So to make such a suggestion and not knowing all of those different things that he has going on, and even right now when you came back and you said, well, I think that's an odd way, blah, 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 blah. But then when he comes back and he says, I'm saying this because I was humbled, because I'm at a point where I can't be self-sufficient. I have to depend on somebody. But in your mind, you couldn't think about it that way. But I hope that hearing him say that also opens your mind to be like, you know what I mean? Just a little bit.
First Lady, in light of what you said, right? From Anthony Edwards' perspective, I like the original First Lady. I like the one that held people to a standard. She closed her door at 8:01. You're late, you're out. I think that that's part of your standard for your class. And people, excuses, they help no one. I can't be late to work. I'm never late to work. That's just, I have a standard set for myself. I'm not going to be late. This is unacceptable. I can make it, like I said, blame traffic, I could blame whatever. But this is not, the standard that I hold myself to. And I think that, you have kids and you have responsibilities. And if you can make it there on time, anybody can make it there on time. I don't think just giving grace to people is necessarily the best way to handle situations. And I think it becomes like this slippery slope. Now, in terms of my ultimate overarching advice, to me, if I can't afford something, I'm not going to love a physical item more than I love myself. I'm not going to go down into the muck because I'm trying to hold on to this physical item. I'm going to look at my situation, make an honest assessment, and I'm going to pivot if need be. And I don't think that's unreasonable. I was suggesting a pivot. If we keep insurance rates keep going up, we keep on having crazy hurricanes in Florida. Honestly, I'm not mad at somebody that says, you know what, I'm going to sell right now. There's this guy, I believe his YouTube channel is called Reventure. He talks about Florida incessantly. And there's people that have taken hits, hundreds of thousands of dollars selling their house in Florida. And, it's like, it's heart-wrenching. Do I think they wanted to take the hit? No. But, you got to know when to hold them, when to fold them, when to walk away, and when to run.
Anthony, can I answer the question?
Before you ask him a question, I just want to remind him about grace. So the next time that they start talking over you, next time they cut you off, don't ask me for grace. Don't call First Lady. Don't do it. The next time that you come off mic and you overtalk somebody and they shoot you out the space, don't ask for grace. Because a lot of times people ask for grace and don't even recognize they're asking for grace. And they're granted grace without having the gratitude and the being grateful for the grace that has been bestowed upon you. See, that's the difference with me now and versus the person that I used to be. I didn't understand how much grace and mercy I was actually living on until God had to humble me yet again to show me that if it was not for me, you wouldn't be where you are. So because of that, I'm going to treat his people with kindness. I'm going to be kind to them, and I'm going to give them the same grace that God has given me. I'm sorry, Orlando, go ahead.
Anthony, I want you to think about something. One of the greatest motivators that I believe, and I could be wrong, that drives you is fear. Fear of losing everything. Fear of not having anything. And because of that fear, it causes you to overcompensate to the point where you have no excuses, you have an attitude of no excuses for yourself and for no one else. And that's not always a great thing. Like I say, I've been there and done that. And because of life has humbled me. It has fine-tuned me to be more compassionate, not just for myself, but for others. compassion to others when they are at their low point. To understand that they may be in the circumstances that they never wanted to be in. But can I show compassion? Can I show empathy? You know, one thing about it, people will never follow you and people will never take you at your word unless they know you care. If they don't think you care, they don't hear what you have to say. But they got to know you care. We live in a time right now where we wonder who really care about me, who care about my family, who care about what I'm going through.
Orlando, you know, I hear everything you're saying, brother, right? So, first and foremost, I have failed more than I've succeeded in life, all right? I have learned far more from my failures than my successes. I feel that fundamentally, true change comes from difficult times. I think that's how people change and they grow. They grow through difficult circumstances. So I get what you're saying, brother. But at the same time, it's like I don't think that the best teacher that I ever had in my life. It wasn't. I think it wasn't her showing me that she cared about me. She imparted knowledge into me. And I went to, a corporal punishment type of school so that the teachers could dole out punishment as they saw fit in elementary school. And she would, handle her business if she had to. And that was also, a consideration. I'm not at that time thinking, oh, she's, doling out corporal punishment because she cares. You may, in your adult mind, think that, but, at the time, you're not thinking that at all. So, like, these ideas about, you'll only deal with people or listen to people that you feel care. Bro, I think that a lot of people have guilt and they have pity. And I think pity is detrimental. Feeling sorry for someone doesn't help. It really, if I give you fish versus teaching you how to fish. If I care, I'm going to teach you how to fish. I'm not giving you fish. It's two completely different mindsets. I'm not pitying you. I don't feel, you're not a sorry person. You're a person that's capable of learning and improving your circumstances. And that's where it's at. And if you're at a point where you're not capable of improving your circumstances, then that's a different conversation. Then I do feel pity is warranted. I do think that that's good. There are people that have, forgive the, comparison, but like they may be disabled. They may have some kind of physical limitations. And that should be, accounted for. Then you can't. You're not going to teach that person how to fish. You're going to make sure that person eats consistently.
But you know what happens is, and that's the issue, because a lot of times what people do, people don't have an understanding, or they don't have a barometer of understanding. I'm not going to mention no names for somebody that's in charge of something. They had a brother that had a son that was sickly, and their compassion to their own brother's child was, why don't y'all just let him die? That isn't something I heard. That's documented. So when a person got a mindset like that, I understand that person doesn't care about me and care about other people that have disabilities. And it's shown every day. It's shown every day. Because what happens is you have to be able to find value in everybody. And if I can't find value in everybody, then I got a problem. I have a problem. I have to be able to find value. I have to be able to find worth in everybody. And a lot of times people figure, well, he on SSI, she's getting government assistance. I don't believe in giving nobody nothing. They should work for it. But you don't understand the circumstances of why they're on it. I'm not taking the time to figure out why they're on it. So, but I lump everybody into the same category, and that's the problem that we're experiencing, because people lump everybody in the same circumstance and not realizing that.
Orlando, are you familiar with DNR or DNI?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So there's a lot of a good friend of mine. Their mother has Alzheimer's, and they had a family meeting, and their siblings that work in the medical profession want to make their mother DNR, DNI, and he was offended by the suggestion. He was very upset. The mother lives with him, and he thinks that that's reprehensible, and that's an indication that they don't care about them. And I think that that's an unfair assertion. And that goes to the heart of what you were saying initially. There's a lot of medical professionals who themselves are DNR, DNI, because they've been in the room and watched, a medical emergency and what happens, and when, trying to run a code and trying to, resuscitate somebody, and they know what that is. And they say, I wouldn't want that for me. I don't want that for mom. I don't want that for dad. It doesn't make them a bad person. Before I got into the medical field, my aunt put herself up as DNR, DNI, and I was devastated. I couldn't believe she would do that. But, afterwards, it made sense to me. I started to get it. So I don't think it's fair for us to, just make a blanket statement as to whether or not somebody cares about somebody or not, if they're willing to let that person die peacefully. I don't think that that's a qualitative judgment as to their caring. I don't think that's fair.
And to some degree, I agree. I've been there and done that with my mother. When I had to make that choice, I'm the oldest. So I had to ask the doctor, what is her prognosis? And the doctor was very frank. We can continue to treatment, but as we deal with one thing, something else is going to happen. Or you can allow your mother to pass away peacefully. It's up to you. It's not something, and then that wasn't the part of that bothered me. The part that bothered me was that I live in a country that when I needed to put her, because she had Alzheimer's, when I needed to find a place that could adequately help her, because I could no longer do it in my home. I'm blind. So I could no longer give her the assistance that she needed. They told me that as long as she got money in the bank, as long as she had property, you have to sell everything she has, pay for it out of your own pocket. When she has nothing, then Medicaid and Medicare will pick up, and we'll take it from there. And my exact words to them was, so you're telling me my mother needs to be broke before all the years that she paid into Medicaid and Medicare through her employment, she can't get any assistance until she has been proven to be broke. And they tell me, yeah, that's basically what we're telling you. That's basically what we're telling you.
Yeah, who wrote that policy?
So on top of my mother progressively getting worse, I had to deal with that. That made it worse than her getting progressively worse. That's what made it worse. So for an individual not to care is one thing, but when you got a whole system that doesn't care, that's the whole different animal. It's a whole different animal. And that's something that each and every person that live in this country eventually gonna have to come to grips with when they have a parent, or even a parent or a wife or a husband. They're gonna have to deal with it. If things stay the way they are, they're gonna have to deal with that. If things stay the way they are.
Jeff, if you have any question, then you can handle it fastest one of the race of lap 157, 1 lap ago, a 27.60, a tenth and a half better than Blaney in second.
You there?
Yeah, I was just addressing somebody in the chat. It was interesting because, like, when I mentioned the whole disabled thing, I said disabled people should get support. Unqualified support. They should be taken care of. Unqualified. It shouldn't. I have no problem with that. With that said, people will disparage you and they'll make stuff up, man. So, I don't like to bring stuff from the chat onto the stage, so I'm not going to make a comment directly about that. I addressed it in the chat. But as it was, Orlando, I don't want to be the dude that I thought one way and then life humbled me and it changed my perspective. I don't want to be that dude. I'm not knocking you. If you're that dude, God bless you. We all make our own decisions. But I don't want to be that dude.
Well, Anthony, unfortunately.
Hold on just a minute. Anthony, I think that we had the exchange in the chat. I was referring to Trump. Trump
apologized. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about me. So
right. And I want to clarify this for the chat as well. If people have misread that. Basically, Trump's brother wrote a book where his brother said that Trump told him to leave his son
exactly
die.
Yes.
And that also people who work with Trump said he made disparaging remarks about the disabled. So that's the clarity.
Exactly.
That's the point. I apologize profusely. My bad. I misunderstood. I thought you were referring to me. I've been accused of egregious things, and I apologize to you. I shouldn't have addressed you like that.
It's all good.
So, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm good with it.
And that's the point I was bringing up earlier. That how can I expect for someone that told his own brother to let your son die, that he was a disgrace to the family because he was in that condition? How can I expect them to even care about me if that's how you feel about your own nephew? I'm not surprised by what I see. I'm not surprised by the politics that I hear and see going on coming from a certain place on Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Man, I'm going to actually take the time to look this situation up because I wasn't aware of it. I know my relationship with my nephew. I know my relationship with my brother. And I know that anything I say to my brother related to my nephew in any circumstance is going to be from the heart. It's how I would approach a situation with my son. I wouldn't treat my nephew any different. As long as if my brother, God forbid, wasn't around, and my nephew, niece, whatever needed care, they're going to get the best of the best as though my brother was still around, and he knows that, and I know vice versa the same. So without having context in this particular situation, I don't know if Trump would have said the same thing about his own kids. I don't know. I really don't know.
Hi everyone. Can anyone hear me?
Hey Sabina, I hope all this
Hi Anthony.
We don't hear you.
No, I have to ask because my mic doesn't work.
One second. It can be distorted, but thank you so much for joining us this evening. Thank you for the exchange, fellas. Now, this is what I'm talking about, having a conversation. We don't agree on the topics. Anthony was able to articulate, even though it may not have been palatable for others, it was done without cussing and fussing. Okay, so I appreciate that and I acknowledge that, so thank you. But some people might say I'm giving grace. Anyway, no, just kidding. Sabina, how are you, sis? How you feeling?
I'm fine. How are you? Always give grace, by the way. Always.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I do believe that Project 2025 and the whole MAGA is white identity politics. And I mean, I understand where they're coming from, but I don't know if the document that was going around, was it debunked? was that proven to be true, or was it falsified? Like, there was an actual document called Project 2025.
Yeah, it's true.
Was it? Oh, it's true. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah. So this is the thing. This is why I believe DEI was actually something that was actually successful, because imitation is the biggest form of flattery, right? And so if they want to imitate, DEI and what the left is doing, and then apply it to themselves, that means that DEI is actually, something that they want to emulate, but they just want to make sure that they're included. And I never understood why they felt excluded, because every time I was in DEI circles, they made it clear that white working class people were also disenfranchised, just like Black people were, right? Or Black working class, middle, whatever, right? Racially and so on, and women as well. For example, white women don't ever hesitate to include themselves. White men, for whatever reason, even if they're poor, I don't know if it's their pride or their own arrogance. It's like, include yourself. Don't exclude yourself and then get disgruntled because you're not included. Because white women totally took advantage of it, right? They took advantage of affirmative action, and why should they not? Right? Because that's what you should do. So don't exclude yourself and then get mad that you're isolated, because you should be included. Because if you are a white working class person, you are marginalized, and so you should also be included in DEI. That's all. Thank you.
You said a white working class.
Yeah, white working class men. Yeah. That's usually the people that vote for Trump, yeah.
They're marginalized?
If they're poor, yeah. Yeah. That's what like the DEI idea is. It does include class as part of it. That's what Kimberly Crenshaw, like, they always attack critical race theory, but she never excluded white working class people. She never did in any of her works. But for some reason...
They're talking about class, they're talking about protected classes.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I don't think they're talking about it. But white men are protected under DEI if they're a veteran. They have veteran preference.
But even in that, the present regime wants to get rid of those preferences, because the commander-in-chief, well, not the commander-in-chief, but the one over the fence has suspended the program for disabled veterans and the employment program that they have for disabled veterans qualifying for contracts. So that's been suspended also.
Series Championship Day here on NBC, presented by Press Tree, continues. Beautiful day here in the desert. Will it be the perfect day for Denny Hamlin? He has led 100.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what's that noise? Happy Sunday, y'all. Hope I got a hot mic.
All right, is that it? That's all you got? We have...
They're saying that he's talking about
Happy Sunday.
I haven't really seen anything that's suspending VA contract.
Who's this? Lisa's not even here. Who's this Pro Ben Roy person? Been sitting on stage all day, ain't said a word. I got my eye on you, sir. What's going on? Wait a minute, Ultra. I'm handling business. Probiotics. Are you there? Probiotics. Are you there?
I don't think he's there. I think he's trying to listen and learn. It says learning English on one of his pictures.
Okay.
Proven. Yeah, he's just up here.
How do you know? He could be a spy. All right, go ahead, Ultra. Go ahead, do your little song and dance.
Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, y'all. Shabba.
Ain't that about a monkey?
Hey, Jamal.
Hey, everybody. It took me forever to get up here. I was like, why is hand raising turned off?
I ain't do it. Somebody probably didn't.
Did y'all?
It was me.
Did y'all talk about?
But I forgot I did it.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to turn it off.
It was definitely me. I forgot that I turned it on, and I didn't see nothing over in the chat. I wasn't even looking at the chat. I was engulfed in the conversation, so I apologize, guys. Thank you.
It's okay. Did you guys talk about the J.D. Vance, Erica Kirk thing that's blowing up?
Oh, I heard he was banging up Erica Kirk. He was banging. He took his podcast and he took his woman. God,
Oh my goodness. It's not even that. So you know how it started, Sandra? No. What happened?
I just can't believe he said that. Oh my God.
Yeah. He said openly that he wished his wife Usha, who's Hindu, was Christian, and then now you see, Charles, who's passed, his wife all hugging up on him. I thought it was crazy. It's insane.
Picture was crazy. The picture was crazy.
I heard him say that because someone asked him.
It was very inappropriate.
Someone asked him how does he raise his children. He said his wife does go to church with him, and he said that he hopes that the word would move her. I never heard him say he wished his wife was Christian. I've heard him on the record because
I did hear him say that.
He was at
I did hear him say that.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he meant it to come out that way, but yeah.
Yeah, he didn't mean it to come out that way, but he actually did say that. I've seen the videotape like three or four times. He did say that.
I also heard him on the record.
I think me and you said the same thing, Divine.
I posted it in the chat. Yeah, he didn't mean it in it. Sorry.
Yeah, I was still talking. I mean, I hear it. I hear what y'all are saying, but I'm just trying to say he has also said otherwise. That she goes to church with him. Their kids go to Catholic school. So yeah, I'll let.
Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. I think he didn't mean it in a malicious way. What he was trying to say that he wishes that her heart were to accept Christ. Because I know people in relationships where another person's a different religion. So I know he didn't mean it that way. But it's what he said along with the picture that I think everyone is going crazy about. But anyways, he did say it though.
I know one thing. Ain't no black woman that I know on the planet would let some other woman hug their husband, I don't care whether it's on the stage, and run her fingers through his hair. It'll be a fight. All the black women I know, it'll be a fight. I don't care how proper and the black women I know, it'll be a straight up fight.
First lady would show something.
They would snatch her whole wig off. They would snatch her up right there. If I'm wrong, ladies, correct me.
You are right. Imagine someone hugged Obama like that. Imagine the headlines.
A lot of people have. Yeah, I ain't doing all that. I'll be joking and saying I would have knocked her ass the fuck out, but nah, for real, I ain't doing all that. I would have I'm gonna be honest with you. If he would have,
at least not on camera,
I felt disrespected, we're gonna have a conversation. But if he think it's okay, I mean, I don't know.
Are y'all referring to this?
He's a politician too.
Are y'all referring to this like? I'm looking at it right now. So it's here 1, 2. So you heard for 2.5 seconds. Is that the hug y'all were talking about?
that they're talking about?
2.5 seconds. Goodness gracious, that's crazy.
One.
That's great.
Two. I think it was just right at 2 seconds. Are y'all serious?
Okay, y'all. I just asked if people were talking that you guys had talked about it earlier. Don't say y'all because I don't think it's there.
Have you seen the picture of the emergency saga?
Got it. Yeah, it was just a 2-second hug.
I know, so they said that, the guy, she put her hands in his hair and all this stuff. And I kept telling them, I think that, she's, still mourning her husband. And,
She does have her hands in his hair.
Yeah, I seen it. I watched it. The thing for me is, in other communities, this is how they touch. They're touchy-feely type of people. So it may look different from another community, how somebody else embraces another, man's husband kind of thing.
So my wife agreed it was a lot. It was too much. It was a lot, right? But she also indicated that I believe she's on probably all kind of Xanax, probably all kind of things, and that she's mourning, and that maybe she's using JD Vance because he reminds her of her husband, and she's just going through that. Like right now, she's mourning. She's not herself.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're gonna get together or anything like that. I've never alluded that, and I know that's the talking point on Twitter and all of that stuff. I would never say that because I don't know that lady and I don't know JD Vance and I don't know his man. All I know is the 2 points that I made. I am speaking for myself. If you would stop interrupting me. I literally think 2 things. One, that's the reason why I said the black woman I know that would be not okay with. I didn't say anything else. The black woman I know, they ain't gonna let no other woman run her fingers through no man's hair. And when I say snatch her up, hold on for a second, Matt. When I say snatch her up, I didn't mean physically snatch her up. It'll be a whole situation that maybe it'll be a conversation or anything like that. I didn't say that they was going to throw down and fight, but it'll be a whole conversation. Now, the other point that I said is this. When he said what he said, I'll say it again. I don't think he meant it to come out that way. I don't think he did. I don't think that man means anything negative about his wife. I don't think he did. But the way he said it, I didn't think it actually passed through his brain because it sounded like I really want her, the word to work on her heart and her leave her religion and come to mine. That's what I heard. No, I'm not trying to clean it up. I'm trying to help y'all listen through actually like normal people ears and not through those weird left wing kind of right wing or bat wing or whatever wing is y'all listen through.
Can I say something real quick? I just want to say this real quick. I think that it's a lot being made out of nothing. I think she's probably really appreciative of the money that he helped her get or whatever the fuck he did. They helped her. They helped her out a lot. And I just think that it was more of an appreciative thing. That didn't look sexual in any way. You can almost freeze frame anything and make somebody look like, these days it's nothing to freeze frame and stop something and create something out of nothing. And I think that was really some bullshit. As far as him being with his wife, I don't think that was a good fit from the beginning. And he was lucky to be getting some Indian pussy. And I think I think he was lucky. And he's not a handsome man. He's an unattractive white motherfucker. And so he was very lucky to get something. But
Jamal, your wife gonna let some other woman put her hand in your hair? Jamal.
I think that was just
Jamal, is your wife gonna let another woman do that?
I think it was a normal.
You're not right.
What?
I don't think it was too much. I don't think that was.
Is your wife gonna let another woman get away? And I say nothing to you?
It was too much.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, is your wife going to let another woman rub her hands up your neck?
It may have been a conversation at home between the two of us.
Okay, she gonna say something, right?
Yeah, it might be something. He might have to deal with something at home with his wife, but I don't think it was. I think it was no intent involved in it. I think people are just.
I didn't say it wasn't intent. I just said your wife ain't gonna let that go down like that.
I think that there would probably be a conversation between the two of us. I believe there would be because she would, especially because he's moving in all types of different directions, and he might not even want the woman that he's with now because she's black. Even though she's Indian, she's black, and so he's with a black woman. I don't give a damn if she's Indian or whatever. She's black, and so that she's darker than most of the sisters on this stage, and so she's a black woman. And as far as I'm concerned. And as far as they're concerned, she's black.
What is happening?
I mean, it is. I mean, she's
her fingers through his head. She touched the back of his head.
She's brown.
Okay.
Brown, but she's definitely
Y'all had a hard time calling Kamala black, but you gonna call Usha black? That's insane. My God.
That's to be black. It's crazy.
She got an ethnic name. Oh my God.
She's darker than Kamala.
Divine, are you trying to say something? What's going on?
Wintertime or summertime.
Erica Kirk did not rub her hands through his head. She touched him. I just looked at it. She touched the back of his head. They hugged, and she walked away. And calling it. Okay. It was nothing. It's a nothing.
Where were his hands? Where were his hands?
On the hips. On the hips.
His hands were on her waist.
That's supposed to happen.
It wasn't. That's not a regular hug. That's not a regular hug.
Really?
To me, it wasn't even.
Give a shit. I don't care. I'm just going crazy over all the comments.
Why are you defending it? We talking about what
I'm not defending it. He shouldn't have had his hands on her.
No, you said that you don't care, but you.
No, I don't care. I
know, but we're just having a conversation. Okay, yeah, well, we're not saying that you care. We're having a conversation. That's all. That's it.
Yeah, any blog or media source that's saying it's more than it looks like. His hands were on his sides for like a millisecond. She patted the back of his head.
Get your hand off of her man.
Divine, I'm gonna ask you the same question. You married, bro?
Yes, I am, sir.
You married to a black woman?
Sure, I'm a black Panamanian.
Okay, a black Panamanian. That's even better. This is my question, Divine. If your woman saw a picture, a still photo of a woman, got her fingers in your hair, like she had her fingers in his hair, not the video, but the still picture, is your woman not gonna have a conversation with you?
Okay, first of all, I'm not hugging another woman like that. You get a side hug.
Why not? It's nothing burger.
Hold on, you ask me a question. They're not gonna have an opportunity. I'm gonna keep it a buck. They're not gonna have an opportunity to get an image of me looking like that hugging a woman. She gets a side hug like she's one of my students, and it's like they're barely touching, right? Like shoulder to shoulder. I'm gonna push. If she's trying to get up on me, I'm gonna push her hips back because you're not gonna disrespect my wife. Because my wife is not really gonna get mad at her. She's gonna get mad at me. Why are you so comfortable with this lady getting so close to you? See, I know how to move. I know how to. You heard?
Okay, so what?
That's what I've been waiting to hear. That is what I've been waiting to hear.
What if you're a politician, though?
Right.
Like, there's different strokes for different folks. If your husband a politician, you're going to expect him to hug, push babies, all this other extra shit, pat people on their back. That's why I said I was joking. When I said that earlier, I was joking. Like, honestly, I don't know.
Patty, not different strokes.
It's a different, again, y'all keep, GA keeps saying, do you got a black wife? All these qualifiers. We're talking about a white woman and a brown woman.
But honestly, I don't even think it's that for me. I think it's his job. Like,
the job is one factor, yes.
I work with a bunch of dudes, right? So if you see a bunch of dudes calling, it's usually about work. It's nothing else. It's just about work. But if I had a job, let's say, working the makeup counter at Sephora, a bunch of dudes calling my phone, that's a whole different story. You know what I'm saying? So, we gotta look at his job.
I agree with you, Patty, and I agree with you, First Lady. The thing that I keep calling that out is, the reason why I keep saying that is because you hear people say, this is a nothing burger, but in their life, it'd be a huge burger. So I'm like, hold up, you ain't white, so you don't know what this is to them. Just like I said, I don't know whether Erica Kirk find that man attractive or not. I have no clue. I don't know nothing about her life, and I don't know nothing about J.D. Vance. It may not have, they may hug like this all the time. From what I understand, they were really close friends with them anyway. I don't know that. But I'm just calling out the hypocrisy when people say, oh, this is nothing burger. People do that all the time. But I wouldn't do that because my wife would get on my case. That's what I'm calling out.
Yeah, for your situation, but if you was a politician, your wife is going to have to suck it up and drive on.
Yeah, I agree.
Either that or you're going to have to find another wife.
Time will tell. Time will tell.
Yeah, I think Patty's right about that. Knowing a fair number of politicians myself, regardless of party, like, there is that kind of hugging in events. It, like, nobody puts the hand on the back of the head kind of thing, but, you know, people do hug.
See how they talk shit about Biden, how he always pats people on the back, shit like that.
Yeah, he's grabbing them by the hips. They don't always do that.
Biden is damn near filling up somebody's dress in his old ass. Fondling, squeezing cheeks. But we do like the cheeks, smelling scalps and.
What does that have to do with what's going on today?
We do have a good.
That was a small. That was nothing. That was absolutely nothing.
Biden ain't doing nothing but being a politician, and he's just a nice guy.
We do have an example of a former vice president who never would have let himself get that close to a woman who wasn't his wife. And it was Mike Pence. Mike Pence.
Exactly.
Yeah, Mike Pence, I think, is the only president, right?
So again,
Mike Pence is the only president that was really like that.
Oh, the vice president that was like that?
Like that?
No, he wasn't the only one. But
I don't know.
He wouldn't be there without Mother.
The exact same rule. Mike Pence has had the rule that he'll only be in close situations with his wife since he got into the House.
Yeah, he's always been that way.
15 years ago. But yeah, that's not normal for vice presidents. You don't usually have vice presidents that say that.
Well, he's the one that said it.
But a young guy. He's only 30-some years old.
But Mike Pence has always been that way. He's been the most vocal about it. But there's historians that says there was other VPs that was notoriously like that as well. But I mean, of course, there's no reference. I literally have a file on my computer about that because I actually wrote a Substack about it. I wrote a Substack about it.
No, you don't.
I do. I wrote a Substack about it.
Yeah, I'm going to subscribe to your Substack. I want to read it.
I don't know. You spend your time that way, man. You need to get some fishing. Start fishing or something.
I think it's good. It's a lot of good.
Yes, you need to get a fishing rod and head out to the motherfucking ocean.
Fishing rod doesn't make me any money. People read my stuff. Substack does. So.
I've been on Substack for the last 4 weeks. And that's why I haven't been in the room so much because I've been on Substack.
Yeah, it's all a distraction. They want us to forget about.
What's Substack? What's that? Bring that down for me. What's that?
Substack is essentially like an app where you can go where people write short to semi-long form articles, and they're about every subject you could possibly think of. Like, I subscribe to a news one, but I also wrote a Substack about troops in Chicago or National Guard in Chicago.
And they pay for the article?
Also subscribed to a Substack in which they were writing about massacres during the Civil War, like the massacre of Fort Pillow. And so it's a widely varied site. Don't get me wrong, it's got its ilk just like every other app has, right? All apps have their ilk, but it's a really good app for people who
write. The article that you write is that what
you can have free subscriptions and you can have paid subscriptions. It's how you set up your Substack. So I have some that are free and I have some that are paid. So the paid articles are different to those subscribers than the free one.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
Jamal, you act like you just met me. You know I make money whatever I'm doing.
As far as that, I won't speak to that. I can't speak to your money. I'm concentrating on my own. If that's what you're doing, that's what you're doing. I know you got some time to be fishing.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, no, I don't.
Go get you some worms.
No, I don't. You find me the way to make some money at it, I'll do it.
At least crabbing, where you at, you can do some crab thing. Get you some lobster tails, all that. Just don't.
No, I'm good on that.
Man, look. Never mind, forget it. But Charlie Kirk would be turning over in his grave right now if he knew his wife was blowing off and fondling the vice president.
He's looking up and seeing everything that she's doing. He's looking.
Yeah, he's been in the ground too much. Good 2 months.
You know what? I caught that real well.
That was funny.
That was funny. I'm not gonna hold you.
Nah, I feel sorry for Pence's. Not Pence. Vance's wife though. That's who I really feel sorry for. She should have never gave none of that good Indian up to that motherfucker. He's a slouch of a man. I already know.
I'm just counting the days until they called it Fondlegate. I'm just waiting. Somebody's gonna cover it. It's gonna be in the news.
Call it Fondlegate.
Fondlegate.
Yeah, that's
that would piss me off if I was his wife. Is the little snide remarks that are being said about her.
Patty, have you seen all the different videos that are going viral with people acting like they're like, especially as Indian women that are doing this, and they're dressing up like trying to act like they're making themselves appealing for their husband again, but they're making it like a joke and they're going viral. Like, does this make me look like a couch? Have you seen those?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
No, I haven't seen those videos, but I'm saying, yeah, that's great.
You haven't, or you have? Because I'll post a link if you haven't.
Post a link. I haven't seen it, Jim.
Oh man, that shit's going viral. I'll post a couple of links. Give me a second.
I seen some video. I ain't never ran across no Indian. Never ran across none.
What you mean?
Where do you live?
The scans. I'm talking about some scans.
Mr.
Indian scans.
No Indian woman ever found you appealing. I got it.
You don't hit some Indian? You hit some Indian? You had some of that?
I refuse to get in this conversation.
I'm going to say, Jim, I don't go down that road.
Absolutely, conversation. God damn.
I'm asking, have you had some masala? Have you had any tiki masala?
Mercy. You gotta stop. I don't disrespect people's race like that.
Okay, so this is when I say, hey everybody, welcome to Politically Correct. One mic please, one mic. Welcome to Politically Correct. Project 2025, Equal White Identity Politics Exposed. Let's bring it back home and try to get back on the train tracks. Let's get our plane navigational system adjusted. Yeah, so many of us have read many portions of Project 2025, including myself. We spoke about this yesterday. You can look at policy that's being pushed, and you can compare it to what's happening in the written documents. Heritage Foundation has been around for ages. They only changed their names. This is a think tank, right-leaning think tank that aims to guide the policies of the Republican Party, and in this case, MAGA. And so here we are today, and we can look at the atrocities that have been taking place, case law that is being attempted to be rolled back, attacks on the Civil Rights Act of 1964. People are like, why you always want to go back there? Because that's the foundation right there. There was a time when some of y'all mamas couldn't open a bank account without a husband, right? Of all races. Women could not do this, women could not do that, black people could not do this, could not do that. And so these rights have been afforded, and now they're under attack. I believe there are individuals who feel we've come too far too fast, others who argue that we haven't gotten anywhere, but that is not a fact when it comes to education, when it comes to entrepreneurship, when it comes to a lot of things here in these Americas. Some people would think like we got to slow these folks down, not just black folks, but all minorities. You have people coming to this country, opening up businesses. Did you know you cannot open one Dunkin' Donut? You had to open 3. Right, so anybody you see those Dunkin' Donuts popping up and people pooling their money, they didn't open one Dunkin', they opened 3 Dunkin'. So things like that. You hear in New York, the bodegas, that was a Latin term, a Spanish term. The bodegas now are all owned by the Yemenis, right? How did we miss that boat, right? It went from the Spanish hands or the Latin hands, the Puerto Rican hands, straight to the Yemenis hands. And guess what? The Latinos, they are now venturing into supermarkets. If you go to a lot of supermarkets in New York, you'll see they are owned by Latins. So they leveled up, from bodegas to supermarkets and things of that nature. And again, you have, if you look at here in New York, who owns the Dunkin' Donuts, right? Who owns the gas stations, right? And so people are threatened by this. The powers that be are threatened by this. We've made some advancements as well here in New York as far as black people. We're opening bodegas. We're owning businesses. My own neighborhood, East Flatbush. Most of the businesses are black owned. Your Jamaican restaurants, your little shishi bar and grills. People are leveling up. So I think someone's threatened by that. So it's like, in my opinion, we got to slow them down. That's what it looks like to me. So with that, I'll pass the mic. Let's keep the conversation going, and let's try to stay away from the sexual epithets.
This is Dr. Me here. May I ask 2 questions to ladies in this room?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. You were talking about a few minutes back about the hug, right? So for men, it doesn't matter. So it's there is always the big spectrum, but it is always the modesty of a woman is a bit more difficult to understand. So is it easy to differentiate between a good hug and a bad hug, or a good touch and a bad touch from a woman's perspective? So this is the question that I have.
A good bitch from a bad bitch? What do you say?
No. You talking about if a man was to hug me? If I could tell the difference between a good hug and a bad hug?
Yes.
I think he means if it's like somebody being genuine or somebody trying to grow.
You can tell if somebody's trying to grope you. I don't know. I don't understand. Did any of y'all other ladies understand that?
Can you repeat it again? Hey, doctor, good to see you again.
Yeah, thank you. This is what, I have a daughter who is 20 years now. And from she's of course growing in India. From the beginning, my wife made sure that she's sort of protected. But I was always asking my wife, she must be mingling with everyone. Of course she does, but we have to make sure that she identifies with whom to move closely and with whom she should not.
Agreed.
So this is always a eternal problem according to me, because it also depends on the persons the way they look at it. But generally speaking, I want to, because my wife has a different perspective because of her cultural background, being an Indian. I just wanted to ask, because you are already openly discussing about these things, and also about the hug Charlie Kirk's, right? So wife and JD Vance thing that I saw that. So in that sense, I wanted to ask a question. Is it easy or difficult for you to identify between a good touch and a bad touch, or a good hug and a bad hug? So this is the question that I want.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, appreciate that.
I think it's difficult.
Jamal, I think he was talking to a lady.
He was asking the lady.
Would you like to put your genitals to the side and answer? Thank you.
I can.
Okay, no thanks. No thanks. All right, so Doctor, growing up, my mother was very cautious, telling me, don't sit on a man's lap, don't get close to, all these different things. So I think as I continuously grew up, it was something that became innate, if you will. And I can definitely feel energy. I can feel when a person is being flirtatious, or genuine. So I think I definitely have the perception of those different attributes. If someone was to hug me, if it was just like from a genuine space, or if it was something that was more on the sexual side of things. Why do you ask the question?
And honestly, I don't let men at work hug me. That's you're going too far now. It's a professional environment. What are we hugging for?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, were you talking about at work?
Yeah, it was regular. You remember he just said something about his wife, the girl that works with him, his receptionist. Also, I don't know what the rules are in India, but the United States, they have this thing where sexual harassment is a big thing.
Yep.
And you can hug somebody and not mean anything by it. It can just be you being like, hey, you okay? And they can actually press charges on you.
Miss Patty, I got a question. Do you think
and wait a minute, hold up.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize.
And no worries. As well as, sexual harassment, somebody else can identify it. And you could be offensive to someone else just watching you do it. Mm-hmm. So sexual harassment in the United States is definitely something they take very seriously. I didn't get his, if he was saying it's something at work, I don't know that a woman, especially a secretary, should be hugging her boss.
Well, I don't know what the rules are in India either. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I'm just saying mentally in my mind,
right.
Period. I don't give a darn what state, country, region you're in.
Yeah, but in the Middle East, it's like when I go to certain people's office, it's like a custom that we kiss on the cheek, like.
Yeah, side to side kind of. Yeah. So right, the custom. Okay, yeah. I got it.
I don't know what the rules are, where you at, what y'all customs are, but.
Doctor, did you have anything you want to close out with?
Yeah. One small thing is this. See, there are multiple occasions where for example, you win a very important match. For example, your coach, for example, hugs you, and then it's actually much tighter because of that moment, right? So you're enjoying that moment. And the same thing, you can always differentiate depending on the situation and things like that, but you can never be able to really see inside a man's mind, right? So in that sense, some of the countries and cultures, they don't even allow women to touch other men, that is basically taking it to the extreme. And the other extreme is completely allowing, and then not really teaching the kids, so that some of the things that I hear from UK is gullible, small teenagers getting trapped. So for me, it looks like an eternal problem. I agree that it's a difficult thing to tell, but if there is some sort of a scale or some way of identifying it, then it could be really useful for the societies, right? So this is one comment. The second comment that I wanted to ask or tell you is that right wing or right side is always thought of as white man, right? Why not the black also part of the right wing, right? I see many people, but usually I don't. The majority are white. I agree, but why is that? In U.S., right wing means it is always white man. This is something that I want to learn from you. Thank you so much.
All right, go ahead, Matt.
May I speak, please?
You know, if I
Go ahead, Matt.
No, I'll go. Y'all can go. I'll putt. I'll listen. Sorry.
Can I go? Can I get in on this? Is it okay?
Patty, what was the direction?
So we were trying to let Matt in because he kept trying to come in conversation.
I was just going to ask if
but I don't understand. What do you not understand about the right wing of government versus the left wing of government?
That wasn't
in the U.S.
He said he didn't understand the white and the black thing. I was clear on this question. I wanted to say one or two things if I could.
Wait a minute. Let us clarify. That's what he said. But can you clarify again, Doctor Me?
Yeah. What is your confusion?
Clarify. Did you say left wing, right wing, or did you say black or white?
So right. Okay. Let me. Sorry, because my accent may be a little.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, babe.
Yeah. So usually, what I see from U.S. politics and news, whatever that little that I see, is that whenever we say right wing politics or politicians or the right wing ideology, usually people connect right wing with white men or white men and women, and left is always connected with or much more closely associated with black men and women. Why is that? Why such a thing happens? Or if my understanding is not correct, then that's also fine. So I will correct myself.
I'd like to say something if I could.
Well, let him say something. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please don't go far. Please,
please allow me. Please allow me. And Doctor, I appreciate the question because it is a really good question as far as I'm concerned. Historically, we have to go back just a little bit. I think it's more not right and left, it's more conservative and liberal are the terms or the classifications here in the country, the way they view it. And historically, African Americans or black indigenous people to this area of the planet were very conservative, and we were right, and we were on the right side. I believe a transition happened in the 70s and 60s. We started to kind of transition more on the liberal side of things. And excuse me, can I speak my piece?
Oh, wow.
Please, just asking. We've had a conservative way of viewing things is God, man, woman, and child. And that was the way we historically viewed things. Over the past 50 or so years, there's been a shift to the left to a liberal way of thinking, but it looks like things are starting to move back to the right. African American men almost at a 20% to 25% clip have started to vote more conservative now, and we're kind of shifting that way. We've seen in Chicago that even some of the black women have started to shift towards the right because it aligns better with our family values. I'll land right there.
So that's not true. For us, it's more of small government versus big government, right? So, like, when you look at what happened during Reconstruction, it was big government, and that gave us protections so that we can come out of slavery. We can have the little bit of rights that they were given. That's why we had black politicians back then. And then when it went to small government, that's when Jim Crow laws. When they gave the power back to the states, that's when Jim Crow came around. So for us, it's more of like, we're not into this, like, preserving this, like, power structure where we're at the bottom of the food chain. Like, we're not doing slavery and segregation, Jim Crow. We're not doing none of that shit. And then what's going on right now with getting rid of Section 2 of voting rights out of the VRA, we're not with that either. So we still rely on the government to make rules and laws that give us some type of place in society, right? So, no, we may have conservative values in our home when you're talking about God and family, but then we also depend on the government heavily to make sure that things are in play. We've always been liberal. Just because you have conservative values at home where you believe in God doesn't mean that you're not able to say, like, where are my rights? And we need these rights. And we're not depending on these states to fucking give it to us. We have to have the federal government come up with rules of law that ensures our protections. And that's why we've always been liberal. Or left.
No, you're right. The specific line is Andrew Johnston repealing Reconstruction, which led President Grant to have to reintroduce troops into the federal South in the 1870s, early 1870s, because of the birth of the Klan and other terrorist organizations who just went around lynching black people at the time. And so you're absolutely right. The position of having a stronger government means protection versus having to rely on states has historically, for most of the country's history, meant exploitation.
And that's why we're usually left-leaning.
Yeah, but so the idea of the Civil Rights Act, right, was supposed to bring equal rights to everyone. So that means you mean to say, because now it's almost more than 50 years now, so you mean to say the law was not, or all these years law is not properly implemented in US? Because why I'm asking this question is that if that divide is still there, so there is also a term called white man's burden, right? And that is also causing much of a problem because you need to help those who really need help. And helping someone who doesn't deserve will eventually spoil the environment, the societies, as well as the person who is trying to help. So in that sense, if this law was properly implemented, then most of the left white men wouldn't have been there, right? This is something that I'm thinking. I don't know whether my sequence of thoughts are proper, but this is something that I'm always or constantly think about the US.
Okay, so we can have the rights on paper, but people will roll it back in practice when you don't.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So we need that's why we rely heavily on the federal government. Getting some of the things that Project 2025 or even what Trump has put in executive orders or he's trying to make legal is really or using the office of the presidency to threaten companies or corporations, that shit affects us. It affects the minority.
Yeah, he goes too far to the point of it's not just like talking about things. It's a lot of elected officials talk, right? But for the most part, they won't. In the federal government, they won't enact policy. This guy is not only enacting policies, but he's threatening lawsuits on top of that to roll back protection. It's amazing, the lawsuits like that. Okay.
Some of the Project 2025, I think in the pages of the 870s and in the 800s, in that area, they start talking about men and custodial rights and also tax benefits of children and being able to file for benefit of their children and also parental rights. I think line up really good for Black men. Some of the things that they have thought out are interesting because it seems like the Democrats would have thought more about some of these legal things as far as Black family is concerned, as far as Black children are concerned, and education and also custodial rights of the children. It's very interesting that they've made plans for these things specifically with Black families in mind, and we haven't seen anything like this from the Democrats. And so it's very interesting and I think this is why we're starting to kind of drift a little bit more to the right because of the high push on the LGBT thing and pushing that on the family versus some of the structural things that is coming out of that Project 2025. I'll land right there.
What just happened?
You do know who the party is made up of, right? Like what they look like. You do know that, right?
I just want to point out that this fucking dumbass can't go 3 sentences without mentioning LGBT shit. So shut the fuck up, you dumbass.
Hey, Spirit, let me just tell you that Jamal has been hyper-focused on other men's penis ever since I've met him. And in this very room, he's asked for us to PTR our penis so he can see who had the largest. And that's a fact.
It's a typical dumbass. Doesn't know anything about what the fuck he's talking about. But, it's nice to be able to listen to him talk about gay shit since he's so obsessed with it. It's so predictable and sad.
In my knowledge, when somebody's hyper-focused on something, that means it's dominating their mind and they're trying to suppress it.
Free your mind, and the rest will follow. We colorblind, don't be so shy.
Hey, these things that I'm
speaking about. That's why you have a problem with that whole man holding his wife's hip thing.
None of that stuff matters. But I do see a shift. And if we start to visit some of the documents in the 800s of Project 2025, the custodial stuff that I was speaking about and the tax stuff that I was speaking about, that they were working through for the Black families, it was chapters. It was a few chapters just focused totally on Black families, and I haven't seen the Democrats put anything together on Black families, not even put any thought into it. And I just found that very interesting. I think it was in the 800s, those pages in that area.
Are you saying Democrats are not pro-family? Like, I'm confused.
You know, he just making up shit. So.
And did he say the 800s?
Yeah.
Not the 1800s, but the 800s. Like,
he's talking about the page.
He's talking about the page. I think he's
talking about the pages. But they'll worry about that when they put y'all back in the cabin. Them cabins attached to the plantation. That's when they're gonna worry about the little black boys and girls.
So since Biden, so you said Democrats. So there's no civil rights, right?
No, what I'm saying is that I found it interesting in those particular pages that they had chapters that were focused on the black family and ways of uplifting the black family in the United States. And I was really surprised by that being in Project 25 when they kept saying how terrible of a document it was. In between those documents, they had stuff written about the black man and how he associated with his family and his children and tax laws. And it was very interesting. In the 800s, I think those pages in that area, they focused a lot on the black family, almost more than I've ever in my life heard the Democrats focus anything on the black family at all. And I just found that very interesting. And the reason why I brought it up, not from a homosexual perspective, but from the perspective of what the doctor was asking about. And so, I just laid it out. And I think that black people are starting to drift a little more to the right because they're at least prescribing things for the black family. I land there.
Yeah, but Jamal, to Spirit's point earlier.
Pookie and Ray Ray are not coming home. They said fuck them kids. Really?
Your main point, Jamal, that why you were saying the black community was shifting more to conservative to the right was because, and I quote, that LGBTQ stuff they're pushing on families. Thus, why it was received as you being homophobic. Does that make sense?
I said that doesn't fit my jacket. But the reality of what I was saying was, and I'll say it again, in that project, in that whole
Don't
project.
say it again. We heard it 3 times.
Yeah, so we heard you on that.
Descriptions of black families that I haven't heard the Democrats prescribe anything for the black family, and we vote for them at a very high clip. And I was speaking directly to what the doctor was asking, and I'm saying that Republican document spoke directly to the black family and specifically to black men and them being able to receive tax benefits and write-offs and custodial rights over their children. This was stuff that was in that document, and I found it very interesting that the Republicans
numbers, because I still have.
I think it was in the 800s.
Can you give me the page numbers?
I'm just coming off the top.
Okay, because I'm getting ready to pull it up because I still have it on my computer.
Just Control F and put the word black family and see if you find something.
I think it was in the 800s.
I think it's in the 800s, y'all. The black part of the family, I think that he's talking about. Was it around child support?
It was in the 870s. It could have been 820s. I don't remember.
Was it about child support?
It was about child support. It was about custodial rights. It was about the total black family. And I just was really surprised that they had thought about the black family enough to break down stuff that they wanted to do to make the black family stronger and black men stronger. And I haven't seen anything. I mean, this was in Project 2025, and I haven't seen.
So you think eliminating child support is going to help the black family?
That didn't say anything about eliminating child support. It didn't say anything about that, but it did speak to custodial rights. It did speak to black men getting tax credit. It did speak to family structure. It did speak to education. It was it was very interesting that they had thought about the black family more than the Democrats have ever spoke about the black family. I'll land right there.
That's crazy. Because Biden alone tried to pass certain things that Kamala used in her own 98 pages when she was running. Like that $25,000 down payment.
Jamal fucking lying. There's not a section in Project 2025 that talks about helping the black family, and I'll bet you on that. 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 There's not a section in there dedicated to helping the black family or promoting black family values at all. No, there's not. You spread. I don't like when people disseminate false information. I'm all for learning, but come on, you got to be accurate. It's not fucking there. It's not there. It's not there. You're lying.
Keep saying it's in the 800s.
You, sir, are a liar.
Can you read anything? Can you read anything instead of just saying
so somebody said that it on page 481 it talks about black fathers. I do remember having a conversation. Now I don't know whether they specified about black men or color, but I do remember that child support conversation.
I thought it was the 800s. It might have been the 480s.
It's construing it like they're promoting the black family union,
Exactly.
and they don't.
Exactly.
What I'm telling you is they thought about a structure for the black man, black women, and children more than I've ever heard anything that the Democrats have said. I've said that 4 or 5 times. I thought it was maybe it is the 470.
They do promote a family or nuclear unit, meaning the father, mom, child, but that has nothing to do with black. They don't say black.
You said they don't say, okay. So, Gemini, that's where I think the crux about it is, and I think Jamal's right, but I could be wrong. Jamal, if you're sure, I'd bet him.
I'll take his bet right now. I'll take his bet. The bet is still open.
Okay, so he's flying. Not anywhere in the out of the 900 and something pages.
It might be 400.
Anything about black, okay?
Exactly.
Person, Gemini, right, and I hate to say this.
For single parents to be able to get support. That's why it's also in there a lot about encouraging marriage.
So I read exactly. It talks about advancing American values, which is protecting religious freedom, upholding family values, and defending free speech is crucial to maintaining cultural and moral fabric of the nation. These pillars are also including promoting educational freedom and innovation and empowering parents and reforming higher education. That's all it says.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, if you want to be
there's nothing on black.
There's a portion that talks about the nuclear family unit. There is, but they're not specifically talking about African Americans.
That doesn't. And there's a portion that talks about black.
Don't have it doing beside.
All right, well we can't find it. You find it for us, sir.
I mean, hey, like I said, it could be in the 400s, please.
It could be. Take the time, since you have the time to flap your gums, go flap your fingers and click on Control F through the document and tell us where you find it at. It's that simple.
I'm busy, but I'm just telling you.
If you're busy, then stop spreading misinformation on the stage.
Your mic.
Safety.
All right, I'm ready to shoot.
So something interesting it says in here, it talks about cultural shifts. It doesn't mention the word black. Without disparaging diverse family structures, that sounds kind of racist. I'm just trying to read. I'm not trying to read this whole thing.
Yeah,
that definitely sounds.
It's all about, having a nuclear family. And there are parts in there where they discourage the single, having a single parent or custodian.
That's true.
And it's all about making the, quote unquote nuclear family situation.
Exactly. Yeah. That's accurate. Accurate information. Jamal would just be saying a whole bullshit with his chest, and y'all, not y'all. Let me reflect. There might be some people that will accept that.
I'm telling you, and the thing that I found so interesting about it was that I was like, why haven't the Democrats done anything like this? Or thought about it?
You are just dumb. You're just dumb. You're saying dumb shit. You're lying. You, sir, are a liar.
Hey, you can say whatever you want, but it doesn't bother me because I know.
I'm
saying.
But I'm saying facts. I'm not trying to bother you. You're lying.
It's the truth.
Show me the section. Quote the section. Quote the section. I'll concede and bow down right now on stage and say I'm wrong. Show me the section.
I don't need you to bow down to anything, brother. It's there.
It's not.
It's not.
Never mind.
It's there. It's there. I heard it. I
My bad,
read
Maya.
it, but it was read to me. I heard it. I was in a room. They went through, we spent hours reading it. It was not just, it was a long
comprehend.
How many days?
It was a long room.
How many days
It was hours. It was hours. It was a whole night. It was a night of reading.
Oh, then you didn't read the whole damn thing.
And that's why I remember that conversation, Jamal. But Jamal, I remember, listen to me, because I remember you coming in here with the same argument. That's why I brought up the child support. And then we went to it and we found it and we found out that it did not.
Was that in the 470s? I don't know.
481. Implement a pro-fatherhood messaging campaign with nearly 41% of children born without a married father in the home and nearly 69% among Black Americans. The fatherhood problem is clear. Similar to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Shut the hell up, Jamal. Let her read.
Let her read, because I don't think you're comprehending what she's saying.
Nigga, get off the goddamn pills.
Do you know what?
Similar to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' 2022 Fatherhood Bill, HMRF funds should be used to support national messaging campaigns that affirm the role fathers play in the lives of their children, that recognize the financial hardship the fathers themselves face, and that seek... somebody drop him. I can't do that.
I want him on stage from this. Jamal, don't come off the mic. I want you here. Do not leave, sir. Please keep reading, First Lady. Sorry for the interruption.
And that seek to provide relationship education to fathers who were raised without a father in the home.
Okay, so let me break this down into. Okay, Jamal, I want you to listen. Jamal, I want you to listen to my voice. I want you to calm down, sir. Right, and I want you to. I'm about to speak to you in your language. I'm gonna speak Nika. Right. What they're saying is, Black families are the most fucked up and fatherless. So we need to put out national. Let me finish. Okay, I'm gonna have to drop you. You had to listen from the go. Black families are the most. Black families are the most fatherless and fucked up, according to them, and that they have to put in work as far as raising awareness via campaigns about how the nuclear family is important in general. They're not exclusively trying to fund Black families or make sure that Black families have a nuclear family unit. They're trying to promote that nationally to the entire population, right? They're not hyper-focused on getting Black fathers into Black homes. They think the nuclear family is the nucleus of the American culture, and it needs to be reinstated and promoted. That's what they're saying. I don't know if I went too deep, but that's what they're saying. They're not promoting Black family values.
It was just quoting a percentage.
Could you please allow me a chance to speak? Please, I'm asking nicely.
Go ahead, Anthony.
So here's what I have to say. What I just said is exactly what she just read. That they thought more about the Black family than I ever have heard any Democrat say anything about a Black father, about a Black family structure, about anything that had to do with Black family. What she just read right there is exactly what I heard. And
Jamal, they used our stats to quote us as the problem. They highlighted us as the issue.
Gemini, you don't.
Does anybody else understand what I'm saying right now?
That's why I was about to go back over the percentage. I was going to reread that. Maybe he didn't hear just because he heard Black Americans, and that's the problem. You heard the word.
Democrats haven't done any of that.
You have no.
They didn't do anything. This isn't doing something. This is doing.
You don't think Democrats? You don't think that they do research and they look at? You don't think they do research and look at percentages when they come up with?
As much as you want. You can mute me as much as you want, and I guess that makes
you drop you because I'm
right.
So you cannot talk. How about that?
Should we ask him about didn't Obama have like my brother's keeper type initiative? Was that related in any way, or am I wrong?
Man, you can't speak nothing shit. They just made lynching a federal hate crime freaking under Biden. So, I don't know.
I think that Jamal actually won this round. If I'm being honest, I think he was right. And, it is what it is. I think you're kind of twisting it, but that's up to you, bro.
I don't think he's twisting it at all. This was for the masses. It's not for blacks. They use blacks as the example.
Oh, Jesus.
I think we're getting frustrated.
But so wait a minute. Here's the
interpret it. I don't know.
Here's the bold black letters. Implement a pro-fatherhood messaging campaign.
For blacks.
Exactly. If it would have said for blacks, then he would be absolutely 1,000% correct.
Exactly.
It does not say that. It says implement a pro-fatherhood messaging campaign. We're going to campaign for pro-fatherhood.
Right.
Didn't say black, didn't say white, didn't say purple, didn't say green. That's it.
And then the stat that they used, what they did was reference us as the problem. Like, look, in this community, these niggas ain't coming home. They're going out for milk and not coming back. What we're going to do is we're going to try to offset that fucked up shit they're doing and promote fatherhood campaigns to the entire nation. That does not mean that they're pro-black family. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, and then it gives the stats. It says with nearly 40, it's on page 481, with nearly 41% of children born without a married father in the home, and nearly 69% among Black Americans. It's just giving the stats. They're talking about men. They're not separating and saying, okay, we're going to do this for the black family. And we're going to make sure that they, get it right and be good fathers. That's not what this is saying.
Not at all. But what's scary is when you put those kind of messages in front of remedial individuals, they don't comprehend and they'll take away whatever message you handed them. And then we'll come back and spew it on the stage as if it's facts to everybody and scream at the top of their lungs about how we're slow. It's crazy.
Anthony, have you had a chance to review the section that First Lady just clarified for everybody?
I can't find it right now, but if anybody has a link directly to that page, I would appreciate it beyond words. I'm looking for it, but I haven't found it yet. Additionally, I think the context, the way I'm interpreting it, has to do with Black families specifically, the context of it. But listen, I would. That's why I wanted to read it myself and just draw my own conclusions. But that's the way I'm looking at it.
So instead of you just saying, I want to draw my own conclusion, you doubled down and said that he won. You see what I'm saying?
I said based on my perception of what had transpired. And what I wanted to, the ultimate arbitrator for me would have been me reading up. But based on my perception of what transpired on the stage, I think Jamal made a valid point. That's it. I think that, it comes down to one's interpretation.
if they're talking about like a problem in the black community and coming up with solutions, I think that was what Jamal's overarching point was. It's not about being right or wrong. I'm cool with being wrong. It's okay. I'm
and what I'm saying is, what part of this part don't you understand? They're talking about fathers, children without fathers in the home as a whole, not separating it from black to white, but just giving the percentages of how many families are without fathers. That's it.
They're highlighting an issue.
Yeah.
First lady,
and using us as the example.
Is if the so
well, not just us as an example. They use 41 to 69%.
Of reference. Right. If they're using black people as an example, they're giving black people as a frame of reference.
Good God. I gave you two numbers. They didn't specify who the 41% was, but they politely specified the 69% as being black. You don't see that being problematic? Oh, I'm going to tell you about the 41% that's without, but I'm not going to tell you the race of those people, but I'm going to tell you the race of the 69 people.
Niggas.
Those percentages don't make sense, though, because that adds up to 110%.
Yeah, well, hey.
No, you don't. You can't add on. It's men that never mind.
I just jumped in, but
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
So then, to answer you, it would be the 31% is what he's talking about. But overall, as a whole, 41% of families are without dads. 69% of that 41 is black.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
And so, Anthony, if you couldn't find what their first thing is referring to, if you scroll in the chat or look in the audience, Bella has taken a picture and has shared it with everybody on her PTR. That it just reiterates what First Lady is saying. So, it just 100% refutes Jamal's point. Oh, there it is. But Jamal, did you read the whole paragraph?
All night. And what I'm saying to you,
this is sad.
Without being interrupted, just getting some respect on the stage. If I can't get any respect on the stage, you've called me a faggot. You said I'm an undercover.
Who called you a faggot?
I haven't called you a faggot.
Nobody called you a name.
What are we talking about?
You said I wanted to see men's dick size.
You asked that. You asked that.
I was in the room when you did that. That's true. That's true.
You said everybody put a picture in your PTR of your dick.
You did say that.
PTR your dick.
That is what he said.
I never said I wanted to see another man's dick because I never said that.
You said PTR.
You asked us the PTR.
What does PTR mean? Oh man.
But here's the thing. But here's the reality of it. Here's the reality of it. You've disrespected me here on the stage tonight, and the point that I was making stands for what it is. I told you in the article or in the Project 2025, they referenced black men and black families, and they were concerned about fathers. I didn't read it.
They referenced us in a negative light, Jamal.
You have to read it verbatim. That's the key point.
You're interrupting me, and I'm not allowing me to speak. You're disrespecting me.
You're not allowing me to speak. Well, Trump ain't gonna allow you to speak either.
Hold up, JD.
Okay. Well, here's the reality of it. The reality of it is I've never heard any document that the Democrats have ever put together in concern about black fathers, black fatherhood, motherhood, or children. Hold on, excuse me. If they were speaking about the whole United States, and they specifically said black people, well, they had black people in mind. And I've never heard anything that the Democrats have put together where they have black people in mind to do anything for us. And so, hold on. Excuse me. Hold on. They also said that they wanted black men to retain custody of their kids. If you go deeper into it, they also said that they wanted men, fathers, to receive benefit for having the kids as a tax credit. This is shit that they have thought out. And so what I'm saying is, as a black man, I am, and a father, I am, even though my children are all old, graduated from college, and on with their lives, I'm still a black man and a father. I felt like that was a very respectable thing for them to even do. As far as the numbers, I'm not concerned about the numbers, whether they were disrespectful or not. Just the fact that you would even think to even put black people into an equation.
Nigga, land your raggedy ass plane on and shoot it down.
Here's the reality of it, and this is how I see it. If you're in a room, and I'm in a room, and it's Democrats in the room, and you're in the room, and I bring this up, you should expect whatever you get. So I land here.
You know, no matter who has, if you have custody of the child, no matter what, you're going to get tax credits if you're the primary caregiver.
That's a fact. I got it from my
So
daughter.
that's how I know you're not in your children's lives.
Talking about custodial parent.
That's a fact. JD, I'm glad you're here. JD, hey, mute up, Jamal. We heard you already. I'm talking to JD. JD, let me bring you up to speed because I need you to understand what's going on here, bro. So, Jamal said in Project 2025 that they are very concerned about the black family and the black family unit, and they're promoting the black family unit, and he's read a portion where they're saying how much they would like to promote the black family unit. Now, we found the page, we found the portion where they're referencing black families, but what they said was that 69, was that the right percentage? 69% of
yes, sir.
black children are
41%
born.
for this.
Hold up, Jamal. Hold up. So we let you land your raggedy ass flight. So they quoted a stat about 69% of black families having children born without the father being in the household, right? And then they said they wanted to go out and utilize funding. Let me finish what I'm saying, Jamal. Thank you. I'm talking to JD, not you. That's why I chose JD, because I don't want to be interrupted. So we found a section, and they're saying they want to promote the family unit as a whole, and then they quoted the stat about blacks being the problem, having 69% of children being born without the father being in the household. Do you see that as promoting the black family, JD?
No, it's pinpointing out the most fucked up group, because we talked about this before. Well, we've talked about this specific one before. Why doesn't it mention all of the groups? Why doesn't it mention all the races? Why is it pinpointing out one single group?
Exactly.
Okay, Jamal,
it does mention all races. All the races. It actually does. That's the 41%.
Okay, one second.
Hold up, let them finish what he's saying. Why y'all cutting them off?
I'm not cutting them off. I'm just explaining. The percentage is 41%.
So what's the percentage for Hispanics, according to that document?
Okay.
Or the percentage for Asians, or the percentage for Indians. Where's that at?
Looks like you. Can I respond to that?
No, he wasn't finished. That's the problem.
Still talking. Y'all just started, man.
No problem.
Yeah, so you came off Mike and said, Anthony, so you should be able to tell us in that document what percentages of Hispanic families are like that, what percentage of Asian families, according to the same section that it mentions about the black.
You said, Gemini, just stop for 1 second, man. Just chill for 1 second. So JD, according to what you said was, where does it give the overall percentage? That was the question you asked. You didn't say Hispanic. No. You said if you roll percentage. No, JD, you literally. Okay, you say, of course,
hold on, Anthony. Of course, you conveniently heard it. Of course, you conveniently heard what I said to try to match your narrative. You came off mic and said it does mention other races and ethnicities. So
I said the overall, not other.
No, I just said overall. I did not say overall. I said it mentioned overall and black and black.
Indian, it doesn't go into Asian. We are the only highlighted group in a negative manner.
Okay. So Gemini, right? Without the totality of the document, it could make perfect sense why it does that, brother. If they mention blacks specifically in other portions, this further reinforces Jamal's point, and that is his assertion. He's not saying that this is the only place where they reference black people. So if there are other references to blacks,
others.
Okay, Gemini, this is not my argument. This is Jamal's argument.
Then you should insert yourself, because this is where I know you're too intelligent to say this stupid shit that you're saying right now. You're defending the undefendable in this moment.
Is Jamal's defense attorney.
Cool, most like, listen, man. You see, this is the thing, right? You got people that's addicted to being right. I don't care about that. I just want to effectively communicate. And I think that Jamal may actually have a point. If there are, you said there's no references in the document. That's what I heard you say.
That's not what you heard me say. I'm gonna tell you what I said, because I don't want to be misquoted.
Okay, go ahead.
I found no location where they promoted the Black Family Unit.
Okay,
that's what I said.
Gemini, respectfully, you and I have different recollections. I could be wrong. Ask the rest of the stage then. Ask everybody else that's here. It's not just us. Gemini, listen, man. This is a cult of personality. They're going to say whatever you say that you said. That's what's going on. It's not true.
Patty don't have a problem disagreeing with you. Trust me. Fuck you.
Gemini, man, listen. Okay, no problem, man. Anyhow, right, what I'm saying is if there are other references to black families, and, then Jamal's point would be reinforced. If they're saying, look, we need to help the black family, and they're citing a specific number that shows how dire the circumstances.
Say that. It doesn't say that.
The words aren't there. The operative word is if. The operative word is if. If there are other references to the black family, then Jamal's point makes sense. And he has consistently said there are other references to the black family. And I don't think that just by them pointing out how dire the circumstances are in the so-called black community, I think it actually bolsters his point.
Anthony,
logically, it bolsters his point. It supports his point.
Anthony, this is where you disappoint me tremendously, right? Because I know the intelligence level you have, and sometimes you just choose to do this shit that you're doing right now. We read the section multiple times. There's no point in reading it again, First Lady. That would be redundant. We heard what it said. We have someone with it in their PTR. It does not say anything about exclusively helping the Black Family Unit. We know this is a conservative document, so it's going to promote the nuclear family unit, right? Overall, for everyone, right? And there's no denial in that portion. But to say that they're exclusively promoting the Black family, they don't. They highlight us as a part, the largest portion of the problem, and we're the only ethnic group highlighted in this document and on this page, right? They don't highlight anybody else and isolate them and say, look at this bullshit. They don't do that to any other group. Right.
There's a shade in it. So Gemini, here's the problem with what you're saying, Gemini. The fundamental problem is this. If the document was chock full of negative black stats,
Look at God. Look at God.
Your point. But it's not chock full of negative black stats. I might be in the matrix. I had the red bar. Anyway, look, man.
I just want y'all to think about this. This is the same gentleman that said he would cook anybody on this stage, and y'all hear the discourse right now.
Yo, Gemini, how about this, right? How about you and I have a debate? We're going to be in a neutral room. It'll be Anthony versus Gemini. How about that, Gemini? Since you brought it up.
About what?
About whatever you pick the topic.
I might waste my time and do that. I may.
It'll be a conservative versus, liberal point of view.
I may oblige and waste my time.
This is why I did that little MAGA experiment the other day. Pretending
we better MAGAs.
MAGAs that came in the room, they literally, no matter what bullshit came out of my mouth, they went along with it. And this is exactly what Anthony just did right now with Jamal.
No matter what.
He said he wanted to read it for himself so he could come up with the conclusion. Yet, without reading it himself, he came up with a conclusion.
Right.
This is the same shit they always fucking do.
Exactly. JD, I couldn't have said it better.
JD said that Supreme Court decisions are just local. He said that on Lisa's stage. He literally said that.
JD.
I've heard you say all kinds of crazy shit, Anthony. Right now, I just heard you say the craziest shit.
Let me give you an example. I said that specific case that some had to look into. Anthony wants to go ahead and drag that shit out. Anthony, but bottom line is, you're the idiot who just came on stage in front of everyone.
Supreme Court.
And it's literally backing Jamal from a document that you said you wanted to read and interpret yourself. Yet, you're going by Jamal.
But right now, Anthony, what JD is saying is accurate, right? Like, when you have the information, I've seen you when you have the information, you're actually really good at delegating the information and utilizing it to support your point, for sure. But this is your weakness, right? And I'm gonna highlight this. So if we do debate, you can strengthen your argument, right? You tend to go off emotion and you will blindly jump into something that you haven't vetted and try to support it without having the facts there to substantiate your point. And you're doing it in this moment, like right now. That's what you're doing. The facts dictate completely the opposite of what you're saying, and you're clinging to alternative facts that don't exist. Saying, what aboutism, what ifism, what if in the entire document it says this? What I'm giving you the verbatim, hard and fast facts of what we're reading within the PTR that Bello had run out. And you're trying to refute something in black and white, and you can't. They isolated us, highlighted us as the problem. That's it.
Gemini, I'm a fallible person. Maybe I have the flaws that you described. Maybe I don't. Whatever. We could debate that. That's all good. What I'm saying to you is that I don't read it the way you read it. I actually sat down and read it. I thanked Bello. I said, thanks, Bello, in the chat. I read it multiple times. And there's something that doesn't make sense. If the goal of Project 2025 was to denigrate black people, it would be chock full of negative stats.
It's not. The goal is to strengthen white culture, not to put down black culture. The goal is to strengthen white culture.
This is a report that Anthony said didn't fucking exist a few months ago.
And by the way, Bannon went on a podcast, JD, and he said,
doesn't exist?
Yes.
You're gonna say JD. You're gonna say anything, bro.
Bro, you and your whole crew. It doesn't exist.
You and your whole crew. Don't do that, JD. JD,
you want to know why I'm saying that confidently?
They were saying that Trump wasn't on board with it, JD. I think that's what you meant. They were saying that Trump wasn't in line with it.
Exactly.
That's what they were saying. I know what you're talking about.
You want to know why I can say that confidently, Anthony? You want to know why I can say that confidently? Because during his campaign, you didn't have any difference or free thinking opinion about Trump during his campaign. You came for that man 100%. 100% of anything that came out of Trump.
That's a fact.
You agree with it, even to the point of deportations where you said you didn't even think he was going to go to this extreme, blah, blah, blah. You believed everything that came out of that man's mouth.
But see, this is the one thing I know about Anthony from us having our back and forth in our friendship, because I do consider him a friend, even though I don't agree with a lot of this shit he agrees with, right? He tends to downplay racist events or perceive like what we might perceive in one way. He'll be like, no, there's no way that white person meant it that way. Like he tries to see it in a all-encompassing way no matter what, right? An example would be our biggest argument we had was about Elon, whether he gave the Nazi salute at the inauguration, right? That was our biggest debate we had back and forth, because to me, that was 100% a Nazi salute, and he did it twice, if I remember correctly. It wasn't one time, I know. It was either 2 or 3 times. The number I don't remember exactly. But he went hard about how it wasn't until his commander-in-chief got into it with Elon and then admitted, well, you actually did the Nazi salute on my stage. Then he conceded, right? But until that point where Trump said it himself, had Trump not gotten to that argument with Elon, he would have stood by that not being a Nazi salute. And this is that moment reincarnated right now, right? It's very clear that they only indicated the disparity in black families as far as us having 69% of children without the father in the home. Right?
Said nothing about black people.
Hold up, man. Hold up.
Which one of y'all let him back on the stage?
I don't know, but he's gone again. So it's clear that it doesn't indicate any other race. When you're highlighting one race as an issue, by default, you're making them the problem or the example of the problem. There's nothing positive about highlighting a problematic issue in your document about blacks and only using them as the problem indicator, right? You don't alienate any other race and say, but the whites have this percentage, the Spanish have this percentage. They highlighted blacks. That by default is racist. Can I
respond to what you said, bro? You said a lot.
Please do. I yield.
Sure. Very cool. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. So as it relates to the whole Elon situation, right? I said the ADL, no less than the ADL said it wasn't a Nazi salute. All right? Yo, what I conceded to was that in the heat of Trump, Elon saying that Trump's on the Epstein files, and that, Trump being mad at Elon, him saying that, oh, that was a Nazi salute, I conceded that Trump said that. I gave that concession. That wasn't, so it doesn't change my mind. I think that the ADL, they are not scared of anybody. They're the most vehement supporters of Israel in the world. So, this idea that, they bow down to Elon would be nonsense. That's one thing, out the way. Now, as it relates to what we're talking about, Gemini, again, when Jamal just came up on stage, I agree with him. You said that this document doesn't say anything about black. All right? And lastly, to JD.
That's not what I said. You keep misquoting me. I said it doesn't promote black families.
Gemini, out of my respect for you, I'm not going to repeat it again. I'm going to take you at face value that that's what you said, and I misheard you. I won't repeat it. I'm done with that. Now, what JD said is that I denied the existence of Project 2025. That is a lie from the pits of hell. What JD also said was he was referring to a specific Supreme Court decision as being local. That is idiotic on the face of it by itself.
You can say the way that conversation happened, the way you referenced it, you made it appear that way. That's why I said I had to look into it. So you can keep bringing that shit back all you want. The bottom line is you will cape for any MAGA person that comes on the stage. You will side with them without any facts. You're just a typical Trump dick rider, and that's all there is to it, bro. There's no way around it. So we can go ahead and move on. You can keep my name out your motherfucking mouth. Because bottom line is, bro, you do this shit all the time. And you definitely denied Project 2025. You all fucking did, including you. So we can go ahead and move on, bro. We don't need your rebuttal.
Just want to say, God specializes. God.
You see how they
try to silence you. You see how they silence you, and then on top of which, they start talking about dick riding and stuff. You've not disrespected anybody on the stage. You haven't said anything ill about anybody on the stage. It's been completely respectful communication. And then
Who said dick riding? What are you talking about?
Let me know. I'll take
you didn't hear JD just talk about me dick riding?
Can you tell me what?
No, I didn't hear it, but maybe I was moving around.
I'll take that for dick riding.
He just said it.
I didn't hear it either.
I didn't hear it. I got my MAGA ears on.
Y'all ain't shit, man. Y'all ain't shit. I hate both of y'all. Terrible human beings. I hate y'all.
Yeah, but see, I'm glad we can laugh it off. We can't have that conversation like that with other people. But yeah, I think really this has everything to do with, like I said, with definitions. We've had this conversation earlier. There was a fundamental crack there, and how, you define one thing. And as we read this, for me, I'm looking at this, I see what's in bold letters. This is the topic. This is what they're talking about. And then out of nowhere, you just get the statistics and stats on Black American men. Like, what? But I get it, because you don't find it offensive because you go around touting that stuff. To be honest with you, that's what I'm thinking. Is the who's that trying on stage?
I'll try to
the crux. Oh, thanks a lot.
Inmates that are running the asylum. Go ahead, First Lady. No, come on, let her tell, bro.
But yeah, Anthony, that's where I see this, where we keep crossing the lines. Like it's right there, because of the fact that we just don't see and read and comprehend things the same way. And
there was somebody in the audience or on stage that said, "Oh, it doesn't make sense because if you add 41 plus 69, it equals 110." Like, I'm embarrassed, man. Like,
let's get past that.
There's a basic misunderstanding about statistics. And then this idea that I'm the person that's touting these statistics is laughable at best. There's a whole other, set of statistics that I tout, and these are not those statistics. I'm guilty if you're talking about something else. You got me all day. I'm not going to bring it up. But these statistics are not the ones that I tout.
No, I'm talking about, you do be saying stuff like that. What you talking about?
It's a nuanced thing that I talk about, First Lady, and I'm not telling on myself. I ain't jumping into the freaking fire, but there's a set of statistics that I talk about. This ain't it. This is not my religion.
I'm not saying. Okay. Again, let me clarify. I'm saying that you go around speaking statistics that, go against the Black community.
The Black community in a negative light.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
If you want to make that general statement, that's a fair statement, First Lady. I quote, because I'm saying, right, we've been doing the same thing for the last 60 years, and there's a lot of statistics that are not in our favor. So I will quote statistics that paint it in a bad light, Black people in a bad light, because I feel that we're capable of so much more. I don't think that we're well represented by today's statistics. I think we can do so much better. So yeah, I'll quote negative statistics.
Well, and that's why I think when you read this, you see this as something being good. That's what I get from it. I think that you.
I think that Jamal was right. If that's something good, I think then that's something good. And it's funny how Goat lives to just snipe at me in the chat. That's his he comes into rooms to just address me. The other day I said, there are 5 votes. Yeah, Goat, man, you're another one I would love to see in a neutral space.
He doesn't discriminate though. He does it to everyone.
Goat says that I talk too much. Imagine.
Have you seen the stuff that he says about me?
Imagine Goat saying somebody talk talks too much. Who loves the sound of their voice more than GOAT?
And when's the last time you heard it? Or when's the last time you heard it? When's the last time you heard it?
I don't miss it one bit. I don't even at all. I thank God he doesn't come up on these stages.
Oh,
I don't miss
that's
it.
not nice. Yes, you do.
Do you think GOAT is intelligent or not? Do you think GOAT is intelligent?
He's one of the smartest dudes on Clubhouse.
That's why you don't like him on the stage. MAGAs don't like smart people.
Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all the funniest shit.
I'm down to go toe to toe with GOAT 8 days a week. I ain't scared of GOAT.
Anthony, you said.
Hey, hold on, man.
Hold on,
Hey, Gemini, I was coming home from hold on, man.
Hold up.
Don't adjust yet.
Go ahead, JD.
Hey, so I was coming home from a party, right? Drinking, whatever. So when I got home and got on, I was a little lit. Anthony was going on stage debating with not GOAT. What's his name? Oh shit. The young dude. Dr. Articulate. Bro, this motherfucker told Anthony, you know what? I wish that Harry Tubman should have shot your ancestors, bro. I was going crazy. Bro, I would have shot your ancestors.
That's crazy.
That's funny as hell.
The delivery on that joke, impeccable.
It was, bro. That had me cracking up. And he cooked you, Anthony.
That's funny as hell.
But Anthony, you phony because you would be up here kicking would go to read you and then you still be laughing at him. That was the one person that you would kind of listen to.
No, listen, I said GOAT is one of the most intelligent people in the app. I'm not denying that.
Right, you said you don't want to hear his voice no more.
I'm just talking shit, man.
Right.
Do you remember when Trump, first lady, Trump actually literally said, smart people don't like me. He said that. That's a direct quote. I'm not making that up.
He didn't mean it like in a literal sense. GOAT is a hell of a contributor.
He didn't mean it like that. I know.
The idea of GOAT saying that somebody talks too much. I want you to imagine GOAT saying somebody talks too much. Really?
I'm just saying, listen, don't think you are special. He talks about everyone. He makes fun of everybody in the chat. Are you kidding me? Like, he doesn't discriminate. It's not just...
There'll be like 4 people in the room and GOAT will come in there if I'm in there and start talking shit to me. Like, I'm talking about the most obscure rooms. The most obscure rooms. You'll see GOAT in there. Like, literally, this is what I'm talking about. He's my Clubhouse stalker, amongst some others, but he's one.
Call him a stalker is crazy.
Crazy word.
Email type shit,
And MAGA me, so I'm gonna tell you, you shouldn't say you enjoy listening to idiots because by proximity, you start to hear something enough that it actually starts to program you. So if you really feel that this stage is dumb, it wouldn't be a smart thing to sit around in the goo and digest this. Because you're everything you do is you have a mental diet and you have a physical diet. This is a part of your mental diet right now. So if you don't feel like this is nourishing your intelligence, then I wouldn't be here because that's what it's doing right now, one way or another.
Leaders that thinks he's, whatever. But, he's just an academic type of dude. You listen to GOAT talk. He's one of those textbook dudes that ain't doing it in real life, Gemini. I'm sure you compared your personal financial statement to GOAT's personal financial statement. You blow it out the water. But it is what it is.
That reminds me of a debate, though. Let me ask the stage this. Let me ask this to the stage in general. I'm not going to specify a person, but do you think the more intelligent person generates a larger salary for the most part, right? This is not an all-inclusive statement. Or you think there are a lot of intelligent people that just haven't been able to monetize?
The latter.
All right, before y'all start talking about money, hold up, I just got a real quick
quote from Trump. Trump on ICE tactics. I think they haven't gone far enough. Go ahead, Eric.
You can import more often. But anyway, what do you think, Anthony? Like, do you think the person that's generating the highest salary is the most intelligent person? Or do you think that there's a lot of people that are underpaid and overeducated?
I think that there's a high correlation between salary and income. I think that, there's definitely a high correlation.
Salary and income.
Salary and income.
Yeah, salary and education level.
There's actually a direct correlation. That's a direct. That's a that's
salary between salary and intelligence level. I think there's a high correlation.
So Stephen Hawkins, Anthony, you think Stephen Hawkins is a smart individual?
Yeah, I think he was.
Do you think correlatively speaking, how smart he was? Do you think the value, do you think monetarily he made the same as how smart he was? Say compared to Jeff Bezos?
To the correlation, brother. I think that, Jeff Bezos is brilliant. I think that Elon Musk is brilliant. And are they the smartest people to ever live? I don't think so. But I think that there is definitely a correlation, not causation, but a correlation. Do you disagree with the statement, Arthur? Is there something that you, I don't even know if you disagree. You're asking me questions. Are you saying, well, nah, I disagree, and this is why I disagree?
Anthony,
do you disagree with
I agree with you on this level, right? I think the smartest people are generating the largest incomes, but that doesn't mean they're the smartest. And what I mean by that, I know that sounds kind of dumb, but they are surrounding themselves with people that are competent and capable, and probably more competent and capable than themselves in various areas, right? They're smart enough to know what areas they need supplementation in, and they supplement it with people that are of super high value, and that by default makes them the more intelligent person in the room, because they're hiring the person that's more intelligent than them to work for them and to benefit their overall agenda, which leads to their salary. Does that make sense?
It's a lot of sense, man. But, all right, so what is your take? Do you think that there's a correlation between intelligence and salary?
1,000%.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, we agree.
Are you eating Doritos?
Lisa?
Lisa ain't going on with your mic.
That sound kind of crazy.
That's
it's raining where I'm at. It's raining where I'm at, and I'm talking in my car's on Bluetooth.
You can't get out of your car?
It's raining. He's driving.
No, he said I'm sitting in my car. So
the wife ain't gonna let him stay on Clubhouse, so you walk into the house.
As soon as I get out of the car,
came from the BAR.
I won't speak again till I get out.
He's sleeping in the car again tonight, gentlemen.
He ready to
sleeping.
Listen, he has to wait because the BAR is where he just came from. Okay?
Oh, so you have to SOBER before you go in the house?
Correct.
And use some DROPS in your mouth?
Correct.
I got you. Go ahead, Anthony. We'll wait it out with you.
I only drank water at the bar. I ate at the bar, did not drink that. I don't drink all that.
Dehydrated at the bar.
I only had water. I was not drinking water in town. That's water in town at that bar.
We're not the one pulling you over. You don't got a lot of us. It's like, what's going on?
I only drunk.
But then again, don't admit that on. I would say that on the app also. So I agree with you. He only had water.
I mean, he might have only had water. He might have went to that bar that has a little bit extra there, with the food. So.
Oh, AKA strip club.
He does live in Atlanta.
Hello.
And it's okay if he's supporting single mothers. It's okay.
But my thing is, why go to a bar to drink water when you can get water in so many other places?
He ate food there. He went to eat food.
Oh, the food.
And if First Lady's accurate, they're not going to have titties there. So.
Okay. Yep.
I was at a restaurant that had a bar in it.
Oh, now it's a restaurant with the bar attached.
Stories changing in the interrogation.
The evolution of the story is crazy.
Insane.
Titty bar now, y'all.
Because remember, I asked him, I said, are you at
a problem with the titty bars?
Listen, remember, I asked you, I said, are you at, like, getting a happy ending? What's going on? I said, you're at the massage parlor? And you said, no, I'm at the bar. You didn't say I was
at the bar. I'm sitting at the bar. That's what I meant. But there was
You said
there were no
at the
there.
bar. Okay.
Okay, so
not a single titty. I don't believe you.
Not a single titty.
You didn't have a waitress? You had a waiter? You didn't have a waitress?
Yeah.
Waiters have titties.
They had a bartender.
So
there's bartenders that are women. You think that's an only male space, or?
But men have titties. Y'all is too much.
Jesus, man, y'all are hilarious.
That's the interrogation crew.
Are there titties there or not? They were covered titties there.
See now he was on the scene. You know you done fucked up, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Now you done fucked up. Now he placed titties on the scene, but covered. Before there were no titties.
Well. So we have the candidates, Madomi and Cuomo. They're going back and forth. Tuesday is the final day. I guess we'll find out what happens there. Lisa, did you have any topics that you want to talk about today at 7? Oh, I'm sorry. It's 7:11. Look at that.
Yes, sweetie. I wanted to.
7:11.
No, I'm going to open up my room later. I'm eating right now.
Okay.
I got to eat. So the chicken didn't turn out correctly the way I thought it was going to turn out.
I wasn't going to laugh on, okay, what happened?
I don't know if I'm understanding how this chicken El Pollo stuff is supposed to go. So the recipe called for the chicken to be baked or stewed. And then the last 15 minutes, you put the chicken on the bed of rice with the juices, and you cover it up in the pot, and you let it cook till it's completely done. But that didn't work out right.
Well, what happened?
I don't know if I did not. First of all, it's way too dry. Way too dry.
What did you cover it with?
The actual fitted top.
No, I mean, did you put it in aluminum foil?
No, I did not put it in aluminum foil.
Did you cook it in a crock pot?
No, the chicken itself I baked in a rotisserie, not a rotisserie, what's the blue pan? I baked it in that, and then I made the rice separately. So then I put the rice, I layered the bottom of the pan, of the LaCroix pan, whatever that thing is. I layered the bottom with the rice, and then the chicken only needed like another 20, 25 minutes, right? And I put it on top. And that's what the recipe said. But then it was, maybe I should have put the juices from the chicken that was cooking in the other pot inside. I don't know, but way too dry. So I'll try another tomorrow. But I kept asking for recipes in 420, and somebody coming back with some dumb shit. Just, how do you do that? Roast the chicken, let it cook slow. Should I cook it in a roaster? And then you can't add the rice to the roaster because there's not enough water, so I made it separately. Didn't that sound right, everybody? That sound good? Because it didn't turn out right. Somebody said crock pot is the best, but crock pot, okay, so if you cook it in the crock pot, and when am I putting in the rice? At what point?
You could just cook your rice separately and then put the rice on the plate and put the chicken over top. You don't have to cook the rice.
Erica's saying crock pot is the best. So,
because the thing about the rice, you don't want to overcook rice because then rice will get mushy.
Mushy, right? And that's what I was thinking.
So yeah, so you don't have to cook it in there with it, not unless you're gonna, mince it together to create, like a whole dish. But if you just want the chicken to have like a rotisserie kind of thing and the rice, you just cook the rice separately and then take the juices and pour it over top of the rice. And then put the
Yeah, I think that's where I went. That's where I went wrong because I went to a Cuban restaurant and they served it like this. Okay, I know this is going to be good. What, Ultra?
Be shredded chicken, not like full shredded chicken, not minced chicken like you mentioned some onions. You know what I'm saying?
No, it wasn't shredded. It was parts. It was like the breast and the.
Hi guys.
Oh, okay.
You know that place called Marcel? What's that place on La Cienega and what's the name of that Cuban place?
Lisa.
Versailles. Where the hell Gemini go? Oh, she's there. Gemini.
No, she actually said Lisa.
Oh, okay, go ahead, babe. I'm sorry.
Oh, she got placed on the door. You want me to help you find her?
Yeah, just want to ask her what is she
I'm not helping her. No, I'm talking to Ultra.
Oh.
You want to help find her?
No, she find herself.
Go send the search party. Ultra's going to be the search party for sleeping.
Thank you, Jesus.
Okay.
Look out for that 3-1 Atlas. Is it 3-1-0 Atlas? Same other? Anyways, that's another topic. Anyways, back to y'all. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, so Kathy wanted to talk to you about a different kind of rice. Long grain rice.
Long grain rice? Remember when we in Abu Dhabi? It's good.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're moving forward. The section of the recipe is closed. I'm asking. Trump said, consider sending tomahawks to Ukraine. He says, not really. So he changed his mind again? Is that the deal?
Did y'all talk about
what's going on?
Putin landing the plane in Venezuela? Y'all talk about that?
I think we mentioned it yesterday. There's supposed to be 3 planes heading there in tow.
Where?
To Venezuela from Russia. These big old cargo planes that can hold like military equipment like helicopters and things like that.
What? Who's shipping it over there?
Putin.
For what?
Because Domingo Mussolini was like, I'm going to go invade Venezuela. So Putin's doing to us what we're doing in Ukraine.
I thought they were invading another African country. Wasn't it, how you going to do both?
Nigeria.
Right. I heard that in this room where I was dozing. Venezuela. And now...
Do we know if they actually offloaded cargo or if they just touched down?
Gemini, hold up a second. Did you hear me ask you about that Cuban restaurant Versailles?
No.
Have you been there?
No, I haven't.
The one on La Cienega or the one on Pico?
No, I haven't been there.
Oh, okay.
The one off of, what's the name of that street? That street right there on the, damn. It's by the Netflix building. Is that Fairfax? From La Brea? No, Vine. It's off of Vine. They get a Versailles at Vine.
I don't know it that well. That's why I was asking you guys.
Ultra be lit in the mud. He be lit. Ultra be ultra lit.
Normal. That was normal.
Ultra be, yeah.
Oh,
now you had to cover your ears first, lady. Let me know when you covered your ears. Your ears covered? Okay, I'm assuming they're covered. Lisa, Ultra, y'all need to check out this place called Destination Smokehouse. Like, it's been going super viral. It's a barbecue spot out here that is going, like, you're going to be in line forever. I'll post a link. It's just south of LA, but everybody from LA is going there, even though it's not technically in LA. Like, it's
south of LA.
Mm-hmm.
So what freeway are we talking about that I have to get on?
Right, let me look real quick. Give me 1 second.
South of LA. The 10?
Probably,
the 107, the 105?
Where you come from, yeah.
Damn, that area I really don't know that well.
Man, just MapQuest it. Throw it into your GPS.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll throw it into the GPS.
I'll post a link in the chat. I just saw he was pulling. They said, "Is it bone? Skin off the bone?"
Tenderism. That's the word. The tenderisms.
That oxtail bone didn't fall up out that bitch.
Hey, that old man got that place so like now all the food critics got it lit, but he's the OG that got it lit. Destination Smokehouse.
Destination Smokehouse.
Ultra just dropped it in the chat.
Okay.
Okay, I want to go. That sounds good. There's food there. Where's that at?
Click it, and look at it real quick.
You can get there from Texas.
Click the link in the chat.
Oh, damn. Wait a minute.
It looked like something you would get in Texas, honestly.
I know, right? Oh my God, this is for 2 or 3 people for one platter. Oh, that's just way too much food for me, but it looks good.
Jesus will be eating, me and Jesus and the angels.
Take me home. Destination Smokehouse.
The only thing is the line is the worst. The food is bomb, but their line is crazy.
Ooh, I don't do line.
You're going to be waiting in line.
Can you pre-order?
Yeah, you can. For me, at this point, I'd rather just pre-order and pick up and bounce because that line.
Exactly. And pulled pork. Oh, God, Jesus. That looks really good.
The oxtail is good. Their food is good. It's really good.
Is this a black owner?
You know what? This is disappointing. Like it's no, it's not the hard and fast, but the face is, which is he utilizes him to promote his product because he's really good and charismatic and he has that old black soul to him. So he's doing viral. Like because of him, all the food critics, like his videos have been duplicated by the food critics that come here because his format is just he's got a dope format. But the owner is not black, no.
Okay, I just want to see what city they're considering this in. Directions. Oh, it doesn't give me a direction?
It doesn't?
Wait. I'm just saying it doesn't give me an address.
It's Marietta.
Marietta, Mary freaking Etta. What the hell is that? That's over there where Amari is, kind of like Chino Hills.
Oh, you're gonna travel. Like that's the craziest part about it. That people are traveling. Like they have a whole segment where they keep asking people online in their long ass line, "Where are you from?" Because everybody comes from all over.
Where are you from? New York.
You'll be a highlight on the page for real, right? New York is crazy.
I would definitely say I'm from Manhattan. damn, this is a lot of ass food. So what's the price range? Because let me go here.
They're not ridiculous, but
no, because their mac and cheese is $5.99.
Yeah, they're not ridiculous, but when you get the platters, it's gonna cost, but it's worth it.
Yeah.
For the restaurants I like, I don't want to sound bougie. I don't care about the pricing too much of the foods, right?
I don't either, but I'm just like, sometimes I'm shocked, Oh,
yeah. For sure. What I don't like is the bougie restaurants that give you the small portions, but it's real dainty in the middle of this plate, and they do all the little dressings around it. I'm like, man, I should have got a cheeseburger. The fuck is that?
Who I got here.
Right.
Lisa, and you hate them restaurants like he's talking about. Man, I thought I was gonna get something very voluptuous, something very great.
Voluptuous.
And so, well,
I think like that all the time.
Voluptuous is a shame to me when I hear voluptuous.
I don't know. Well, the grapes on the plate. That's where we're headed. I'm thinking I'm gonna get something really nice. No, the plate was small. I'm looking. I told the lady in the back. I said, "Hey, is there any way that is this bigger?" She said, "No." I said, "Well, you know what I mean?" So them fancy restaurants, yeah, you're paying for, I guess, the atmosphere and stuff, but you sure don't get a lot for $110. You don't get a lot of food.
I hate that. It's not even the money I'm spending. I'll just be mad at the portions. Man. Like, this is the exquisite. I'm like, I don't care how exquisite it is. I would cut that into 4 pieces. Like, what is we doing? Like,
I said at one restaurant, I said, who plays this for Barbie? I need a bigger plate.
Right. Like, where's the food? Like, is this is not the appetizer?
No, that's the food.
This is the food?
Yeah, I've been in many places like that.
Man, I hate that. No, like I said, it's not the price, it's just the portion. Like, that's what killed me. Tell me what you want, but give me a full plate.
When you run out that place, I said, "Excuse me, ma'am," to the waitress. I said, "Ma'am," I said, I don't know who can get food off of this small ass little bitty plate. Probably a Barbie doll, but can you please bring me some more food?
They can, but they will be charging you and then I don't like restaurants that you can't substitute. It's like, I don't like coleslaw.
Like it's an insult to the chef or something.
Exactly. They're like, well, not really. I could ask them if he could put corn instead of the coleslaw. I was like, I don't eat coleslaw. It's just like I got a lump of coleslaw on my plate for no reason. That they should have menu items that are, interchangeable. Because people might not want a lump of coleslaw.
That's a fact.
God, it was just...
I mean, yeah, food trucks and stuff like that.
I love a food truck.
Lisa, and they're telling you that you paid over $100 to eat there, and they're gonna tell you, I ain't never been in no restaurant where a man gonna tell me I'm paying you over $100 a plate. I'm sorry, I can't. Man, I'm paying you that kind of money plus tipping you. No, that's over $150 or more. No, you're going to, because I'm paying you a good price.
I'm a good tipper though. I always tip.
I do too. Even though when I shouldn't be tipping, I still tip.
Even if it's takeout, I tip.
Well, now you're going too far.
I tip on takeout. What? Because I go back to the same restaurants all the time, and they know me. The same ones I do takeout, I eat there. Sometimes I just be on the run, so I don't go and sit down. And the waitresses and the hostess, they all know me, so I'm not going to scump out on it. I'm going to make sure I double the tax.
Well, maybe that's why I get their worst work on the takeout menu, or the takeout cartons, or whatever they put them in. I think that's their worst work, throwing that shit into them cartons. They don't care. They're not giving you.
They might put it in there with some love. If you show them some love, and go both ways.
Maybe I should start tipping the freaking the carton packers. I don't know, because it seems like it's totally different when you eat there versus when you're taking out them damn cartons. They'll seem the same.
Like yesterday, I went and grabbed some, and when I went, I asked for a half a dozen rolls, on the takeaway. And when I got back, it was a dozen rolls. Like I know they did that on purpose. Yeah.
Oh, look at you, Gemini. It's Gemini. Give him a bit.
No, I'm serious. Tipping those waitresses, there's nothing wrong with it. I've never had nothing negative come from it. So.
Yeah, I agree with you.
No, if they're giving shitty service, I'm not just going to auto, like, it's got to be good service.
Yeah, I don't want you coming over every, 30 minutes. You want me to tap that off? It's like, no, because I'm ready to go. It's just coming over just to see how you're doing, even if you don't want anything. If I was a waitress, I would just like to make a little round thing. Hi, everything okay? You need anything else? You want some more water?
The best ones, they'll come and slide another cup right next to your half-full cup.
That's true, without even asking. You're right. You're right. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Didn't even think about that.
Ones that can bring me the most food. I told one lady, I said, hey, if you can bring me a good amount of food, I handed her a $50 bill under the table, man. She gave me, she said, don't tell nobody, but I'll give you the rest of the stuff that the folks didn't order in the bag. That lady hooked me up. I said, hey, here's $50 under the table. That lady came back with so much food. I said, thank you, ma'am. She said, no, thank you. So yeah, if you tip people, man, they may let you have the rest of the food, man. I get a lot of food when I tip or do it like that. I swear, y'all do it like that, hey, you'll be able to clean them out. There you go. Tip them well, they'll give you a lot of.
Ashton, one of my exes was a waitress, and she started turning me on to how it worked. And that's probably one of the reasons why I tip so good, because she always explained the stuff to me and how it worked. She used to have me call up and order whatever she wanted for lunch, right? So let's say she wanted a certain pasta or something. Call and you order it, and it's never come, and they give it to them. If the person don't show that calls up for the food, then they give it to the staff because they already made the plate.
Yeah, and if the public comes in, like I told y'all, a lot of times, somebody, that's $50, and to somebody that whatever they're getting paid an hour, you know what I mean? That lady said, shoot, you right. I ain't made $50, you know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be, it may be a slow day. They may not make, $50 in 3 hours or whatever that lady told me. She said she was thankful. I said, so was I. So I don't mind tipping at all. And if you do tip, they will hook you up and give you a lot of food. When I was at the Reunion Tower up in Dallas, I paid $110 in there. And that is a buffet, and it's unlimited. You can also pay for a plate to take home. Lady hooked me up there. So, yeah, as long as you tip people, hey, they'll bring you the rest of the food from the bag. I'm telling you, anywhere I go, y'all won't go hungry with me because you're going to eat. You may be full and wobbling out of there, but you won't be hungry coming out.
That's where food is Ashton's favorite topic.
Well, I'm learning because
all the restaurants.
The restaurants are not the restaurants. I didn't think the waitresses had anything to do with plating the food. It's how much you get. Am I wrong? Because I'll be slipping money under it too if they have something to do with it.
Most waitresses do not plate the food.
No, I don't think they do.
It's really crazy here because all the restaurants are closing here. All the restaurants.
Ever and ever?
They're shutting down. They are shutting down. Because ain't nobody going out to eat.
That is true. I haven't been out to eat in a minute. I've been picking up a lot of shit, but I haven't actually.
It's a lot of space when you go out to eat. Like I have my family here. When I say my family, I flew my father and mother out. I think it was the week before last. We went out to a few restaurants. And it was empty, man.
Wow.
There wasn't a lot of people.
That's sad because this is
one of the best seafood restaurants for my birthday on Thursday, and there was only 4 other tables occupied.
Mm-hmm. But then when I talk to some of the owners, they say a lot of it is a lot of their business now is DoorDash and other people that are getting their food delivered. So a lot of people, you might not see them there, but they're still doing numbers. I'm like, how are y'all staying open? They're like, well, we get a lot of DoorDash, and you see what I mean?
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's COVID moves. People are just like, well, why are people not
nobody DoorDashing? I don't see nobody DoorDashing a $200, $300 bill and it's seafood, it's got to be hot when it comes to the table. I don't see nobody DoorDash.
I mean, they check my numbers. I didn't DoorDash some substantial amounts.
I'm talking about seafood, because seafood is supposed to be hot.
Nah, you want that? Yeah, that's gonna get soft. Like you lose your crunch.
Right. Seafood, no. At the restaurant.
Why do you guys think people are not going out? I'm not understanding. If they DoorDashing it, what takes the step away from you just actually putting on some fresh clothes and going out and sitting in the restaurant?
I think COVID changed a lot of things for a lot of people as far as the way that they moved and interacted, and
I don't blame them. If it hadn't been my birthday, I wouldn't have went either. And my son made me go. My son forced me to go.
Wow.
So I wouldn't have went either, because I'm just over it.
I don't know, you guys. I was thinking about this 2 days ago, how we are not just, maybe, I'm just saying we, I mean as a populace, but I think we need to start going back at some point and being more outside, because my house is like, it's nice and everything, but damn, every day, all day, I want to go outside and interact with people, talk, meet people at the coffee shop. Gentleman talked to me at the coffee shop the other day, and I didn't know how to act, because first of all, why are you talking to me? It's the first thing my brain went, and he was an older gentleman. And first thing I did was catch, what are you talking to me? And then it turned out to be a very delightful conversation, so I don't know.
We got to get back out and enjoy these 70 and 80 degree temperatures right now by the pool right now. It ain't too bad swimming up through Halloween and throwing candy out. I told one dude, hey, they run it on the deck of a pool. They had so much candy around that pool, man.
70 degrees.
It was nice Halloween out here. We had a bunch of floaties and stuff in the water and a bunch of candy and stuff for the kids afterwards. Yeah, went swimming, so it really wasn't a bad experience for Halloween in the 70s.
Texas is at 70 still.
Yeah, it's nice out here. 4 degrees.
It was 31 here this morning. That shit keeps your face from cracking.
Repeat that again. You said what was cracking? I didn't hear you.
31 this morning at 6:30 this morning here. I said it keeps your face from cracking.
It was nice and toasty here. Plus it was heated. There were heaters and all that out there, but still, folks still wanted to swim and have a good time. And as long as the temperatures were able to do it, the water's heated, so you're not, freezing in there or anything. But it's a good time to, have a swim party around Halloween. How often do you get to do that?
Never again, unless you're inside. But I don't even have my house 70-something degrees. That's too hot for me.
How many people out there? People wasn't worried about no temperatures, man. We had them heaters out and all that candy, man. Man, it was a great time around Halloween and celebrate. Temperatures allow you to do that. Why not get outside and, like she said, be around people and have a good time? That's what I love, being outside by a pool. Why not? As long as the temperatures allow us to, we'll heat it up. Let's go.
Good. That's good. It ain't for everybody. I don't like being around. My mother made me take swimming lessons all the way up to lifeguard training. So I don't like being around a pool with a bunch of people acting stupid. It makes me very nervous. So I just, that's not my thing. But it sounds like fun for other people.
Well, I feel you. The kids and stuff that was in there mainly some adults mainly, but kids for the most part wanted to have a good time. The adults, they was up there where the food was at. They really wasn't trying to do no swimming, but we just wanted to have something for the kids to do, and they wanted to swim, and so we, why not?
Who has been in a public pool? That's one thing I don't do. Is public pools. All the urination and shit going on in there. And I just don't. I mean, come on, Sonia, be real, because you know what I'm saying?
The same people that filled them in with concrete when they didn't want the black people swimming in the pools, and they covered the pools over with concrete. They the same ones that invented them.
Yeah, I see you. It's just that, you know, it took me one time to see somebody, you know, release themselves in a pool, and that was just it for me. So I said, if that one person do it, and there's like about 50, 60 people in the pool, at some point, there's just not enough of that chloride, whatever they put in there for me.
You're swimming in the urine.
Go to a private pool, Lisa. Those public pools aren't the best. Go to a private saltwater pool. It's better for your
kind of DNA up in that pool. Some pools require you to shower before you even get in the pool. Other people, no, you can come sweaty, musty, just, you know, dive in there with the clothes you probably got there, drove there. No, you need to take a shower, at least a water down, and then jump in the pool. A lot of places used to mandate that.
I don't know if you do that shower before you got in the pool. That's so nasty. Oh my God.
Yeah,
and my hot tub is salt water.
Oh, Lord.
My hot tub is salt water, but it's a lot of work. It's way more difficult than when I had a chlorine hot tub. So
yeah, that's another place that people go and pee.
But don't nobody get my hot tub but me, honey. I don't share.
Private places are a lot better than public places, let me tell you. And some of them private facilities, they hook you up, man, for real. But a lot of public places, they don't maintain a lot of the maintenance like they should. Here in Arlington, a woman got sick from a brain-eating amoeba over in Arlington that they found over in the water a couple of summers ago. So it's a very serious thing, and you know, for that reason, you just really have to be careful dealing with, you know, public areas and what do they call those, splash pads and things like that, and making sure the maintenance is taken care of on those and getting the maintenance reports. And a lot of the public doesn't get or either look up pool maintenance reports or water reports. And if the water report is bad, I'm not going to swim in a pool. I told the dude, I said, hey man, I don't think so. I didn't swim in that pool because they had horrible state failures for maintenance and other issues with the pool. So yeah, no, you got to be careful when dealing with public stuff. No, I can't take that chance.
Hey, have you been following the testing of the restaurants in your area? Because you know they publish it every week.
Health department, I have with some of that kind of some restaurants have had some failing grades.
Yes, ma'am. All over the place.
All over the place, and I don't know if that is a shortage of inspectors. Some folks brought that up. It's interesting that you mentioned that one of the cooks for our church brought that up. Somebody who was out there with the health department brought up some things about restaurants and failing grades and asking that they can hire more staff, or asking if it is possible to get more inspection staff, or whatever you call the people who do restaurant inspections, and they are woefully short-staffed. Is that the reason that all these restaurants are having failing, these grades? Because they are being, essentially just randomly inspected, but we need more of those staff, is what they're saying. They're seeing more failing restaurants.
They cut the staff during COVID, and I mean, we're talking about not just restaurants. We're talking about salon, everything. I've been a licensed nail tech for 30 years. Never had my license checked. Not one time. 37 years I've been licensed.
So
what? They don't. They ain't doing nothing. As long as you keep your license up, you did. It's really sad, but the restaurants too. And the restaurants that they're checking are bad. They're getting horrible scores.
Rating a restaurant.
We ain't gonna have no restaurants around here in a while. They're all
rating. The F ratings do not help restaurants and things like that, but the restaurants and anything that sells consumables, they need to be inspected quite frequently, because there was a restaurant, man, they found mice in there running around, you know what I mean, at night. You could see them on the, I guess, the camera or whatever they had up there for security. I said, well, that's horrible, you know what I mean? On your own cameras, you see mice running around. So, yeah, you got to be careful with a lot of these restaurants and things like that, because I don't just eat anywhere either. There are certain, you know, like some restaurants don't have soaps in the bathrooms. I told the lady, I said, ma'am, how in the world are y'all washing your hands? Hand sanitizer, that ain't gonna work. The health department requires you guys to have soap. And the lady got mad at me. I said, and some customers in there was like, yeah, how are y'all washing your hands? You know, and so these are questions that, you know, you walk into a bathroom, yeah, I'm asking because you're staff cooking our food. Man, I left out of there. I said, I'm not eating here because they had no way to wash their hands except for hand sanitizer. No, y'all need to wash your hand with soap and water. Girl, no.
That's why I cook and I stay home. That's gross. Oh, I gotta go get my dog, y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, I'm sitting there trying to figure out what I'm gonna eat real quick because it's getting late.
Don't you order you a nice steak or rice, some chicken or something like that? You got some blue shrimp, man. You can order that. You got at least 30 things you can order.
I don't eat seafood at all, so that's not one of them.
Again, I didn't hear you.
I do not eat seafood, so that's not going to be one of them. I'm not a seafood eater.
Seafood, but you like steak, chicken?
Yeah, I'm going to order something really quick. It's not going to be nothing elaborate, just something quick, probably a monster salad with chicken or steak on top, and that'll be good for me for tonight. And like Anthony, some water.
Lisa, steak, I see it. So.
Yeah, really quick flank steak. You know, the thin steak. You saute it on both sides, and then you cut it up really, really thin, and you place it on top of a monster salad, and you're good to go with some what is that salad dressing? Parmesan salad dressing? I'm good. I'll be good for the night. It's going to take me a long time to chew it, but it's going to be good. And some water, courtesy of Anthony. Trent, it's not 25 million illegals in the country. He just pulled that out of his butt.
That's a high number, man.
It was something else, and he's supposedly. Wait. Yeah, Maya, I'm trying to get something to eat first because I haven't eaten all day. Literally have not eaten all day. So I'm trying to get something in my body. And first of all, I just saw on somewhere that he got rid of 500,000 illegals. Let me turn my turn the LG down. You got links? Oh, he's on 60 Minutes. Oh, okay. I don't have 60 minutes. Who's on 60 minutes?
So what's on 60 minutes?
Trent, I'm not gonna keep trying to bring you up. Every time I bring you up, it says I brought you up, and you can't come up. Move so you awake, because I cannot bring up Trent. I did it
just
3
tried,
times.
it didn't work.
I know, right?
I think he said he couldn't come up on that.
There's the World Series champ.
Thank you, my man. We appreciate that. We appreciate that, man. It was a beautiful game. But Trump is on 60 Minutes right now, and he just said that he thinks that there's 25 million illegals in the country, and it's not 10 million. And his intention is to deport a majority of those people. And they have just hired 10,000 more ICE agents. It's while the number I think it's probably between 15 and 20 million, whatever. But if the intention is to deport that amount of people, anywhere close to that amount of people, it will completely wreck the economy. And I mean, it's for me. I don't understand what the intention here, because I think this will be detrimental to the Republican Party. I think they will lose in 2026 if they continue on at this rate.
What are 25 million people
no
doing
Republicans
here?
on the stage, so like that's fine with all of us. If they ruin themselves, then they ruin themselves, right? I mean, that's if they
But
Republicans on the stage.
that doesn't sound crazy for 20. You're trying to get rid of 25 million people. So 25 million people are just sitting around on the dole.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. He doesn't have that stop matchup. Yeah, to Bieber in the chat, let me be clear. Okay, I don't think you understand the precariousness of the economy right now. So if you're talking about in predicting the reason why so many of these subprime banks are having problems is because we're deporting people that were paying loans with ETI numbers. And so if this is not just like the beginning. This is like we're going to interdict more into society. Not only there are a lot of people who voted for Trump that are disgusted by this, because it's not going after criminal organizations. It's nannies and landscapers and waitresses and people who have been here for years peacefully. But what you have to understand, Beaver, is especially in the area that I live in, all along South Texas, where you have millions of people. It would completely flip our economy. It's having an effect on our tax base now, and so there are a lot of people who, even though maybe for strong border controls, do not want to see people forcibly removed that are peaceful from this country because of what it causes. There has to be some sort of amnesty clause with this for people who have been here for quite some time and working and contributing to society.
Well, hello, nice to meet you. I am your patient. Not even 2 seconds ago, I reached to my
I hear you, Trent. You're not going to come. Yeah, you're not going to convince Brother Beaver either. I mean, I don't know why you even. I can't convince Brother Beaver and Matt Look, this is, if you continue on this path, you will have noise, because there's so many people that know somebody or know a family that is affected. And if you can, and it's already throwing off certain parts of the economy. So that's why I'm saying, it doesn't. There's a certain point where you go overboard, and too many people see, people, being dragged away from courtrooms or broken into cars, or they just keep seeing, or 16-year-olds thrown to the ground and arrested. And now you're going to add 10,000 more agents to go after predominantly Hispanic families. I don't see how you think that's going to work out in your favor in the long run. I don't think, even though I support strong borders, I don't think this is a good idea at all. What I just heard from Trump is, and he's still going, I'm gonna go listen to it, is in a different realm than I think most people are. But we'll see.
Right, I actually agree. I guess did he do the mic drop again? But anyway, your brother, hang on, Matt. Your brother MAGAs, Matt Cool and Beaver, like Dark put in the chat, they don't care about the economy. Like, it's the identity politics. It's get those Mexicans out of here, as they're all rapists, like Trump claimed. Never mind the impact on the economy. And I kind of wish, I don't know, Dark, or if anyone else listened to the interview. I'm assuming Trump is implying that these 25 million illegals are undocumented, are all from Mexico. Like, never mind all the undocumented folks that are here from Europe and South America and other countries. I'm assuming he's just referring to.
Oh, God. Like, for real? Like, Trump needs to get it together. You feel me? Ain't that about a bitch?
Y'all performative today, man. I've been listening. Y'all been super performative.
Our leader's been performative today. Excuse me, Lord.
Isn't 25 million more than what he claimed during the campaign?
Yeah.
So somehow,
nothing that he said.
So somehow illegal immigration has actually increased while Trump's been in office?
And how is this calculable? Where are these numbers coming from? Did they have like one of those things at the border when you go through the turnstile or at the airport? I don't understand how these numbers are calculated. 25 million. He says so far he is caught and exported, or whatever you guys are calling it, 500,000. So you guys got a long way to go.
No, it's interesting. I just looked it up there. So using AI, Trump repeatedly claimed that 21 million people had crossed the U.S. border illegally under Biden-Harris administration, which means that under the Trump administration, if these numbers are to be believed, 4 million more illegal immigrants have come into this country since Trump has taken office.
So those are additional people he was talking about. It doesn't include the already 11 million that has been predicted to be here for the last decade that people have been using. So that's actually 30. Right. If you take his 21 million under the Biden administration, add that to the 11, then you're looking at 31 million people here. Even his own math is off by 5 million.
Yeah, so somehow during the Trump administration, even with all of this increased spending on Border Patrol and immigration stuff, somehow Trump has let in millions more people into this country.
That's not what he's saying.
No,
that's definitely not what he's saying.
That's not what he's saying. But based on, that's not what he's saying. But based on the number he claimed before, based on the number he claimed while he was campaigning, and the number he's claiming now, there's been millions more people coming in.
I just want to make sure because again, what you stated that Trump indicated that Biden, which was only president for 4 years, allowed 21 million people to cross the border, which is a lie. They're saying anywhere between 10 million people crossed under the Biden administration. And that does, and then I'm assuming if he's talking about the millions of other people who actually took asylum, then that doesn't count. So he said under Biden, he's trying to say he's going after the entire population, the ones that were here under his administration, the first one, and previous. He said he's going after the entire population.
Why does this sound crazy?
It's impossible. It's impossible.
And he's senile.
You could not in a million years, even with 10,000 agents, get 25 million people out of this country. It's impossible. In any way possible. I don't care if you're the best project manager on this planet, you couldn't do this. Like, I don't care if you're the best general, whatever, in the military. How would they be able to get 25 million people going neighborhood to neighborhood in all the counties in the United States? That's impossible.
You tell us, man, you kept on saying that immigration was your top issue, even though you lied to your family about where you voted. You said that immigration was your top issue. So you tell us where the hope is at, because you ostensibly care about all this stupid shit.
Well, I do care about angel moms, angel dads, angel families. I mean, I don't think you are each person that's insensitive to those as well. I'm talking, when I say get rid of folks, I know my brother Beaver and Matt Cool, they won't say all, but for me, I'm looking at the criminal gangs, the people who are breaking laws, even if they're driving while under the influence, they gotta go. So one, you're here as a guest, and then you're gonna go out and break the law on top of that? I mean, an uninvited guest at that. That's all. Make our community safe. I mean, shit, we have enough criminals in our own ranks as Americans that we don't need to focus on other people criminals. Like, that's just not cool.
So the word is uninvited guests. But even if they're here as an uninvited guest, it is crazy that we are going to put this type of money. I don't know. Let me just be quiet, because when the government reopens, I want to see where the focus is actually going to be. Are we still going to be cutting and chopping and eliminating? Are we going to be building new schools, building new hospitals, building new insurances, building new communities? Is this just going to be the presidency of destruction, retribution, wars, blowing up ships, firing black generals? It's all fucking negative in my viewpoint.
Man, Maya's gonna have a heart attack. Can you give her ETA when you're gonna open up your room?
Oh, I was sitting over here chewing. Okay, Maya, hold on.
Can Maya come up for once on stage and moderate?
Anyway she wants to. Maya's always welcome up on the stage, anytime, any place, any day, any hour, anytime. I'm missing mods, Maya, so it's gonna be hard for me to open up without mods, because I can't run a room without mods.
I mean, you have Moose.
My fave, yes. So it'd be.
And once you get Moose, but once you get Moose, others will follow. They just are, right
now. Look at you. It's a person who won't open up you open up a room, and we follow you.
I know. I heard y'all scheming today.
You didn't hear me doing anything. I've been busy. I haven't been saying anything today.
Scheming on your boy. That was wild beans right there, man. I was sitting back over here.
A word about you.
Lisa, I heard you mention my name. What's going on?
Anthony, can you believe that?
What y'all not gonna do is gang up on Lisa. That's what you're not
I'm
gonna
not
do.
jumping on Lisa. Ain't no gang.
That's
I'm
what y'all
asking
not
Lisa.
gonna do.
I didn't know
Because
she was
Omari tagged
asking me a
you
question.
in. I heard, no, Omari, your name didn't even come up.
Lisa mentioned my name multiple times. I wasn't
I
near my
never
phone.
said your name, not one.
Okay, then you must have been talking about a different Anthony, Lisa. But you mentioned my name multiple times.
Did I say Anthony's name? Amari, if you even
I know your voice, and I know
Lisa's mouth in 2 days.
I was watching the Raiders game for the most part.
See, Amari, you are such a liar. That's why I don't trust you, because you're like,
No,
I
you didn't say it.
I got Lisa's back. See how far he had my back? From another fucking county. I have never said Anthony's name. Have I?
I believe you. You didn't. When I
you didn't say something about Anthony and water. You didn't say that.
No. I even said that.
No, you didn't. Hey, Lisa.
Wow.
Lisa.
Even the white guy mad at saying that. We didn't even mention
white man have the floor.
Hold up, you guys. I did say I'm having chicken, rice, and water, like Anthony.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's the train.
Oh, the white man have the floor.
There it goes. My name was mentioned, and water was mentioned as well.
Water
no, I didn't. Lisa, I didn't know if you were asking me a question. It wasn't. Okay, Lisa, I didn't think you were saying. You and I get along well, Lisa. We never have any issues.
I figure out what you were talking about because you like.
I heard my name.
She mentioned my name several times.
No, I thought I heard you say my name. I didn't know if you were asking a question or something.
I think everybody's taking melatonin and Z-Quil to go to sleep. I think everybody remembers all that. I thought you were somebody else. Hey,
who's taking Z-Quil? What's going on?
Go
ahead, Matt. Get in there.
The white man have the floor.
I said, go ahead. Go ahead.
Y'all, Lisa, will you be our first guest on the Black and White podcast for 829?
Why me? God. What? Okay, I'd be honored to be the black in between the black and the white.
Yeah, be like, we call it the Oreo podcast, Anthony. That's perfect.
Podcast.
What's going on?
I'm scared.
This is fucking brilliant. The Oreo podcast is crazy. I think that's fucking. So.
And they wonder why they don't have friends. Okay, go ahead.
So when we first have our first room, you're all welcome. Just you see how you know, like what CNN used to be called fair and balanced, right? Mm-hmm. That's what you're gauge, right? You see the true definition of fair and balance.
Okay. I'll take that. All right, I'm gonna go open my room. I don't know what you guys.
We're gonna be called Ebony and Ivory, and that could be our theme song, our intro theme song. We're living a color society in 2025. Have you not been following the Trump administration goals?
She love him.
The first lady did that again. See, that time I did that one time, I knew that would kind of bring a rabbit hole, and so that was an instant that I did that on purpose.
Yeah, I think we do it on purpose all the time. We just don't recognize you're doing it on purpose. Yes, Anthony.
What kind of trainer are you?
I was actually, funny you should ask, for the state of, for the Affordable Care Act. I trained the people to be able to.
Yeah. Okay.
That's dope. Thank you. Do you speak sign language? I mean, do you do sign language?
I'm sorry, do I do what?
Do you do sign language?
No. I mean, I know sign language, but that wasn't what I was teaching them. What are you talking about?
You ever know, imagine, Anthony.
But I work on systems to make sure that they're 508 compliant testing.
Oh, okay. You do SOX controls too?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my nigga.
No, but we're not gonna have that conversation because I don't talk about what I did.
Not me either. Yeah,
only reason why I had that conversation earlier today was because I was just saying about how much of a it just you never pay attention to a left. You have to close your eyes when a person's on stage. Do you understand me? You have to close your eyes and don't look at the left.
remind me of dark.
And now I'm looking at it because you told me to look at it.
That's
and
dark.
Everybody else is probably looking at it. He's crazy.
Yeah, that's that booty line I saw about Dark be doing.
See, you know.
That's how you get the booty line.
It's the alternative facts for me.
Yeah, you said that earlier, and we didn't get a chance to dive into it because everybody was being hella emotional.
I got a good example. I'm glad you asked.
Okay, go ahead.
And this was just a few seconds ago when Anthony said, "You mentioned my name, Anthony and Water." Now, immediately, we all thought that he was talking about two people, but not in the context of Anthony drinking water. You know what I'm saying? Because he was saying it was like, he made it, again, this is assumption, he made it seem as though it was something negative that she was saying, because you had just said, yeah, they got my boy. Who was you talking about when you said they got my boy? Who was you talking about? What was you talking about, Omar, when you first said?
He was talking about the First Lady. I never have any negative interactions with Lisa. I didn't think
it wasn't negative.
No, okay. So I thought
No, you said she was talking about me. Talk about me. That's what I'm saying. I thought you were saying she was talking about you in a negative way.
Talking about me in a negative light. I was just wondering if she was asking me a question. She wanted to know something. Lisa and I get along swell, you know.
I know you did. No, so here's the thing. This is what I heard. This is how I'm rewinding in my mind. Omari was talking about somebody getting jumped. Next thing I know, you're coming off like I still haven't understood what exactly or clarified what he was talking about. Only to then have you come off mic and then say, "Hey, Lisa, you said my name."
Okay, I remember. I was talking about when Mel and Gemini was talking, and GA was saying they want to get a space. I was like, yo, that was to get rid of us, in that sense. That's what I was talking about. And then that's when Anthony came on. And then I was trying to tell Anthony, and you got to remember that this Anthony, and Mel said we go in rooms, and he swore by it. I've never been in a private room with you, Anthony, ever.
That's absolutely true, man. And, Mel said that 52% of Black people arrested are exonerated. I'm not even sure if ML knows what the word
I'm sorry, I need to stay on mute.
But check it out.
I'm not sure if ML knows what the word exonerated means, yo. Like, this is like, I just don't understand. Supreme Court decisions are local. Like, and then you got people in the chat. I'll never forget. Her name is Janice. Agreeing Supreme Court decisions are local.
They do have local Supreme Court decisions.
No, we're talking about the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So you just made it qualified.
The context was we were talking about the U.S. Supreme Court. We were talking about what happened in California. It had something to do with immigration, and JD was trying to suggest that the Supreme Court's ruling only dealt with California.
But Aaron, just to bring it back, what you missed in that whole conversation was about our intentions, right? Our intentions in the space is like, I was just like tripping out because it was just me in here, and so that's what I was saying. Like,
I heard that too. I was trying to say like we were trying to come up with game plans to take over the room, something like that.
So wait a minute. So is Anthony admitting that he got a burner right now?
No. I came in the room.
Anthony was not on stage when that happened.
You see that plus sign next to my name? I could come in the room anonymous. I wasn't in the room anonymous. I don't have a burner, to be honest with you, First Lady, but I do go in spaces anonymous, And, you know,
That's
I was
fair.
in,
That's fair.
yeah, that's cool. Yes, but I was in the room and Omari asked me a question and he gave me context as to what was being said. So I'm just saying, like, you know, and then you'll remember this, First Lady. I was like, in what universe are we going to be able to take over a room with Patty and First Lady? You remember me saying that?
You in Green Bay. Or any Green Bay. Right? We don't,
you know, particularly these two. You know,
they have a shotgun and they have Tech 9.
I don't want to smoke with them two. That's where I draw the line at. I'll go toe to toe with anybody, but I'm not going toe to toe with First Lady or Patty. You know,
Tech 9s is crazy.
Man, so what the Tech 9s are y'all? Y'all got the Tech 9s. When you get April, Deborah, culturally. It's like it's quick.
Moose is a contortionist, Omari. Omari, I know you're cool with this dude, but I'm gonna tell you, Trent will stab you in your back, Omari. Trent is a snake. Trent ain't got no honor in him. He's a straight snake. Trent is one of the listen, that dude, that's a foul Negro. You don't ever want to have a dude like Trent in your circle, dog. That Benedict Arnold fake ass motherfucker. Trent is the fakest dude.
No, so
about Trent, Anthony.
Here's the thing with Trent. Because Trent is such in the middle, people on the left say the same thing that you're saying. Like those that are far left, they can't see the middle, they say the same identical thing that you're saying, Anthony. It just means that you are far from him and you want him to always side with you. And that's not going to be Trent. Trent pisses me off all the time. He come in here, he be saying some crazy stuff, and then the next day he'll say something else crazy on the other side, So I think it's just because
he's a crazy person. Like, he'll say the most off the wall shit, and he believes in extraterrestrials. He dead ass believes in extraterrestrials, and then listen.
But he also believes in some of the mega points. So that's what I'm saying.
First Lady, Trent. When Trent is around his other group of friends, Trent, he's that dude. He's the dude that y'all be trying to act like I am. Trent is the dude that.
Moose, go over there and get the link from Lisa, please.
Copy that.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Trent straight be bootlicking. Trent is a bootlicker. Trent is a shoe shine boy. Come shine my shoes, boy. That's Trent, and I say that to his face. Trent is the fakest Negro. You know what I'm saying? Like, fake. I fucks with Omari. I fuck with TC. I do not fuck with Trent Cannon. Fuck that.
Oh my goodness.
Like, man, I try to keep my distance from clubhouse stuff, and a lot of people who met Ant Dog say he's a stand-up dude, like Fly. Everybody. Anthony is one of those dudes that people definitely will sign by as stand-up. Like, he come through with the bottles, he come through with the gifts, he hooks it up.
Right.
So that's just, and then he met the great one. He met Patty. You know what I'm saying? So that was a good relationship right there. He got a chance to meet her. 99% of people want to meet her. They're not going to be able to. So that's because everybody knows Ant. It's a good dude.
I just try to be consistent, and I know you're a solid dude, Omari. I look forward to meeting you in the future.
I'll be out there. I'll be in Georgia. Savannah. I don't know how far. From Savannah, but I'll be in Savannah next year.
That's what's up, man. We'll definitely make something happen, man. And I know they give TC all kind of smoke. TC is one of the smartest cats on it, and I didn't until this weekend. I didn't know about his tech company, and I'm going to definitely link him and my brother. And I think there could be some synergy there. My brother has a boutique investment bank, and if TC is interested in raising capital, I could see some synergy there. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, absolutely.
What happened? Did you fail?
I'm trying to pin it to the top. It's not.
You need help?
Help me out. I'll just put it in the chat. Maybe you can grab it. I don't know what. Maybe it's my phone.
I don't like clicking on links, but I'm gonna copy this.
Been having issues with my phones. Oh, there you go. You got First Lady got the touch.
Look, they gone. They said Lisa open. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the hour. This is the time where we say goodbye to all our friends and family. MIC, I'll see you later. KY, because I love you. MOUSC. Thank you for flying with Politically Skies. See you next time. Bye.
Yeah, but this
We don't believe in a magical God. It's science. All of it is science. You just call it magic because you don't understand it.
We don't know everything. Obviously, if someone says, "Oh my God," like.
Circumstance based. My kids aren't though. Good for you. So, who's the top Muslim in here in the bean, the green? Like, you're not. I love jam. That's crazy. So, Sahi, where are you going?
It's for a walk. Nowhere in particular.
Is walking into nothingness.
Yeah, into the void.
And with great compassion, as if you were attending a funeral. 32.
Liberals say we're not even going to talk to them is the center of the crux of the dysfunction that we're having.
It's all within nature and science.
Okay, if something.
You know, and he's sitting there bitching and griping about how there's no money to be made on the internet and how, you know, they're losing everything. And I'm like, you just bought a fucking almost $800,000 house. You guys are so full of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I would even say my evolution was like weird. So I was somebody that would troll with like very far right offensive